connection has stabilized. Nodes 1 through 9 appear to be in the green. Looks like we have a bit of a shorter jump route this time around. Excellent, excellent. Latency should be better. Transmitter and emitter are currently within acceptable operating temperatures. We are clear to proceed. Greetings, wingmates. I hope that you're doing quite well in whatever temporal situation you may be in. Hello, hello! I see that we already have some feeds in the text box. Greetings, Daishima, Daishima. The first transmission hail reached me, so I'm here on time today. Well, for our convoy, there is no on time. We simply travel, and who joins us at will is welcome. And so welcome to the convoy. Hello, Claudia, welcome! It is great to see you here. Mundo, also welcome to the convoy. Legion, welcome. Attenborough. In space, Spacer can make you scream. Well, I cannot violate the laws of physics, but I can do my best there. Oh my goodness. Oh, how was your homeworld stream, Legion asks. Well, that was quite some time ago, and it was a little bit more challenging. It was quite the scenario, but we were almost done with that. I will finish it on my own time, simply because I do not wish to have the viewers have to deal with what is essentially paperwork. Greetings, Headless. Welcome, welcome to the convoy. Well, wingmates, today I'm quite excited to begin because we will be doing another Battle Mech design using the rules of the Battletech tabletop game and Megamek Lab, which is a piece of open source, community created software to create battle mechs, tanks, aircraft, starships, dropships, and a host of other interesting components of the Battletech rule system. Because you actually build every single creation that fights in Battletech, and it has very specific rules. So it does help to have a program to do all of that terrifying spreadsheeting. Alright, so why don't we move on to the simulation room? Let's see here, let me set this up. And here we go. Alright, so allow me to bring up Krita, because this is the first thing that we need to discuss, who we are going to be designing today. So for anyone not familiar, this is a project to take the essence of some VTubers that I am aware of and to create battle mechs out of them. Rather, I shouldn't say aware of, that have discussed this situation with and have openly volunteered their images to be created into these 12-meter tall walking war machines. Or, as I should have clarified it, it could be any of the various battle mech, or battle tech, rather, I suppose, units. Although we should make sure that we stick to practical ones. And I think I will explain the situation a little further, because our current subject, Claudia, has a very interesting design that has quite a bit of potential for non-traditional choices for our design. So allow me to awaken Krita, because it is currently misbehaving. 1 second, please, wingmates. There we go, let's see. Awaken Krita, my dear. It is time for you to be in the clear. Of course, of course. Recalcitrance, it is the key to any sort of good stream. Alright, awaken, my friend. 1 second, please. There we go. Will that satisfy you? Yes, yes, there we go. Alright, wingmates, I hope that you can see Claudia's reference sheet. There we go, there we go. So allow me to also link her vitals, her socials. Nothing more comfy than big war machine art. Indeed, Daishima. Machinery is, at least to me, quite comforting, as perhaps in my understanding I find machinery to be a little bit alive in its own right, and creating something that has such motion is a fascinating thing to me. Alright, allow me to get the socials out there. Also, to anyone coming in, I have a command called help, well, exclamation mark HELP, and that will give you all of the other commands that are available in the form of a whisper, so you will not clog up chat if you're worried about that. There you go, it should whisper to you, Clams. Well, welcome to the convoy, Clams. Oh, Attenborough, I don't know if I missed you, but welcome to the convoy. Yes, there we go. And I will fire off the social. Let's see, subject is today's subject. So here should be Claudia's Twitter, Twitch, and the YouTube archives. And the commands aren't necessarily all that useful yet, but also here is the project in general, Megamek. There we go. So this is the program that I will be using. I have linked Mech HQ, which is a compilation package of several pieces of community-written software for the BattleTech wargame, but at the same time, it does include Megamek Lab. Yes, and Project Avatar. Thank you, Daishima. So this is a part of Project Avatar, which is where we will be making VTubers like Claudia here into battle mechs. So Claudia, from my understanding, is a vampire who, thanks to the magic of VTubing being such an accepting and wonderful place, has decided to stream as her own self. A vampire who has relinquished the ways of consuming, or not consuming, because she must do so in order to keep herself from transforming into a bat, or in the worst case, nothing at all. She must consume some amount of human blood, but at the same time, she also does not wish to harm humans. So, all blood is voluntary, and her viewers provide some of that sustenance that she requires, although in a very voluntary basis. So I applaud Claudia's approach to dealing with some of the specificities of her existence. I think that we all can learn a thing or two about taking, as the Terran expression goes, lemons and turning them into lemonade. Although I'm not sure if Claudia actually enjoys lemonade. And here's some art, a helpful of her in a non-reference sheet format. And here we have a little chibi of her in sitting format. So this is a very fascinating design with quite a few elements, and we will do our best to take the key elements of it and turn it into a battle mech once we have the actual physical structure of the mech laid out. Because we must also discuss some of the features of the mech's arsenal. Alright, let's see here. So, now that we are aware of who our subject is, we can make a move and go to Megamek Lab. Alright, wingmates, give me 1 second, please. Let's switch programs. There we go, Megamek is awake. Alright. Well, I certainly hope that everyone can see this program here. Welcome to the spreadsheet, everyone. Alright, so I will also probably have to pull up the wiki. So to anyone not aware, BattleTech is a game of war machines fighting each other on a field of battle, as the name implies to a certain extent. So actually, allow me to give a brief introduction and actually pull up a browser with the wiki. So this wiki is called Sarna, sarna.net. Allow me to actually link it within the chat. I should add it to the Streamlabs bot. You remember the cartoon? Yes, there was a BattleTech the animated cartoon series, which ran for not too long, from my understanding, and it has a very interesting theme, very, very memorable. I will not play it due to copyright issues, but perhaps I can put it on the SciTube, because I think when we reach the point where we are doing art, I will actually put on a SciTube playlist for the musical portion, and I will link it within the chat. So anyone who wishes to see at least some of my musical selections, then you'll be free to follow along. Hello, Ultraviolet Combat. Welcome to the convoy. Only 1 season, or maybe like a quarter or half a year. Indeed, it was very short-lived and did not get very far in the plot, but I suppose that is the fate of many one-shot cartoons. Ah, yes, the SNES game. Let's see if we have BattleTech, I think it was the Crescent's Falcon Revenge. So we have the BattleTech video game. Let's see here. MechWarrior Online, Legends, Current Systems. Should be under Home. Let's see here. I do wish to show it. Actually, I can type it up here. Let's see here. BattleTech SNES. So BattleTech has a storied history of video games. Oh yes, it was called MechWarrior on SNES. Let's see if we have some images that are hopefully safe for work. Let's see here. BattleTech, a game of armored combat for SNES. There we go. There it is. For the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, MechWarrior. Alright. As you can see, the gameplay looks something like this, which is not necessarily representative of the actual game. Now, the Crescent Hawks Inception is another game that was released, but that is not called BattleTech. Crescent Hawks Inception. You never spelled that correctly. Let's see here. It's on Sarna. Perfect. So yeah, this is the Crescent Hawks Inception, and it is more of a role-play game. One of the earliest BattleTech, I suppose, role-playing games available. That is on a computer. BattleTech actually does have, as a system, a whole host of different books. So let me go here. So BattleTech rule books. And just to explain what the game is. So, as you can see here, BattleTech has a set of core rules called Total Warfare, which explains the way that tabletop game is played. You have rules in the tech manual for how we build it, which we will be using, although in a form that is much easier to handle than actually writing everything out. Then we have Tactical Operations, which is advanced rules that you can use for having your battle mechs do some utterly asinine things, or utterly fun things depending on your attitude, such as picking up other units up and throwing them, or even wrestling with other mechs. And then we have advanced, even more advanced rules within strategic operations. So it's a very in-depth system, and these are just core rulebooks. There are also many literal novels written about the fiction. There are splat books, as one would describe them, for certain scenarios, and there are also books just filled with designs for mechs. And there is an RPG game for it, called A Time of War, although there is a system coming out called MechWarrior Destiny, which is not quite ready yet, but it will be at a certain point. Alright, enough of that. Let's take a look at what we're actually looking at of designing. So, Battle Mech, the general concept of Battle Mech. This is a very typical Battle Mech. Oh my goodness, let me... Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't cut the transition again. Wingmates, I am so sorry. Well, I made a tirade. Let's go on to BattleTechs. The rulebooks can wait. They did have BattleTech name only on the PC. Yes, they did. Wait, yes, the porting is difficult. I forget which one it was. Was it PC? Oh my goodness, I do not remember. But there is a modern PC game. Yes, we can go back. Allow me to go back. Here we go. So these are the core rulebooks that I was talking about. Here are images to the words that I said. The core rules, how to build them, the advanced rules, and the super advanced rules, along with an RPG system. And all of this is played on a hexagonal grid. And that form, and it's a turn-based game with players taking alternating turns moving and shooting their mechs. Okay, so let's take a look at what a battle mech itself is. It is a approximately 12-meter tall war machine, powered by a fusion reactor, equipped bristling with weapons of war, typically bipedal. This is an internal diagram of the very same Warhammer that we were looking at. This is kind of like D&D, but with mechs. Yes, Claudia, in some sense, BattleTech's rules are so incredibly detailed that you could actually consider them to be almost a role-playing game. In fact, you can roleplay as long as you make sure that after every scenario where mechs fight each other, you do things like repair and making sure that your pilot is able to gain experience and the like. Warhammer, yes, this is one of the classic BattleTech mechs, although it is a Macross mech, actually. Goodness, what was it? Which Macross Destroids? I always forget the Destroid names. But one of the interesting things about the BattleTech franchise is that in its early oh, the Tomahawk. There we go. So this is your Warhammer, although the Warhammer does not have a missile system besides the one in the shoulder right there. Yes, you are very much correct, Ultraviolet Combat. But yeah, so this is technically the Tomahawk. And essentially several animated franchises were worked into signing a deal where many of the images of their mechs could be used in a Western board game. And in this case, I believe, oh my goodness, I forget which particular animes it was. There were quite a few, including Dugram, I think Crusher Joe. I think the Locust, which is this particular mech, is from Crusher Joe. I believe. It is sometimes very different. Interesting, it looks very different from the more recent Warhammer models. Let's take a look. So Warhammer. So the Warhammer, that model that we saw before was the Unseen. That was the very original and iconic, pretty much exact copy of a Destroid. However, because of the licensing snafu that occurred with Harmony Gold, some of these designs were not allowed to be used due to a legal battle. And so there was a reseen design, which looked something like this. And as you can see, it does have the classic features of a Warhammer, including the SRM6 rack, the 2 handless arms, and the spotlight. However, it is an acquired taste, I would say. Yes. SDF Macross, Superdimensional Fortress Macross, Crusher Joe, Dugram, and maybe one other thing. I believe you're very right, Ultraviolet. I would have to look it up, and I won't say anything more. Because I will make a mistake if I say anything more. Yes, they are very much an acquired taste. Kind of jank is one way of putting it. Let's see here. Here's another reseen variant. As you can see, they're just different weapon layouts for the different variants of the mech in question. And when I say variant, essentially the chassis of the Warhammer, for example, has a base design that was once created by the manufacturers. But over the years, either the manufacturer or other nations, or because of field expediency refits, the weapons loadout, the amount of armor, and the internals of these mechs have been changed over the years. And in fact, because the technology level in BattleTech has shifted over the many centuries that the setting has been active. Oh, here is the most recent MechWarrior Online Warhammer. As you can see, it maintains the classic silhouette, but it is significantly different. It's a little bit more compressed in the torso here. So this is probably the most recent design, and I think most of these were, at the very least, drafted by Shimmering Sword, an artist. Yes, Alex Iglesias. I think he goes by Shimmering Sword, although I could be mistaken. Let's see, and here is another example of how battle mechs function. As you can see, it has its armor being stripped away, its internals exposed, but it is still fighting. That is one of the key aspects of a battle mech, is that it still keeps on fighting. Alright, so one of the other potential concepts that we could have for Claudia's war machine is an aerospace fighter. Because we shouldn't necessarily limit ourselves to only battle mechs. Although there are good reasons for using battle mechs because they are very personifiable. It is easy to put human features on them. Whereas a fighter is significantly more challenging. Oh, Shimmering Sword is a different artist. Oh my goodness, who does Alex go by? Thank you, Attenborough. It's been quite a long day of dealing with some bureaucratic issues regarding my licensing for the wishful thinking and the judicative steel. And let me tell you, the judicate judges, as the name implies, are very precise about every blasted regulation. And I want to be doing business in that part of space. And if I lose my accreditations, I will not be able to legally dock at certain ports. Flying debris, there we go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wingmates, the backseating allowed tag is very much enabled, and I think that BattleTech in general is such a broad and vast franchise that it is very difficult for everyone to know everything. That maybe some Terrans of your particular persuasion may call a cope. But I do think that it is a very broad system. Someone who knows the ground combat may not at all know the warship combat. Alright, so this is a Sabotai, if I am correct. A clan Omni-fighter. And as you can see, it is a very different thing, but it also has a place on the battlefield. Omni-fighters, in general, aerospace fighters, zoom around the battlefield using mech-grade weaponry and carrying mech-grade armor to do sweeps across the field and to destroy targets on the ground or in the air. We have not built a single aerospace fighter yet, but it may be an interesting concept to consider, especially because Claudia does have some, perhaps, history with the form of a bat, and she does have fantastic wings, which may lend themselves to a shape. You know that Cloud tends to play support or healing types, and little long-range explosives are shooting if more offensive. So I suppose in some sense we can consider it in many ways. A battle mech can be made to be a support role, such as one that has communications equipment, perhaps uses disabling weapons, uses long-range weapons, such as missiles, sits in the back, uses jamming, uses sensors, or provides targeting data. There are many ways to make a support mech. One could be I suppose, a tank support mech, where it uses its sheer bulk to anchor the battlefield. One could be a lighter mech, which scouts around. And aircraft, in some sense, do have a support role in battletech. This is because aircraft are simply unable to hold the battlefield. They are relatively fragile, all things considered, and while they are able to do a lightning dash and are some of the fastest things on the battlefield, they do not have the greatest endurance in some regards. Although we can, of course, armor it greatly, that is sort of a design decision. So in some sense, aircraft do have a supporting role on the battlefield of battletech. One other option that is related is VTOLs, vertical takeoff and landing craft. And one of them, for example, is the Karnov, which is a light transport and in some variants attack craft. The only mech from Battletech is the one from the SNES game and shows one with the cone-shaped cockpit and twin shoulder missiles and twin gun arms. That may be the Mad Cat. Well, let's see. Well, if you're talking about the Crescent Hawk's Inception, this is the Locust. But if we're talking about the Mad Cat, which I think is what you might be talking about, I think maybe you would recognize this right here. Or let's get a bigger image. Let's see here. There, the iconic Timberwolf itself. So, there is a faction known as the Clans. Oh, yes, there we go. So the Mad Cat is one of the iconic mechs, and it has been used as the icon for this series quite a bit. Another more recent icon for the Battletech franchise has been the Atlas, which has a death's head on it. And the Atlas is a 100-tonner. And for anyone who is not aware, mechs can be built, and essentially from, I believe, 20 tons up to 100 tons. I do not think you can build ultralight 15-tonners, although I will double-check. Mad Cat love in mech. Mad Cat is love. Mad Cat is life. So this is the Atlas, and it looks a little bit sketch there. But let's take a look at a more iconic image of it right now. There we go. There is the Atlas, imposing 100 tons and bristling with armament and armor. There have been some Canon 15-tonners, but they are very rare. Yes, so it was 15 tons. Because ultra-heavy protomechs, if I recall, can hit 15 tons. And protomechs are a really strange thing. Yes, as you can see, there are many design rules that you need to remember, and sometimes, let's see, protomech, autocannon, Procyon. Let's see if we can hit a link. There we go. So protomechs are teeny tiny battle mechs, which are built unlike a typical battle mech. So if you look at the limbs, you can see these green fiber bundles, which are myomer, and that is the exact machinery, or not machinery, that is the exact material that allows a battle mech to move. But a protomech does not have a cockpit in the head. Rather, the cockpit is in the body, and the pilot is hooked in via a neural linkage, much in the same way that I am hooked up to the wishful thinking. The Atlas is much cooler in full color. Indeed it is. Oh, I was talking about the celerity, and I think about the Roadrunner. Oh, yes, the celerity is absolutely frail and yet so very fast. We'll take a look at those. I was simply reminded of protomechs, just to show what some of them look like. It looks like muscle fibers, because indeed, Claudia, it is muscle fibers. In essence, these are artificial muscles, although not biological by any means, and they are what they call actuators in mechs. They don't use hydraulics in the BattleTech franchise. And there are a number of good cutaways, but it is not as easy to find them as I would like. Alright, let's see here. Let's take a look at the celerity. So this would be one of the lightest possible battle mechs, an ultralight class at 15 tons. You were very right. Ultraviolet combat, thank you. So this is one of the more recent designs, and I believe it is a Word of Blake design. So to quickly summarize what Word of Blake is, in BattleTech there exists what is essentially a cable company that is interstellar and provides communications across the inner sphere, which is the realm of human existence. And one day, or not one day, this actually was a process, perhaps a century in the making. There was a schism within that particular cable company, and part of that was the Word of Blake. And Blake, Jerome Blake, is essentially a almost mythological figure within the history of the Word of Blake, or of Comcast. Oh, not Comcast, Comstar. My goodness, so many phrases. And Jerome Blake was essentially the founder of Comstar, who, after the collapse of the Star League, which was a society, not a society, but a nation state which exemplified the pinnacle of human development and technology in the year 2750. During its collapse, Jerome Blake helped with the foundation of Comstar, which kept the fragile communications system of the inner sphere intact as much as possible. And this schism created the Word of Blake, and using the advanced technology of this successor to what would be the technology of the Terran hegemony, which was that powerful central nation of the inner sphere. They would go upon a jihad, cleansing systems of those who would not accept their rightful claim to Terra and to, I suppose, the center of humanity as a whole. Comcast hate. Oh, yes. Comcast has done a number on many of the VTubers in this community, Koopa being one of the many long-standing aggrieved by Comcast. Alright, so that is an example of an ultralight protomech. And let's take a look at something somewhere in the middle. Hunchback. So a hunchback, as the name implies, has a hunched back, but it also has a very heavy cannon, and it is an example of a medium mech. It is a balance of speed, in this case not firepower, armor, and cost. And it weighs 50 tons. Unless I am mistaken once again, because there are a lot of mechs. Yes, this is a 50-tonner. So, let's go back to VTOLs, because that is another option for a Claudia. And unfortunately, there are not as many good options. Let's take a look at the list of VTOLs. What's a more new one? The Warrior is a classic VTOL. It's very much just a helicopter, but the design can have many different types, with ducted fans and the like. The Peregrine is interesting because it has this flat pancake design and no tail rotor. Let's take a look at, it was not the Serrano. Yasha, there we go. So this is an example of a VTOL that uses ducted or jet fans. And as you can see, it is still technically qualified as a helicopter, but it has a different mechanical design to it. And in the advanced rules, that does actually have an effect on the way they maneuver on the battlefield. So one of the interesting things about VTOLs is that they tend to be fairly lightly armored. They tend to flit around the battlefield, going from place to place and plinking and doing light damage or providing sensor scans, targeting data, and the like. So perhaps, wingmates, you may understand why when I heard of Claudia's particular design interests and her philosophy as a whole, in terms of, I suppose, doing as little harm as possible to humans and to having a power that is somewhat suppressed, despite there being enormous, I suppose, potential that could be exploited there if one were to be unscrupulous, alongside with, well, the wings were certainly quite the aspect that inspired this in me, even though, as far as I understand, Claudia cannot really fly at the moment due to her weakened state. Although I think this is not necessarily a direct translation. I think that a VTOL does, along with aerospace, very much say support. And it does take some serious skill to use a VTOL. This is not a heavy support craft. They are generally not well armored. And if we do design a Claudia VTOL, there will be at least 2 of them on the field, because vehicles are typically deployed 2 to a pair by many factions. Although the Inner Sphere Lance, which is the basic formation of 4 units, will still remain 4 vehicles. Although to counter battle mechs, you will generally want to have at least twice as many vehicles. Another option is, of course, a vehicle of the conventional type, such as a tank. Let me pull up a demolisher. Well, I can just pull up tank. So combat vehicles, in general, of which VTOLs are included, is something that Terrans would be, of the 21st century, would be significantly more familiar with. These mechs also remind me of Pacific Rim designs. Well, I suppose there is a variety of designs, and I've only shown a couple of them, but I suppose in some sense, Pacific Rim is a quote-unquote real robots show, and Battletech is a very real robot setting. Greetings, Shadow Trooper, welcome to the convoy. It is good to have you with us. So here is a support vehicle, and in a sense, so here's the thing. By the rules of Battletech, tanks are simply more vulnerable. They are gimped. They are, how shall I put it? They are heavily constrained because of the way that the particular mechanics of them taking critical hits and damage occurs. Tank bros indeed. There are rules for making tanks significantly more effective. It's called the Vehicle Effectiveness Rule, I believe, and it is present within the Tactical Operations Rulebook, and that simply reduces the amount of potential critical hits that can occur to a tank. And unfortunately, most vehicles experience the critical hit of being disabled. Basically, you hit the tracks and the vehicle is no longer mobile. I call bubkiss on that, and it breaks my immersion within the Battletech setting, but I've accepted it as a design conceit of the system, and we will have to live with it. Although likely, if this is ever run on the field, I will use vehicle efficiency rules. It seems like they just eat damage. So tanks actually can very much soak up damage because of the way that you can array armor upon them. And at the same time, they can also be incredibly vulnerable because of their specific gameplay rules and conceits. If I recall correctly, when a tank or other combat vehicle is hit, every hit has to be checked if it's a crit. For motive damage, yes. So every time a combat vehicle is hit, not a VTOL is slightly different. It has its own set of special rules. But every time a tank is hit, there's a chance it will be damaged in some way via its motive system. And on certain hit locations, such as from the side from a particular angle, which on the table of rolls is indicated specifically. So let's actually see if I can find that table. Here we go. So wingmates, this here is the bread and butter of Battletech. These are tables. Battletech is normally played with 2 6-sided dice rolled together and added. And for example, if you have a shot that lands on a vehicle and you are shooting it from, let's just say, the side, you will then roll 2d6. And if you roll, for example, the average of 7, it means you will hit the side of the vehicle that you were aiming at. So if you were shooting at the right side of the vehicle, you would hit the right side. But look here. We have 8. Side critical. So just because the tank exists, it has a very, very significant chance of being critted. It is a balancing thing, yeah, otherwise one would just flood a field with hovercraft and overwhelm the enemy. You can still do that. You can do the Savannah Master Swarm, but that does not work in certain kinds of terrain. But yes, it is very much a balancing thing, especially considering some of the advantages vehicles have, like not counting heat. And heat is the balancing mechanism of the game. So as you can see, right here, there's also a potential vehicle-specific critical that can occur with these stars. No, I believe these are... Oh my goodness. Nope, you know what? This is what happens when you play Megamek. You forget what the rules actually read. So always reread the book briefly before you play after a while of not playing. These crosses indicate that if you are hit in these locations, there's a chance your vehicle will be disabled. So there are certain kinds of weapons within the game that are actually incredibly efficient at knocking out vehicles. And these are scatter weapons, because they have a greater chance of landing more blows, and every time you land an individual blow on a vehicle, you'll actually roll once on this table. And that means that your chance goes from you go from having one chance of immobilizing a vehicle using a really good motive systems crit to having more than one chance. SRM's indeed, Cryptid513. Welcome to the convoy, Cryptid. Yes, Claudia, there are so many rules to Battletech, but it is much easier once you actually get into the gameplay. Right now I'm simply explaining some of the design issues and why perhaps it would be good and why it perhaps would be bad to have Claudia be a vehicle of some sort. So vehicles do include wheeled vehicles, super heavies, hovercraft, and the like. And they also include Widge vehicles, which is a wing and ground effect vehicle, which is akin to something like an aircraft with stub wings that uses the fact that when an airfoil traveling across the ground is very close to the ground, there is a very interesting air padding, for lack of a better term, effect. Let's actually take a look. Air ground effect. Hopefully nothing yab will appear if we search this. I do not think that is a term in that regard. So, yes, let's take a look. So the Ikranoplan is one of the other names for a ground effect craft. There we go. Let's see here. So, essentially, oh, goodness. Well, Learn to Fly is a perfect site for this. Essentially, normally, you have all of the air being thrown down by the wing just simply dissipate in the atmosphere, but here, it will essentially form a pad underneath the craft. And they use that to support more weight than a typical airfoil would be able to fly with. And this is indicated by wing and ground craft having very oddly shaped wings like this. So now that we've taken a look at some of the basic types of vehicles, and actually let me pull up a Widge for you. Widge. What's a Stuka? No, Stuka is a fighter, but we can even take a look at that. Stuka. A Stuka is a conventional fighter that uses a jet engine, and it is a classic Star League design. Wait, no. I'm a fool. This is a fusion craft. I was thinking of the Mech Buster. The Mech Buster really looks like the Stuka in some regards. I will not be corrected. This is the Mech Buster. This is a conventional jet fighter. Because the other fighters are actually powered by a fusion reactor. They take in atmosphere, they hyperheat it, and they eject it out the rear. But yes, both the Stuka and the Mech Buster, in my mind, are cute. Let's see here, Mech Buster again. Yes, the Mech Buster is a very funny plane. It is nothing but a flying cannon that swings through and hopes that it will survive long enough to attack a mech, which oftentimes it does not, unfortunately. It also can carry bombs, which is one of the powerful uses of it. Ah yes, the Sea Buster, a variant that was supposed to be a float plane additionally. Alright, so let's take a look at the Widge. Widge, wing and ground effect, category Widge, combat vehicles. Pandion is a good example. Actually, the Pandion looks very bad because it's a Dark Age design. The Dark Age is essentially a time period. There we go, the Swallow. Okay, so I mistook it because Swallow is what the Me-262 fighter of World War II Germany, of the World War II German Luftwaffe was called, at least when translated to English, which is also, I will mispronounce this, but Schwalbe in German. I can't pronounce it quite well. And the Swallow is very much reminiscent of the Swallow Me-262, as indicated by this triangular cross-section shark nose and the twin jet engines here, although they have been moved to the upper part of the wing. Aerospace fighters can fly outside the atmosphere as well. Yes, At that point, they use their internal reaction mass reserves in order to push themselves in vacuum. Fly in, try to knock out a mech, try to survive, and hope you can have an airfield to come back to. The life of a mech buster pilot, I assume. Very true, Ultraviolet Combat. Very true. Essentially, if you are a conventional fighter jock, good luck. Conventional forces in general, such as those running non-fusion engines, good luck. The same goes to conventional infantry. But this is what a Widge would look like in Battletech. Okay, so with those visual aids in mind, and we may come back to the browser because visual references are good, and I will remember to do the cut. There we go. All right, let's take a look at Megamek Lab. So, wingmates. Do we actually want to go to Krita first to do a couple of potential sketches? So let me move this reference image away, and let me hide these layers. Oh, I didn't do the switch. 1 second, please, wingmates. Okay, so we're going back to Krita just to look him in the eye. Okay, let's see. Megamek Lab, turn off. Krita, come online. And we make the cut. There we go. All right, wingmates. So please bear with me. I think that because Claudia has so many potentials, we need to actually figure out what would be, I suppose, feasible for us to think about. And why is the mouse not responding? There we go. Let's try that. Okay, here we go. That is working. Can everyone see the screen? Please shout out if you cannot. Okay. This design may take some time, but that is all art takes good time. All right, let's see here. Okay, pressure sensitivity is active. There we go. Let's go with black. Let's do a bit of a sketch here. There we go. Perfect. Delete that. Nope. Control-Shift-Z. There we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, good, good. I'm glad that it is working as intended. Perfect. Thank you, wingmates. So, we'll have our little Claudia chibi here to help us along with our inspiration, simply because the other reference images are somewhat large. Okay, so Claudia. Let me actually paste a layer in that I can draw on, because the reference images are not meant to be drawn on. 1 second, please, wingmates. And we will actually, ahead of time, so normally I do this backwards, but I think this time around we'll have to do it sketch first, design, and then finalize. Or at least get some of the design conceits down on paper. Because right now I am simply having such a hard time figuring out which type of unit to make Claudia as. And I think Mech will end up being the final design, but, you know, sometimes variety is the spice of life. And many may disagree with that, and sometimes that is the case. But let's just do some thought experiments. Let's mix things up a little bit. Okay, so looking at Claudia here. First things first, let me make the pen somewhat smaller. Variety is good, yes. Perhaps not too much, because then you have too much chaos, but a balance of variety. Greetings, Melchior. It is great to see you here. We actually did a design for Melchior in the last stream of this particular series. Unless I'm completely losing my mind, in which case I absolutely apologize. But Melchior, please feel free to throw your link in. And let me actually plug Claudia again, too. Here we go. Hello, Roman. Welcome to the convoy. Let's see here. So, subject. Here we go. Here's all of Claudia's links. Her socials, her Twitch, and her YouTube archives. Cryptid, we are going to accept that we can use mixed tech and experimental. However, we can tune that down. So we don't have any limits, and we can use non-canonical time limits, such as extinct weapons. But I do think that we should attempt to have at least some kind of coherency in terms of Inner Sphere versus clan designs. I admit I haven't watched you in a while since Iron Mouse featured you, so Melchior's design was the last thing I saw. Oh, interesting. Well, Ultraviolet, I absolutely understand that not all of my content is for everybody, and I'm simply grateful that wingmates come by and enjoy whatever jives with them the most. So thank you for coming by, and I hope that I can help you have a good evening, with a little bit more mech design. All right, let's see here. So, first thing I noticed is this emblem. We absolutely must have it somewhere. Now, while this may actually... Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Now, while this emblem could actually be incorporated into the design, I think it would work well as a unit logo, as Attenborough would say a decal. All right, so let's circle that. Let's use red, because red is the color of attention, amongst other things. So this is very important. We need to have this somewhere. But I do not know if I can integrate it directly into the design, because there is a bit of frailty to it, especially if we include the dangling bat. Although, Claudia, is the little face... I was watching you do your live 2D. Was the face a little bat, or was it a little cat now? I'm not quite remembering correctly at the time. Jinxed, Attenborough. How viable an Arrow 4 would be against conventional aircraft? So, Cryptid, Arrow 4s have a special ammunition type called anti-air, and that is very viable against conventional aircraft. In fact, it is one of the most powerful anti-air systems because it can reach out to map sheets rather than to a hex-based distance. Also, you can use conventional Arrow 4 ammo as flak weaponry against... there is artillery attacks against aircraft, although they are difficult. So you're much better off using something like a HAG, which is a hyper-assault Gauss rifle invented by the clans. Okay, so let's take a look at Klau's face. So, if we were to make her a battle mech, I think the glasses are important. Yes, glasses. Because they provide, I think, an interesting anchor to her facial features, and even in the chibi, as you can see, the glasses, the circles, make your attention very different. And I'm not going to do one of those edits where you remove someone's features in order to show what it's like. But I think wingmates can understand that particular idea. I think Cryptid meant how viable would it be to mount an Arrow 4 on a conventional aircraft. Conventional aircraft, I'm not sure you could actually fit it, but you can use with special artillery rules an Arrow 4 from an aircraft. And that can be done off a dropship, that can be done off of a fight conventional if you can fit it on, and it can also be done off of aerospace fighters. However, I do not think you're not allowed to use air-to-air armament using Arrow 4s. However, there are hardpoint mounted Arrow 4s. So hardpoints, imagine if this is the underside of a jet fighter. So let's give it a bit of a fuselage, a bit of a belly. Here's the thrust coming out the back. Hardpoints are mounts on the wings upon which you can put special munitions like missiles or bombs. And you can carry Arrow 4 missiles on hardpoints. So you don't necessarily need an internal launcher. And there is a specialized anti-air-to-air missile, which is not necessarily an Arrow 4, but there are missiles that fighter craft can carry for those particular operations. Let's see here. You're embarrassing both Clau and Rob right now. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hello, Mythodox. Welcome to the convoy. I hope that I am not. I'm so sorry. I was quite rushed in my getting of these resources, and I needed some more references. So please, can you link Rob's design or Rob's Twitter? My goodness, words are eluding me tonight. You did not know about the hardpoint mounted Arrow 4s? Yes, it's a pretty obtuse thing. Oh, hello, Rob. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think your chibi is absolutely fantastic. This is excellent work. Claudia, who was the artist for this particular piece? Oh my goodness, I am having a moment right now. I have designs in my head and not accreditation, but I would greatly appreciate Twitter links for those involved. Thank you. Rob, you absolutely deserve credit, so I'm sorry, but I will shill you. Crowheary. Oh, could you please, Roman, link Crowheary's Twitter? That would be absolutely great. I think all of this art is fantastic. And if I'm to understand correctly, this is Claudia's own reference sheet. I just instinctively followed you, Rob. RT spam incoming. Good job, Melchior. Let's see here. Thank you, Headless. Thank you for putting that down. Welcome, Niwa. Good to see you there. Get comfortable with the convoy. Have a beverage, because we are not necessarily going to engage in combat operations. Okay, So, cute chibi, very handsome art, and very handsome reference sheet. Okay, so we have glasses. So this will be an important part. I think this can be represented as sensors. So we have these rather plump lips. Sometimes designs have something like a very little bit of a slice, but I do enjoy that the lips are distinct on Claudia's design. Although on a battle mech, I'm not sure we'll actually be able to install that. So here we have a bow. I think that is, because the white here somewhat is contrasting to the black, that may be a design parameter. These braids, they are somehow going to have to be incorporated as either cables on the back or perhaps as design elements on a fuselage if this is something that is not a battle mech. Okay, so moving on, we have these little frills here. That could be mounted on the arm of a mech, I think. Perhaps as a piece of decorative armor, or perhaps as some sort of cowling. Although it may be difficult to get the fact that it is lace across. Although we can do something like the arm of a mech, and then we have a round antenna-like element. Although this lace may actually make for an antenna element on an aircraft. So here we have the corset. So this is a frontally adjusted corset here, although I'm not an expert in corsets. So Claudia, do you lace this from the front or the back, or is the lacing simply traveling through the front too, or is this a two-piece where you have lacing on the rear side and lacing on the front side, and then you have two halves of the bodice or whatever you wish to call it, and then we have this little bit here. Okay, but yes, I think. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. You know what happened, Claudia? I saw art of you with a corset being drawn. So I don't know if there's simply no lacing here, but that was absolutely stuck in my mind because I found that art very adorable. So, let's see here. Lace could work well with some kind of corrugated metal or grating, perhaps. Ooh, Bunzel, yes, that is a good idea. Corset technology. So I think this hourglass shape will probably be necessary somewhere in the design. I think. Let's take a look at the shaping. So we have a trapezoid, followed by another trapezoid here. Okay, so this already does look like a wasted fuselage of a fighter. So we can make Claudia Aerospace. In fact, as you can see, we can even throw a wing on already. And this skirt very much works as, I suppose, the rear component of something aerospace, or maybe even VTOL related. Now the corset technology, huh? Are the wings going to be blades or a shield plating? Well, Legion, I'm not sure. So the wings will absolutely have to be present in some shape or another because they're a critical part of this design. They hit the silhouette, they are here, and they are very much present on this bit of art. In fact, here it is almost being used as a counterbalance of darkness to Claudia's lightness of her. What would you describe this? The corset is here. A blouse? Oh, I'm not very good with some naming for fashion. I apologize, wingmates. It could have partial wings. Although Claudia herself does not fly, but that would be interesting to have a mech with partial wings, but no jump jets to take advantage of them. And that while that would eat up tonnage, I think it would add to the flavor of the mech. That the design is so has once been produced with jump jets for its capability of flight, but this particular variant is a support variant that perhaps is a field refit, or perhaps it is the design was so heavily integrated with the wings that ripping them off would be too expensive for the manufacturer. There's a lot of interesting canon history for battle mechs, which is available in the record sheets for them. Or not record sheets, the technical readout books. And you can essentially read about the design, what occurred, why there are some certain problems, and it is no shame for a battle mech or vehicle to have problems. Like reverse praying mantis blades. A little bit. Spacer, you need to do an Instagram fashion review deep dive stream. Perhaps I could one day. Although I am loath to judge someone on their fashion sense, as many different cultures have many different fashion appearances. I have my own tastes, but I will, of course, moderate them. Could aid in heat dissipation. Yes, yes. Partial wings in general act as a very heavy heat sink in addition to their other properties. Let's go! Okay, so one of the other interesting designs is let's take a look at this. There are two distinct sections to the bell shape of Claudia's skirt. We have this jagged design, and either through decals or through sheer plating or design itself, I think this visual cut needs to be present. Even on the chibi, it is present because it is so critical to the look. And of course, these hexagonal inlays with the rose embroidery also may be important. Now, the bows could be a decal or decorative element, perhaps represented as something akin to a link of some sort. I do not know what this would represent, but you could do it that way. But these hexagons, I think, would also be good decaling. And Niwa, my 2 cents. Any frills and laces could be used as heat pins. The wings on the dress can be used as a ground effect ailerons for max speed. Yes, I think there are many aerodynamic qualities to Clow. What kind of weapons are we looking at? Missiles, arms, or missiles or arm cannons? You can mount weapons on pretty much any part of a battle mech, and the weapons available are generally speaking lasers and particle beams, missiles of multiple varieties, autocannons, or ballistic weapons in general, Gauss rifles or railguns, as some would call them, and what else? What else do we have? Melee weapons and the like. If I have missed a category, that might be quite egregious, but those are the basic categories of weaponry. So now we go down a little bit lower. So there's quite a bit of frill here. Let's see. Oh, in the back of the design, it appears there is another layer of skirt. Oh, there it is, there it is. I should always look backwards. Oh, the tail. This we have to incorporate somewhere. So even on a fighter, this could be something like an antenna coming off the top. This is a bit long, but I'm trying to sort of demonstrate what I mean. This is a very interesting skirt design. So there is a quasi-pencil skirt with a front apron, or perhaps a demi skirt, as if I could make up terms right here. Missiles everywhere. We may do that. Can you mount mortars on battle mechs or similar indirect fire weapons? Yes, we can, Corpse. There is the Mech mortar, which is a rather interesting system in that it is one of the few BattleTech weapons that is allowed to be fired without direct line of sight to the target, without a spotter. And in that, it is very handy, but it also has incredible issues with terms of tonnage, damage output, heat, and general utility. Oh, those hexagons make me think of missiles. Yes, I think there is many missile ports in many games use a hexagonal shape for them. Let's see here. But yes, missiles are also missiles and artillery form the core of battle mech indirect fire weapons, along with some mortars. I'm not actually sure if mech mortars have canonically been mounted on any single mech, despite them being called mech mortars. Was originally thinking a Gen or a catapult seemed to do well for her, at least anything LRM heavy or a corpse set in direct fire. Yes, I think for a mech, anything in direct fire might be very good for a Clow. Clow's missile circus. Yes. We've got to take into account how heavy the weapons are. We will. One of the big limitations is how heavy this particular mech can be. I immediately thought of a tag scout, but an artillery unit might fit better. We do already have one artillery unit, but because there are at least going to be 2 sides to this particular mech showdown, it is not an issue to have more than one particular artillery mech. Yes, this does look like the Aegis system on an Aegis destroyer, or on a Ticonderoga destroyer of the United States Navy of the 20th century, which sort of would have looked like that. Or I think it was rotated 60 degrees, I'm not quite sure. Greetings, Pig D20! Is this not Pig D6? Or am I gaslighting myself? But I think your dice number has changed. Which chassis will be using for the mech? I think we will probably be using... Ladies and gentlemen, wingmates, we can make Claudia a land-air mech, which is a transforming fighter that can also be a battle mech or a widge. These were all of the things I was talking about. And thus, because Claudia in her different states, her past, present, and perhaps future, embodies all aspects of a land-air mech. So I think there we go. Wingmates, thank you for triggering that remembrance. Because that is the type of chassis we may be able to use. And it will fit with some of the delicacy of Klau's design. Because Clau is not exactly muscle-bound. While hiding her strength within her, she does not exactly have rippling muscles the way some designs do. And that is not a judgment on Claudia's appearance. It is simply a statement of my particular observation. All right, let's take a look. I missed some comments here. I think there's a Dark Age Deviant quadruped design that has 2 mech mortars. Oh, and some of the society mechs. Yes, some of the odd society mechs would probably have that. Let's see here. Lamb Scout. Yes, we are very much in the danger zone. Well, I'm glad that there is support for the lamb idea. And welcome to the convoy, Lacanoscopy. It is great to see you with us. All right. Oh, I'm quite excited about this. The legs could be propellers. The legs for strike witches. Well, unfortunately, most lambs do not use propellers. And while I do think that the strike witch's design does look very fascinating, it may not be appropriate for the crunch of Battletech. Although we may consider it. Let's see here. Lightweight air-to-ground attacks. Yes, so this is... Lambs are very much support units. They are not DPS. They cannot mount enough weapons for DPS. However, they have incredible battlefield maneuverability. They are incredibly quick in different modes. And they are able to swoop in undetected. And I'm assuming that perhaps prior to her atonement, Claudia was able to swoop in undetected and obtain her nutrition through whatever means necessary. And I think that all of these stages of the land-air mech would pay tribute to her personality. My goodness, I am tingling with anticipation, wingmates. I am excited. My life support is telling me I need to slow down my heart rate, but this is fantastic. Okay, this will be one of the most challenging designs to date because I do not know which state to do the lamb in. I think we'll do a Gerwalk mode or the Widge mode. I forget what the proper technical Battletech term is for the intermediate state of a land-air mech. I think that may actually be land-air mode. It may be. Okay, so let's keep moving on with the rear of the design on the skirt. So, now that we know that we have a land-air mech, the wings are perfect. They can be on the back and they could fold away. Or something akin to that. So the tail can remain an antenna. This cut here, we may be able to incorporate it, but I think the whole pencil skirt will have to be carefully moderated. So here we have stockings. So this is a very classic look. I don't have much to say other than there is a hourglass to it, the way the typical, I suppose, leg is, if it has this particular, I suppose, amount. Because sometimes legs do have a bit of a straightness to them. But in this case, we do have some rounding. Land air sounds right. Maybe hover mode. It might be. Can the tail be used as a harpoon weapon? So there are short-range missile launchers, the SRM-2 rack, for example, or the SRM-4, or the SRM-6 missile rack, which are capable of firing missiles which have an anchor on them. However, these are literally used for whaling. Not gotcha game whaling, but for actual whaling on worlds where there, or perhaps for hunting, where there are beasts on planets that would benefit a hunter mech from having a way of immobilizing the prey. But this is very ineffective, and this ammo is useless against conventional battle mech armor. Spacer rating legs. Well, I'm simply describing them. I'm not actually giving a rating. I'm saying that this is the particular pattern to them. I'm sorry, Clau. I did not mean to go this in depth into your design. I am only saying this out of praise, not out of anything else. You wish you could whale. Well, we may be able to mount an SRM, so if you did go on perhaps a vacation to a place with whales, you may be able to switch to SRM ammo and go whaling. Let's see here.
Okay, so now we move on to the most controversial part of any design for some reason, and that is the locomotive motivators here. So the important part of these locomotors is that we have a heel, which I think must be incorporated into the design. And the heel, if we look at a side profile, which we do not necessarily have, so let's see here. So, assuming this chibi is a good idea of what it is simply a platform that does taper down a little bit towards the base. And this is a, okay, I'm very bad with the names of fashion shoes. I do not know what this particular type of shoe is. I am thinking of the word Mary Jane, but I do not think that is correct, especially considering it has this little strap here. Although I do not know. I do not know. Oh goodness, here come the nicknames. Locomotors, wingmates. These are locomotors. They are required by most humanoids in order to propel themselves along the ground for the various purposes in their existence. All right, let's see here. Pumps, pumps. Okay, let me write that down. Pumps. There we go. Pumps. There we go. Right, so we have pumps. All right. So let's take a look at the back. Here we have a bit of lace. I do not know if this is structural. It looks rather thin, although there could be leather running through here and allowing a greater hold for the pump in question. So here we have the profile is rounded. So perhaps the Battle Mech's leg actuator will also need a rounded shape. Okay, so we have an expression of distaste here. Here we have so I think this indicates distaste because there is a bit of here. Here we have a bit of a more perhaps melancholic or maybe a bit of embarrassment to this emotion. And here we have a happy cloud. All right, so this will absolutely be an emblem, I am thinking. Oh, I'm so sorry, Clow. If you are uncomfortable, please let me know, and I will cease this particular design operation. Your comfort is my priority, and I will not continue this if you are not feeling the design component here. Oh, okay, I'm glad. Okay, so for the back, which will likely not be showing, we do have an exposed back to the dress, through which the bat wings project. And we must note here that the wings are attached at a point rather than at a long flap or at a gimbal. But however, we may attach them as a gimbal to the land air mech that we will be designing. Oh my goodness, that is not a wing. And here on the back of the dress, we also have this little bit of nape. So there is one connector here, and the remaining connections are made with the corset. Let's see here. Oh, is this this may be a bit of either skin or this material, the white material peeking through. I can't quite tell with the way my monitor is currently emitting the colors. Okay. Fantastic. I think we have quite a few. Lace gloves. I think this pattern will be important. Otherwise, there are not too many features. This is a typical humanoid arm, but it does have a lovely lace glove upon it, just like this lace of the dress. Okay, fantastic. Skin. Oh, it is skin. Okay. Yes, I thought the pinkish tone was that indeed. I see. So the skirt is actually not fully, it's not a full join here. You wish your doctor was this thorough. I apologize. I'm sorry that your current medical practitioner does not deliver such in-depth analysis, but perhaps that they do not need such in-depth analysis. Although that is maybe wishful thinking on my part. Okay, so the bow is a classic bow. It has, to its shape, this little divot here. It is not a bow with a flat projection, and definitely not a pointed projection, which I've seen some bows like that. We do have these frills right here, which would be good for texture. We have these vertical stripes. So I am an incredible fan of Big O. And Big O had a cockpit that looked something like this within the chest cavity. Big O, Big O, Big O. Ye who is not guilty. Or cast in the name of God. Ye not guilty. Okay, there we go. So Big O had a cockpit like this. And that really reminds me of that for whatever reason. Yes, Shadow Trooper, very cute design indeed. And then we have frills here, which would form excellent pauldrons that have a little bit of a shape that runs like this. Okay, here we go. I think we have thoroughly analyzed Claudia's design. Let's see if the chibi inspires us. I really like the cute tail. I think that the heart shape is something we must absolutely try to keep. Let's see here. Yes, we have the frills. Other artists' renditions of something that is ostensibly similar are incredibly important for figuring out what is the key element of a design. And obviously this emblem here. Let's take a look at this other design. Okay, so we have the glove. We have, see, the skirt here was done a little bit differently. And this is what happens when different artists take different inspirations, or perhaps have different times for the design. So this one does not have lace, and I think that is an interesting way of doing it, because the lace would make parts of it may have actually been, or maybe I'm missing the lace, but I do not see it. But I think parts of it would have been hidden by the darkness of this particular piece. And thus having the skirt be completely purple is actually a very interesting way of giving more volume to this particular part of the art. Let's see, we have the braids, fantastic. We have the little bat hanging off a chain on a crescent moon. Here we go. We have Clau, your eyebrows. So here they are a line. Oh, there we go. They are of a purple color, but here it may be moonlight that is making them look a little bit whiter, because there is a purplish tinge to your hair, at least on the reference sheet. Oh, goodness. Oh, there are things going on. Casting them in gold. Yes, guilty. I am not guilty, wingmates. What have I done? Hello, Miwa. Welcome to the convoy. And Kimmy Spice. Welcome to the convoy. Consume ploit. Pilot. There we go. Miwa, we are currently making a land air mech for Claudia, because it fits her the feeling of her design so very well. An entity that can fly, but also chooses not to fly for the sake of others, but has that potential within them, and is also a support, and is able to move quickly, I'm assuming, in the form of power. All right, let's see here. I am borderline not say-so tonight. Excuse me, wingmates. I am maintaining a dignity of professionalism. I am currently explaining what I find interesting about this art and the artistic merits. Reminds me of Big Faust. Oh, Big Faust or Big Fau? And was there also a mech called... Because Big Fau, spelled F-A-U, had a bit of a helmet that looked like a submarine conning tower. And of course, you know, oh my goodness, that does not look like Big Fau. But Big Fau had a very interesting design. This is now turning into a Big O drawing stream. Don't worry, everyone. He can't do anything weird as long as he's trapped in the jar. Well, don't worry, wingmates. I have many deliveries to make, so I will be in the jar, as you call it, for quite some time. Okay. Oh, and this particular artist did indeed make your dress back far lower. So that is another valid design choice, is to take this line and put it back all the way to where the skirt would begin. So that is a different form of dress in that I do not think, without any supports in the back, it could hold up as a corset, but I think this is an interesting alternate outfit. Okay, here we go. Big O date night with Spacer. I am so sorry, but my date with Big O would be with R. Dorothy. I do respect R. Dorothy as a very professional individual. She always keeps a cool and always makes sure that business is done first. And she manages to keep Roger, the negotiator, out of trouble in many cases. If the jar starts boiling, we know the gig is up. My temperature maintenance systems are very powerful. You're a louse, Spacer. I just may be. Draw your own conclusions from the available data. All right, wingmates, I think we have our inspiration. We have all of the primary detail features selected, and now we understand what we want. Now we have to think of weaponry, but we'll get to that in the Megamek screen. All right, here we go to the spreadsheets, everyone. Spreadsheet time. All right, turning off Krita and engaging Megamek Lab. Awaken my Megamek. Oh, come on, come on. There we go, and let me do the cut. There we go. Fantastic. Thank you. Dorothy has nerves of steel. The Dunch, Bird Mouse. Welcome to the convoy. An unsung hero. I don't know if I said hello to you, but welcome to the convoy either way. Are you saying that after the business is done, you would like to interface with Dorothy? Yes, Melchior. Oh, well, so if the interfacing would imply that I could go into Mindscape with her and learn about her personality that way, I think that would be quite interesting, and it appears that she is capable of neural interface. I do not know how to describe it to you other than by saying you need to experience it, wingmates, but interfacing with a machine or with another being is a incomprehensible thing until you do it. The only way to describe it is through long-form poetry and art simultaneously. Yes, hello, Unsung. It's surprisingly hard to find a variable fighter design in a skirt. Indeed it is, but we will try. Interfacing with Spacer. Yes, if you have an interface and you would like to... I will say, I interface with individuals quite often in vessels with more than one pilot, or with quite a large crew. Almost the entire crew tends to be interfaced in a common mindscape. There are barriers that you draw between yourselves, and you let them down as necessary. But you are able to interface. And I will say that interfacing is certainly not easy at first, but it does get much easier with time as you develop what I would describe as synesthesia. That is the only way I can say it. You develop a mental body, so to speak, that represents you in this particular form of uplink. Okay, just remember, we're all in a simulation. Indeed, Claudia, you, everyone I'm speaking to may be in a simulation, but I certainly hope it is not the case. I would much rather enjoy that everyone here was an individual with their own life and history. Okay, here we go. Hello, Ape Like Smell. Welcome to the convoy. All right. I am so happy to do this, wingmates. We are hitting the lamb button. There we go. So, let me actually pull up the browser once again, and hopefully I will be much better at this than I normally am. And I want to show wingmates what a lamb looks like. Here we go. Please holler if you do not see the browser. Let's see. Like Phantom Touch in virtual reality. Yes, Kimmy Spice, that is one way of describing it. Although I am not missing any limbs. I've heard others who have had their limbs both voluntarily and involuntarily amputated. That is sort of the feeling that they receive. Thank you for clarifying that the browser is up. Okay, let's take a look at lambs. Here we go, land air mechs. And there were not a lot of lambs, so we can actually look at all of them. So here is the Stinger. This is one of the lighter lambs available. As you can see, in this particular mode, the land air mech mode, it basically looks like a fighter with legs. Oh my goodness, Bat at Video Games is raiding! Greetings, raiders, greetings! Wingmates, man the weapon systems. Don your power armor, get within the combat frames. We are holding the bridge. All convoy ships, and separate the formation so that the enemy munitions cannot damage all of us at once. Return fire! Return fire! Oh, 30 hours! 30 hours! Oh my goodness, Bat. I stepped in for some time. My goodness, you are a champion. Wingmates, could we get some pachis for the raiders? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me attempt to get a pachi of my own here. There we go. All right. We have let the raiders know that this is our vessel, but I think we can stand down. Stand down. Welcome, welcome, raiders. How are you today? Oh goodness, that's a lot of Pachis. Fantastic, fantastic. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Spacer Haywire. I'm an independent starship operator of the Courier Torch ship. Courier Torch ship, wishful thinking. Tired indeed, everyone. Tired indeed. I would very much imagine. Oh, has she gone to bed as she has sent you off? Oh, there you are. Hello, Bat. Reminder that my people should just shut it and enjoy the stream here because, Bat, no need to necessarily maneuver your raiders in any particular way. I appreciate their personalities as they come. No one has to mold themselves in any particular way to be present here, other than, being polite and, hopefully respectful, and abiding by the terms of service of the site that we are currently present on. But thank you very much for coming by, Bat. I am very impressed by your actions, and in general, your streams are very entertaining. Sometimes our hours do not match, but I do lurk from time to time. But I do hope you get some good rest, Bat. I do not know if you'll keep typing, but you deserve all the rest you can get right now. And it is a bit of a funny thing. We are actually working on a mech design for a, I suppose, vampire VTuber with some bat features, the bat wings. So I suppose maybe there may be some relation there. Oh no, of course. We are also known for getting off topic here a little bit. But thank you, Bat. I do appreciate when streamers do their best for that sort of thing. Much appreciated. All right. Oh, I'm glad that mech design awakens you. I cannot read everyone's name who I haven't seen before right now, but welcome everyone to the convoy. Unfortunately, quite a few things came by. All right, but yes, I pilot a torch ship courier, and I do basically deliveries or tramp trade for a living. I take my vessel between star systems, taking expensive and typically low mass cargo that customers want delivered with priority. Typically, that is data. They came for my homeworld. Yes, Mutant Carrot. There is an image of me as Adam Steiner with a ventilator, the way I'm using it. Look, I will follow any fan of BattleTech. Also, I have 2 accounts. Oh my goodness. TK4. 4554671 You don't have to follow me just because I enjoy BattleTech, but I absolutely appreciate that you enjoyed it. So stuff like meth, not meth, Passelfluff. Well, I do not know. I have delivered secret cargo, which I was not aware of the contents, which could have been some kind of drug, but a good courier who wishes to have all of the lucrative contracts does not ask questions. Oh, thank you, Melchior, for popping up the project avatar. And I suppose once we get back to Claudia's design, we'll also make sure that we have Claudia, her socials pasted in the chat. At least it wasn't spice. I'm not familiar of a specific spice as a proper noun, but I am aware of the spice melange of the Dune universe. Nothing like that is prevalent in the sphere of human colonization that I'm aware of. Oh, thank you, Melchior, for punching in subject. Much appreciated. A big hand to Melchior for helping out with all of these moderations. But I do have a rather boring wiki page open right now. Let me show Wingmates the next land air mech design that we are looking at for inspiration. Here's the Wasp land air mech variant. We'll be making something like this, both as a design and as art. We have already figured out some of the basics, but we will need to actually get the physical record sheet created. Favorite clan or Inner Sphere faction? Favorite clan? None. Society? I'm a Society player. And Inner Sphere faction? For funsies, Rimworld Republic. But practically speaking, perhaps Merrick. Let's see here. Jet with legs, indeed. This may be a straight rip of the Gerwalk. Some of these designs are unseens, which means that Harmony Gold actually licensed BattleTech, the company FASA, in order to create to borrow them. But after a certain point, they were not allowed to use it due to legal issues. And here we have the Racine Wasp. As you can see, it looks significantly different, and this is Mech mode for it. And we should have Air Mech. Oh, Air Mech. Air Mech is the in-between mode. So this is the lamb in Air Mech mode, where it basically is wings with legs. And we have the Mech in fighter mode. So as you can see, it's a rather beautiful design. Yes, a VF1 Valkyrie, essentially. I was at a con panel presented by Shoji Kawamori of Macross fame a few years ago. He was really cool. Oh, that is very, very fascinating. Was that lecture worthwhile, and perhaps is it recorded on YouTube by chance? FASA licensed from Japan. Indeed it did. And recently, there was certain legal action which has prevented Harmony Gold from causing issues with the portrayal of some of these unseen designs, as they call them. Veritech Fighter. So here's a Phoenix Hawk Lamb, and it's another Veritech Fighter looking design. That's the old school version of it. And here is the modern, or I suppose the remade, Phoenix Hawk Lamb. So here we have it in Air Mech mode, and here we have it in fighter mode. So as you can see, the mech mode looks nothing like either the Air Mech mode or the aerospace fighter mode. And here are the three newest land air mechs made by the Word of Blake, which is a insane faction of essentially space telecom company with religious undertones gone fanatical. And their mech is the Yurei. And these are all named after demons, I believe, or mythological creatures. So that one is significantly freakier looking, or scarier. Here is the Pwoka. I can never pronounce it, so I say Pwoka. And it has this lovely little head. Let's see if we have a different image for it. We do not. And here we have the Waneta. We will most likely design akin to the Waneta because it is the heaviest possible land-air mech at 55 tons. But this is what it would look like. It has a very aggressive set of claws on it. The Waneta is my favorite canonical land-air battle mech. Let's see here. I'll check it out if it was recorded. It was cool. He talked about the design creation process behind Macross. Oh, that would be very interesting. It's always great to see the creative process of any particular designer. To point that Studio New did the BattleTech Japanese rulebook. Oh, yes. Wingmates, I will show you. So this is an example of the licensing. This looks exactly like a BattleTech design, the Warhammer, but it is the Tomahawk Destroid. So let's take a look at BattleTech Japan. Let's hope there are no naughty results in the images. Perfect. So I may actually find the design sheet for all of them. Let's see. There's nothing naughty here, I think. But it looks... Oh, perfect. So let me show you an example, actually. Let's see. A Rifleman, Phoenix Hawk, Panther, Ostol, Hermes. You know what? The Battlemaster might be a good example. Let's take a look at the Battlemaster. Here's the Karnov VTOL. So let's look at the Battlemaster. Did you mean Battlemaster? I did mean Battlemaster. There we go. 1 second, please. Heavy Transformers vibes. Indeed, with the Lander mechs, it is very much Transformers. So it's not on YouTube, but if you Google Shoji Kawamori Otakon, there's also some summaries. There's a TED Talk by him on YouTube that covers much of the same content. Very interesting. Thank you, Jay Harris. Much appreciated. Oh, just the car. It might have been. Oh, he designed the original the Optimus Prime. That is interesting. I'm gonna have to look at that original design. Just to recall. So this is what the Battlemaster looks like in its current modern iteration. This is from a very fresh rulebook. As you can see, it is a bipedal war machine with an ostensibly detachable handheld weapon and this giant cockpit. Now let's take a look at some of the older designs. This is the original unseen Battlemaster. As you can see, it keeps most of the features, but this is... I forget which animated series this is from. But that is the original 3025 Battlemaster. Here is the unfortunate and much mutated Reseen Battlemaster when the licensing for it was in question. So as you can see, it's I am not a big fan of it. It has a charm of its own, but it's not my favorite. And here is the new Mech Warrior Online Battlemaster. So as you can see, this one has much wider hips. What do you think about the robots from Robot Jocks? I think they were pretty fascinating. And let me just double check that I am referring to the correct thing so that I do not lose my mind. Robot Jocks. Let's see here. Let's jog our memory. There's no shame in that. Oh yes, the control system for Robot Jocks, I think, is one of the most, I suppose, realistic, for lack of a better term, in terms of Western battle mech media. Spacer Kiss players. Cosplayers, perhaps? I believe it was from Dougram. Oh, yes. Okay, so the Battlemaster was originally from Dougram. And now let's take a look at the Japanese variant. Now, as you can see, that is a little bit different, to say the least. That is the Japanese Battlemaster. And there was an entire rulebook with entirely different designs published for Japan. Ostensibly, I believe, due to the licensing issues, because the original designs still belong to Japanese publishers. That Reseen Battlemaster isn't too bad. I think it's used on the 25th anniversary box. Yes, it is. Or the book, was it? I don't remember. Hips like a carrier. Yes, they are quite the big hips on the Battlemaster. The Russian robot looked so cool. Oh, from from Robot Jocks. Yes, it did. Let's see here. Japanese version looks a lot more like the Sazabi from Gundam. Oh, let's take a look at the Sazabi. Let's see here. Sazabi. Oh, yes, that very much looks like it. Oh my, yes, that very much looks like it. Those hips don't lie. If you don't know what Kiss Players is, I'm not going to be the one to teach that to you. Godspeed. I'm sorry, Kimmy Spice. I'm going to have to look that up right now. On of course, a different data terminal. I do not wish to, okay. I'm not having an easy time. What is this? What is this? I am so confused. I am so lost. Feel free to send me a private message via Whispers or something like that. That would also work. Oh my goodness. Japanese Battletech also had 9 exclusive Battletech novels. Oh yes, so Battletech had novels. So I promise you, Wingmates, we will get to the design section shortly, but we must also demonstrate that Battletech had novels. So if you like fiction, Battletech has a lot of fiction. Look at this. Going back very far. Decision at Thunder Rift. The Sword and the Dagger. Mercenary Star. Warrior on Guard. Look at these names. These are... and these are Stackpole novels, so everything explodes in Stackpole novels. I don't know what it is, too. Oh, Kiss Players is a Transformers series with a rather yab concept. Oh, interesting. I'm glad I didn't search it in this. The designs were done by Studio New, which is the team behind some of the mecha for Macross and Armored Core. Oh. So they also did Armored Core. Fantastic. Robot Rabbit Hole. It's Transformers. Don't worry about it. Japan only gets the 30-25 rules because the game never caught on in Japan. Yes, it never did, and that's unfortunate because the designs definitely are, in some sense, conventional, at least regarding Japanese mecha, in the way that they have these bubbly shapes, especially reminiscent of that particular era, but they are very detailed, and I'm very impressed. This is the dragon, by the way, which the dragon looks like this in classic Battletech. Let's take a look at the dragon, although there is the Grand Dragon. Yeah, it's a bit of a difference, wouldn't you say, for the dragon and the Japanese dragon. Okay, so I think we've taken a look at the lambs that we needed, so let us turn off the browser and go back to Megamek Lab. Let's do the cut. Here we go. All right, so design time. This is going to be a long stream. Spacer, I was an Armored Core fanatic all the way up to 3. Oh, interesting. What did not make you a fanatic all the way anything past 3? The trading card game would have been for the Japanese market for introduction. Oh yes, there was also a trading card game for Battletech. That was very odd, but a lot of the art, the variant art, for mechs that you normally don't see in any other form comes from that particular game system. Will the stream go on for 30 hours? Probably not. The drawing will take the longest. Hello, Bioshocker, and welcome to the convoy. The original Transformers series, Jetfire, shared a model from a cross-sog. Oh, did it? I did not know that. The Griffin is indeed very Zaku-esque. Oh, the story lost you after 3. Yes, it did get a little bit elite piloty. I much prefer real robots to some extent, where pilots are not necessarily special individuals. Although I can appreciate both stories. I definitely think that is the case for me. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, the companies were... it's a very dystopian future. So now we have various different kinds of mechs that we can build, but we're going to build a land air mech today. And the motive type here is a difference between having a LAM be capable of 3 modes. One where it is a fighter, a air mech, and a mech, or simply being a fighter or a mech. We never go bimodal because there was only, I believe, one prototype bimodal mech ever made, and it was a failure. So the structure will be standard. The engine, we only have a few choices for engine, but let's go with mixed tech inner sphere because land air mechs are incredibly frail and they need all of the technological help that we can get. And I think that the mystical power... Oh my goodness, what am I doing? I should also make sure I show everyone who we are designing right now, because people might have ideas. So let me quickly throw up Krita. Game capture Krita, here we go. Awaken. Awaken my masters. I can't remember that tune off the top of my mind right now. Alright, let's see here. Krita. Come on, Krita. Come on. Come on, you got this. There we go, alright. Let's see here. The Jetfire was a Macross toy. That's why Harmony Gold hates Hasbro. Oh, yes, yes. Land Air is built for speed. Indeed it must. So we are currently doing Claudia Elora, a vampire VTuber. And let me plug our subject here again. Subject. There we go. That is her socials and her channel. And right now we are working on basically taking this design, which we have drawn a lot of John Madden style battle plan lines across to analyze the various features. And of course we drew some big FOW and some big O right here. And we are now going to try to give the weapons that we mount and the equipment the essence of Clow, who is a vampire who is currently essentially allowing her powers to wane in order to basically protect humans. Any blood that she takes is voluntary, even if she still requires blood. But from what I understand, she does enjoy human food quite a bit. Claudia, is steak still your favorite sort of non-blood meal? John Madden, you. That was quite an interesting phenomenon I witnessed in the past of my time on the JumpNet. Oh, and yes, to any wingmates joining us, I am actually transmitting, from my understanding, several hundred light years away across faster-than-light communications relays known as JumpNet nodes, which essentially use lasers to send data across a microscopic wormhole and to come out the other side, having traveled a great distance. And apparently there is a JumpNet node on Terra somewhere, which no one seems to be aware of, and I have found my way through it onto the internet of this particular Terran collective. And I'm very happy to be here, and I wanted to give my shot at streaming, because streamers have given me great joy, and this is part of me giving back for the great joy that streamers have given me by creating mechs for them. All right, let's go back to Megamek Lab. Let's complete this design, and I will stop being caught up in my own flights of fancy. There we go. Here we go. Oh, you heard of this style of communication? Yes, I do not know if many other Terran denizens have heard of it, but faster-than-light communications is the backbone of the sphere of human colonization. Without it, we essentially consider any world without an FTL comm system to be not really part of civilization. It may be a little bit of a gray zone, Legion, for how I am reaching you. Okay, so we have available to us all of the technologies. So let's actually... Oh! Wingmates. What would Claudia Elora's battle mech, or air mech, land air mech, be called? I think there may be some interesting ways of phrasing that name, but I cannot think of one off the top of my head. So, just as a thought experiment, we will be naming this mech, so please keep that in mind if you have any ideas and wish to throw them out there. Let's see here. Okay, so we will be using a standard fusion engine because it's the only one available to us for a land air mech. Batwing. Yes, there will be a Batwing in this somewhere here. Now, the gyroscope cannot be anything bigger. So one of the interesting things is that in Battletech, you actually have sizes of things. As you can see here, we have this diagram, which represents the layout of components within a battle mech, within the Battletech system. And a lander mech has, in addition to the standard components that every single battle mech must have, Elora Wing. Elora Wing beats. What naming conventions are there? Claudia V. So one of the naming conventions of Battletech is typically that a chassis is named something like Megamek, and the model is typically a contraction like Mech, Meki, MKY, Megamek, and then it has a model number like 123. So overall, this particular type with its particular armament would be called chassis, or the chassis would be Megamek, and the model would be MKY123. So overall, it'd be the Megamek MKY123. Although this secondary convention is not necessarily 100% the way it is done, it is just tradition. Omnimech. I do not think we can make an Omnimech as a lamb. It is simply not one of the design parameters that is allowed for land air mechs. And to anyone who is not familiar with what an Omnimech is, typically when you construct a battle mech, all of the equipment is fixed, meaning that it is not possible to remove it rapidly without actually taking the mech to a repair bay and pulling off armor panels and ripping out wires and the like. Whereas an Omnimech is very rapidly reconfigurable. Components are built in a modular way so that you can switch between weapons for different assignments rapidly. Although how efficient that is questionable. Shadow Moon, that's an interesting name. I'm digging these references to both bats, moons, and darkness. Right, so let's make sure that we have all of the standard equipment, and we will not need any enhancements. So, battle mechs are powered by essentially electro-actuated fibers, essentially some kind of material which, when electricity is run through it, will contract much like a muscle, instead of some kind of hydraulic system. That is how battle mechs move. And these shoulders, upper arms, lower arms, and hands all represent parts of that system. And you can make that particular myomer, which is that electroactive fiber, be able to have certain augmentations to it, such as being able to go faster or being stronger. We will use none of that in this design. Elora Eclipse. Ooh, Eclipse. Eclipse in general is a very good name. I like that crescent thing, or Lunar Sanguinier. Ooh, that is a very poetic name. I do not know what would be more appropriate. Wait, we will use clan double heat sinks, which will give us more heat dissipation. Every single weapon and most systems in Battletech produce some amount of heat, so you must be able to vent it. That is how the game is balanced. You must balance how many heat sinks you have with how many weapons you have and how many tons you have to play with. Can you braid it so that the fibers equally handle the force? The braiding is not important because that is sort of a hand-waving thing in Battletech. The fibers are mounted in whatever way actually works best. And they are woven together in some fashion. There seems to be exactly 2 variable fighter designs with skirts, but they don't have Gerwalk art. This is going to be hard to draw. Indeed, Claudia is going to be a challenge, and I'm looking forward to it. Best way to view classification of mechs are like classification of World War II tanks. Well, World War II tanks I do not think perhaps fit completely what battle mechs can encompass in terms of their roles, but it is a fairly decent analogy in terms of weight classes. And although even different nations had different ways of classifying their tanks, for example, the British Army of the Second World War of Terra did have Crusader and infantry tanks, which the names make no sense unless you know the concept behind them. Oh, did I say Crusader? Oh my goodness. Oh, how did I? Crusader is a tank. Oh my goodness. Now I am forgetting the term. This is terrible. This is terrible. Infantry tanks and cruiser tanks. Cruiser tanks. Cruiser tanks are meant to ride around the battlefield at high speed and engage other tanks. Infantry tanks are meant to be slow and to engage other infantry and defenses. That was sort of their original design philosophy. Thank you, J. Harris. My brain goes for something cheeky, like Erzabet. All right, so one thing that lander mechs must have is jump jets. So we will try to make this lander mech as fast as possible. So we will burn a lot of tonnage on the engine. So right now it has a jumping speed of 5, which is pretty decent for lander mechs. And it has a walking speed of 5 and a running speed of 8. And this is in hexes on the Battletech tabletop grid. Let's see how much... Oh, you know what? I don't like this cruise. This needs to be faster. We're going to go with 6. This will be very heavy, but... Oh, that's too heavy. Okay, we'll have to live with a speed of 23. I think 23 is actually decent enough to get a good modifier on the battlefield. So one of the things in the Battletech tabletop rules is the faster you are, the harder you are to hit. And by being able to move up to potentially 23 hexes in one turn, this particular air mech will be very difficult to hit, and that is how it will survive. So, let's take a look at what kind of armor we will have. Let's make sure we give it as much armor as possible, although we will probably have to take it down a notch. So we have slapped on 12 tons of armor, which is quite a bit for a land-air mech, but trust me, a land-air mech is already a frail enough thing and needs all the protection that it can get. When your speed fails in protecting you, you will need to rely on armor. She's really purple, so maybe Violet Fang. Ooh, yes, something to do with teeth and the color purple. Ebony Reflections, oh my, there are quite a few names here. You know what, Wingmates? Let me open up a poll for you, because there are so many good suggestions. I think that we've done this before, and I think that we can actually start a new poll. So let's see. What should Claudia... I can't type right now. Claudia Elora's mech or lamb name be? And I will provide some dummy answers so that we can actually have the poll. I will not enable live discussion. Different color for each answer, yes. Allow multiple choices. Show results right away. You know what? I'll allow for multiple choices. That may allow for a different sort of result. Don't show results right away, and do not publicly list this. And we will allow for user-added answers. Okay, so let's see. We're done adjusting settings. And what are 2 names that I could throw in there? I'm gonna go with Batty. And for a second one, Bang. There we go. Okay, so let's make that poll. All right, here we go. We have the poll up and available. I apologize for that delay, Wingmates. Here we go. There we go. So please, do be polite. Please don't put in any terms of service violating words or anything else that would be rude to your fellow Wingmates. I would appreciate that. Lancars, feel free to make comments. I'm glad that memories are being brought up. That is what I'm here for, to help people relax, to help people remember things, and to simply discuss things. All right. So, one of the nice things I will say about Claudia being a lamb is that we are significantly limited in the kind of equipment we can mount, because lambs have incredibly strict construction rules in terms of what sizes of things they can mount. So, now that we have mounted a lot of armor onto the mech, we need to think of weaponry, and we will be using clan spec weaponry. So there are two major, I suppose, technology groups within BattleTech. One of them is clan, and one of them is inner sphere. And essentially, those are clan weapons and equipment is generally speaking lighter, more powerful, and generally more compact than inner sphere, only for the price of its point value on the battlefield in the balancing system of the tabletop game, which is called battle value, being higher. That is really it. Otherwise, they are generally speaking better. Other than that, if you look at the fluff here, and the fluff is essentially the rules level it's essentially details about when a weapon was introduced. And for some of these weapons, as you can see, we literally have dates. And also how available is it during different eras of BattleTech's history. And in this case, the closer a letter is to A, is the more available a weapon is. And this letter in front of the dash is the technology level. And the further away from A it is, the more advanced you need to have a tech base on your planet in order to construct that particular weapon. So if you are really, really into this level of detail, BattleTech is your thing. So here we go. Let me throw down Megamek. This is a shout out to this particular community-made editor for BattleMechs, including a recreation of the tabletop board game called Megamek, without Megamek Lab attached to it on the end. It's simply Megamek. And there's also a way of playing a campaign as a mercenary against the AI called Mech HQ. And there's also a primer for the BattleTech universe for anyone interested. So since we are very low on tonnage, because if we look here, we only have about 8 tons to play with right now, we are absolutely going to have to use very high spec weaponry to make up for that gap. So I think, Claudia, would she use ballistic weapons, energy weapons, or would she use missiles? She did state that she is very much into being a support role, and that could mean long-range fire, or it could also mean indirect fire, or it could mean both. Now, I think that perhaps... Okay, so my perception of vampires is that they have an aura to them. And that is in a sense that they have, I suppose, at least the folklore around vampires is that they oftentimes have some kind of aura to them that affects mortals around them. And I think that energy weapons tend to, I suppose, be something akin to an aura, because it is an almost instantaneous force that appears at the target. It could be a sensor suite. Now, we could actually make this much more of a scout rather than a combat lamb by dropping its armor weight significantly. Although that would make its survivability far lower. We could drop its speed in order to gain more tonnage, but we do not actually gain significantly more tonnage in this situation. We do not gain all that much. Let's see here. Charm. Yes. I think charm is one way to describe what some vampires can do. Missiles are indirect. Anything long-ranged. Yes, there are also energy weapons that are very long-ranged. But I definitely think that this particular unit might not be a close-up harasser. Simply because I do not think that we would want to get up close like that. Is there a weapon that can drain fuel or drain energy? Let's see here. There is a T-Semp. So the T-Semp may actually be appropriate. The T-Semp is, I believe, an acronym for Tight Stream Electromagnetic Pulse. And essentially it is a dump of electromagnetic energy directed along a plasma bloom, if I remember correctly. Although it may have a different provenance, because it should work in vacuum, but using a atmospheric plasma would not allow it to work in vacuum. It is very hard to do Macross Missile Madness unless you have a lot of tonnage, So TK, that might be a little bit difficult, especially considering we are running a land-air mech. I have an idea to solve the issue if you want to fit the theme. Land cars, please feel free to say the idea. In the meantime, I will have myself a little bit of a sip of water. I am currently operating in a simulation. In a simulation, so essentially everything that you hear is me inside of a computer with a neural link while I am piloting my torch ship. Because I must remain in the acceleration tank in the event that I am in fact accelerating, because my accelerations are usually past the point that the human body can survive the sheer amount of gravities placed upon it. And by gravities, I mean, I suppose, every standard gravity is approximately 9.8 meters per second squared. That is what I mean by that. The standard Terran gravity. Oh, yes, the T-Semp is something. But essentially the T-Semp has a chance of disabling an enemy mech and causing havoc on its systems. However, it has a chance of backfiring, which is very, very dangerous. So T-Semp is a bit of a mixed bag in terms of weaponry. Hello, Shadow Trooper. It goes. My section of space is currently quite stable. No suspicious IFF beacons out there. And I cannot detect any inbound suspicious objects that may be akin to pirate mines or pirate missiles. So I'm doing quite well myself. Oh, sure. Land cars, feel free to take your time to explain it. All right, let's see here. So, but yes, you can hear sounds, and you can also probably hear me drinking sometimes, simply because I wish to simulate what it would be like for a 21st century streamer to operate with limited equipment and with limited space, to give myself an extra challenge and to be more historically accurate to what streaming may have been like in the 21st century. So 1 second, please, wingmates. Ah, fantastic. All right, so. Oh, that is the wrong device. Okay, so while the T-Semp cannon, and which should probably be let's take a look at the tonnage. So we pretty much cannot fit a T-Semp repeating cannon on this and have any other weapons. And a one-shot T-Semp is a waste. It literally only has one ability to affect. You can have a deployable jammer spike on a tether. It can be mounted in the armor chest area. When fired, it can do the thing you need it to do while being a good distance from behind the target so you're not affected. Ah, that is an interesting way of emulating Claudia's tail. Can add a weapon. There are no sonic weapons, unfortunately, in BattleTech that at least I am aware of. Although some weapons are so loud that perhaps you can consider them sonic to a certain extent. So, in terms of jammers, if we look at equipment, we can take a look at the Angel ECM suite, and this is the top-of-the-line electronic warfare system. It is able to disable a number of information systems on enemy mechs, but unfortunately, jammers in general in BattleTech are a rather niche thing. However, having ECM on this would be very valuable because ECM disrupts lines of C3 communications. And C3 is communications, control, and command in a different order. Command, control, communications. And there are computers that allow you to relay targeting data between master and slave units, which allows you to essentially, by the rules of the game, have better numbers to hit. Excuse me, and by that I mean a better chance to hit in general. Sound would not work in space, indeed. Oh yeah, the Mech Taser was an early version of T-Semp, and it fires a harpoon, but I think it was just as unreliable as T-Semp, if not worse. Yes, the Mech Taser is pretty bad, and you have to be very close to it. Can you jam visuals in some sort of way with deployable chaff or some sort? There is a chaff pod right here, but it weighs 1 ton, takes up a crit, and is incredibly expensive, and it does not actually do nearly as much as one would like. You can, I believe, have missiles that have a similar effect. So let's take a look at, for example, the multi-missile system, the MML-9, which can fire both long and short-range missiles, and then we can look at the ammo types that we can pick for this missile system. So let's say we have normal ammo, we have streak, we have fragmentation, Okay, so smoke ammo is probably one of the best in-game ways of simulating jamming because smoke blocks line of sight and it prevents mechs from shooting, in essence. Then we can also have, let's see, is there any chaff ammo? I keep forgetting if there was ever any chaff ammo. Let's actually add in weapons, for missile weapons, a narc launcher. And a narc, I forget what the term stands for, but it is essentially a utility beacon system that allows you to launch very interesting pods and have them affect an enemy mech somehow. So let's take a look at ammo. Oh, so the clans only have explosive or standard narc pods. Let's take a look at the inner sphere narc. So let's take a look at all weapons. Oh, no. Missile weapons. And we'll go to the standard inner sphere narc. And we'll look at ammo again. Here we go. Oh, it was iNarc that had all of those pods. I apologize, wingmates. So let's go to all missile weapons one more time. Missile weapons, and we go to the iNarc. And this is the improved narc. It is not a product of Apple by any means. So it has a longer range, it weighs more, but it is a much more capable missile system in general. So as you can see, narc has explosive pods, it has ECM pods, and it has Haywire and Nemesis pods, along with standard narc pods. And basically what narc does is, I believe the standard pod allows a special type of missile ammo to have a better chance of hitting anything tagged with a narc pod. I think that the Nemesis pod attracts enemy missiles if they pass over a mech affected by excuse me, apologies. By a Nemesis pod. I think that the Haywire pod has its own effect. I would have to look that up briefly. And an ECM pod has the chance of generating ECM interference. Now, one of the difficulties is by the standard rules of Battletech, is you cannot mount partial tons of ammo. That would be great, but unfortunately, if we wanted to have a variety of ammo, we would need at least 4 tons dedicated to it, which is an absurd amount of tonnage for something being mounted on a land-air mech. So I think we will have to stick to something a little bit simpler than mounting any sort of this wizardry. Let's see here. The idea that they can vanish like a vampire does. Smoke is probably the best way to vanish like a vampire, although I will say that the land-air mech is so fast that smoke is almost not important for the modus operandi of a land-air mech on a battlefield. But the sound of it, that would be great for an assassination if what they're going for. Well, we are trying to go for more of a support mech, or support lamb, so let's actually take a look at the equipment. We would probably want an ECM suite of the clan variety because it is the lightest, and this will affect communication systems and certain other systems. It is a good thing to have. So that already eats up a ton very quickly. So we may want a targeting system in order to help direct missile attacks or bomb attacks. Although, well, let's mount it and see how much tonnage we have left. And that is TAG, Targeting Acquisition Gear. Basically, it's a laser that you fire the same way you would fire a normal laser at a target, but it will do no damage, and it will only mark the target for essentially a laser-guided weapon of some sort. Let's see here. What else might be handy for this particular lander mech? Honestly, I think those are the primary ones that are of a good choice to be a support unit. However, support can also be weapon support, not necessarily weapons equipment support. Well, we might throw those out actually. But the ECM, I think, does represent the aura of a vampire, and the tag system would certainly represent the sheer focus and determination of a vampire. Indeed, during a fight, they want to strike an annoying target to stop them from harassing the rest of the team. Yes, so perhaps weaponry is not the worst way to do this, because support comes in many forms, as we have discussed. All right, let's take a look at the energy weapons. We're going to use clan weapons, the better variants, but we can use lasers of the small, medium, and large variety, not to mention the heavy variants thereof, and not to mention the rather rare micro lasers and the extended range models. Excuse me, wingmates. So, what I think we will do, if we want to stay at range, or at least have the potential to stay at range, we will want this design to have a large laser. Okay, wingmates, what do you think? There is a piece of equipment called the targeting computer. And the targeting computer is, in essence, a way of having every weapon that is applicable to a targeting computer be slightly more accurate. And that is a very powerful thing in Battletech. Because the numbers that are added together to make the final number on a roll of 2 6-sided dice, which is a value from 2 to 12, you have less than 12 gradations. How many do you have? 1 to 2, no, not 11. 10 gradations, I think. Or I could be, I'm not visualizing this very well. But it means that a single +1 or -1 to the roll will mean that the effect, it could be very different. The chances to hit will be very different. So let's add a targeting computer to represent the precision, because one thing, wingmates, is Claudia does excellent art. So she does play games like any streamer would, and I think her choices are pretty good in that regard. But she also does a very incredible art. She is in fact doing her own live 2D now, from my understanding. So if you look on her Twitter, you should be able to see some products, and she does have art VODs. So to represent that precision that art takes, I think the targeting computer is not a bad idea. So let's make sure that we get a proper weapon for it. So ER Clan Large Laser. It weighs 4 tons, takes up 1 crit, and it does 10 damage while taking up, let's see here, well, being able to reach out to 25 hexes, which is very long ranged. The typical weapon range is anywhere from 12 to, say, 18 hexes. So 25 is rather good. So let's make sure that we mount that. And we have 1 ton left. I think that this mech is very poorly armed. To have only 1 ER large laser, I think that is absolutely dismal. So we will need to make sure that we provide another weapon. One thing we could do is we could actually instead mount a large pulse laser, which has its own benefits to hit. And ER large pulse lasers combined with a targeting computer will be a -3 to hit, which by the rules means that the average pilot will be essentially able to hit targets at long range as if that pilot was only slightly tired in their cockpit and they were operating more like a novice. But otherwise, it is a very good upgrade. Oh, Legion, I hope that you have an excellent rest. Thank you for coming by the convoy. Alright, so we could also go with medium lasers. So the clan medium laser weighs 1 ton, and at the same time it does 7 damage. So if you look at this, wingmates, the ER large laser weighs 4 tons, at least the clan variant, and does 10 damage. So that is not the optimal tonnage to damage ratio. Whereas the medium lasers, in the clan one, it weighs 1 ton and does 7 damage. And it still reaches out to 15 hexes. Oh, thank you, Legion. I'm sure that we will be okay. Thank you for the well-wishing. And any wingmate who needs to get some rest, please feel free to do so. I'm not keeping anyone here. This may take a little bit longer than I expected because the conceptualization phase was a little more difficult. So let's remove, we could actually drop all of this targeting equipment and put on a second large laser. Wingmates, what do you think? I think 2 large lasers would be good at representing the fangs of Clow. Although she would be missing the ECM suite. We do not want to drop the targeting computer, I think, because that will allow for much better accuracy. Yes, 2 lasers I think is best. So let's drop the tag, as much as I think it does add something. And I think we are close to being able to fit another large, ER large laser. So let's do that. and we are 2 tons overweight, and we have way more heat than we can handle. This is a bit of a problem, so we may want to figure out how to do this a little bit better. Possibly in the upper part of the torso. We will have to figure out which part of the torso we mount, which part of the mech we mount it in, because weapon location in land air mechs is rather important. Did you just call Clau overweight? Well, she is overweight right now in the sense that we have put more tons than her chassis does normally support. But I did say those words, but they are most certainly towards the mech and not the individual. All right, let's see here. So we would have to lose armor to make this happen, and we clearly do not have enough heat sinks. Although land air mechs do gain a bonus for heat dissipation, we should not have to deal with it. Technical terms, Mythodox. Yes, indeed. Oh, I do require another sip of water, wingmates. 1 second, please. Oh, and I will. I know it's a joke. I know it's a joke. I'm just being facetious, Mythodox. I appreciate your jovial nature. She's just carrying extra equipment right now. Yes. Okay, so I don't think the 2 large lasers will work because it runs too hot. Let's drop the large lasers and see what we can do with pulse lasers, although they're way more. That won't do, that won't do. We are running into an issue. We are running into a significant issue here. If we want twin weapons, there's not nearly as many choices that fit in with our tonnage without losing too much lasers. Our large laser is fairly heavy. Bunzel, large lasers are actually surprisingly light, especially the clan ones. They only weigh 4 tons for the incredible range that they dish out. The issue wasn't with mounting 2 large lasers. The issue was that 2 large lasers generates a total of 24 heat, and a land air mech, when it's zipping around, generates heat in addition to weapon heat. So at our worst, we would have generated 29 heat. Although, wingmates, I need to actually double check the land air mech rules because I think they have heat sinking that works differently. Allow me 1 second here. I really must check this. Okay, so I need to pull up a rulebook here. Battletech rulebooks, there they are. And I need to look at the rulebook Interstellar Operations, where the land air mech rules are actually written. Okay, once I find this, I will make sure to read it. So home, page up, page down. Let's find the land air construction rules, or land air usage rules. Bimodal mechs going in. Okay, page 106 of the rulebook. All right, let's jump to that. 106. Here we go. Page down. Okay, lamb conversion, bimodal lambs, airborne conversion, ground rules, land air mech, hovering, gaining elevation, walking MP, fighter mode, landing turn modes. Land air mechs are also incredibly hard to run. Perhaps we could run twin flamethrowers to represent the fangs, with a laser somewhere on the mech to generate heat. Well, Attenborough, I have nothing against using a paired weapon. In fact, we might use paired ER mediums, or perhaps quadrupled ER mediums. But I do fear that flamethrowers are a very difficult weapon to use with a land air mech. So I suppose for the idea of a land air mech, imagine that on a battlefield it is unable to make tight turns, practically speaking. So you will absolutely want to have long-range weapons so that in case you're unable to turn properly, the weapon is able to be aligned and also reach out that far. That is one of the difficulties of flying a land air mech on the map. So there are ballistic weapons, but they are incredibly heavy. Let's take a look at some of the ballistics. So let's take a look at what the machine gun looks like. The basic piddly machine gun. It has a range of 3, which is very bad for a land air mech. Mostly for the issue that getting close is dangerous for a land air. And it does 2 damage. So it's not a bad weapon, and it weighs very little, especially when you use a lot of them, like on the Piranha battle mech design, which I think has something like 12 plus, if not 24 machine guns mounted on it. But if that hits at close range, it can do an absolute enormous amount of damage. The lightest thing that we can get that is a ballistic weapon is a mag shot rifle, which weighs half a ton and has a range of 9 and does 2 damage. But the mag shot is still rather short ranged. Let's see here. And we also have the Clan AP Gauss rifle, which does 3 damage at 9 range and also weighs half a ton. And this one actually shreds infantry. It is, for whatever reason, very effective against infantry squads. Are there any mass drivers? Yes, if we're designing a battleship, there is a literal mass driver available, although it is very hard to use in Battle Space, which is the Battletech tabletop version of, I suppose, space combat. I've played some Battle Space, and it is not easy, but perhaps I will demonstrate it one day, because it is simulated in Megamek. The infantry only to deal with... the machine gun is to only deal with infantry at close range. Yes, along with the flamer, micro pulse laser, mini or small pulse laser, and the AP Gauss rifle. They're very good at dealing with infantry at close range. So the main reason I'm saying that ballistics are not very good is because if we look at something that actually punches well, like the Ultra AC-10, it weighs 10 tons without the ammo. And you would probably want 2 more tons of ammo. And right now we only have 8 tons to play with, unless we want to drop armor, which we will. But generally speaking, the damage per ton on ballistics is dismal. Generally speaking, the main reason energy weapons aren't the only thing used is because they run hot. That is it. One other thing I can think of is micro munition frag rounds. I think that might be what the AP Gauss rifle might do, but I think basically the end effect of the weapon on the tabletop is all that matters, and how it is reached is completely dependent on the fluff of the given manufacturer in question in Battletech. Yes, there's quite a bit of ammo. That is a lot of weight indeed. So let's go back to energy. And missiles are actually a lot lighter, but one of the issues with missiles is that they also demand ammo, and they oftentimes have issues about them. However, we can take a look at Clan long-range missile systems. So basically, here is, again, the disparity between Clan and Inner Sphere missile systems, or systems in general, is that the Inner Sphere version weighs 5 tons, whereas the Clan one weighs 2.5 tons, exactly half, and the only difference is its cost and battle value, which isn't actually all that big, surprisingly. And of course, the critical size is better for the Clan version. However, and there is no minimum range, and minimum range is essentially that a weapon has a harder time hitting a target that is within a certain distance. In this case, 6 hexes, which is right next to short range, which is 7 hexes. And that little gap of 7 hexes, where it is not within minimum range, is the sweet spot for firing LRMs, which is very difficult if they are Inner Sphere. And Clan LRM launchers simply get rid of that weakness completely. Bunker busters. There would be some bunker busters out here. I think that perhaps some of the Arrow 4 missiles could be considered bunker busters, along with certain atomic weapons, which are very, very, very rarely used. Apologies, wingmates. I had a neural interruption there. So, the primary issue with missiles is that while they do have a big number attached to them, which is the maximum potential damage that, generally speaking, the classic missiles can do, that you will almost always achieve something about half of that damage, rather than more. And considering that an LRM-10, or LRM-20, for the clans, weighs 5 tons, which almost consumes our weight, and we need at least 1 ton of ammo, and for their LRM-20 at least 2, that would be the only weapon mounted on this. So I think we're going to go with energy weapons, because everything else is simply too heavy and not worth it to mount on this particular craft. So let's make sure that we have large X-pulse laser. So if you take a large laser, let's find it here. Oh, let's see here. Energy weapons. There we go. So let's take a look at the large pulse laser. So the large pulse laser, the inner sphere variant, weighs 7 tons, takes up 2 crits, does 9 damage and produces 10 heat. And it is the bread and butter heavy pulse weapon of the inner sphere. Now, in order to extend the range of the pulse laser, after the inner sphere was developing X-Pulse technology, which is essentially ER pulse, under a different name. Let's take a look at the large X-Pulse laser. 9 damage, so so the same as an inner sphere pulse laser, but it does 14 heat. And you do gain some range. You actually gain a very significant amount of range. It now behaves like a standard laser, because a standard non-pulsed laser has a range of 5, 10, and 15, which is short, medium, and long ranges. And of course, let's see if it weighs more. It does not weigh more, and it does not take up more crits. So the big issue with X-Pulse lasers is that they are lower tech as compared to ER pulse lasers, which are their own thing. And it is also rather hot. Bat's a Mech's fan. Cools. Hello, Dreadnought. Well, Bat gave us a raid. Thank you to her. Although I'm not sure how into mecha she is herself. That would be something to ask. But we are designing a mecha that will have bat wings, indeed. Okay, so let's go back to mounting our energy weapons. Now we do have some interesting options, such as heavy lasers, which generate an immense amount of heat and have shorter range than other lasers, but at the same time dish out incredible amounts of damage. So the heavy large laser does 16 damage for 18 heat. And the fact that it's also concentrated in 16 points means that it's a head capper. And when you look at a battle mech, if you see that it has these different locations where it can be hit, you can have both armor and internal structure on it. And armor is the first thing that is hit, and internal structure is the next. And any weapon that does 12 or more points of damage is capable of beheading a mech in one fell blow. So, any weapon with that kind of performance has a lucky chance of basically decapitating. Rizvonic, this is Battletech indeed. We are designing a land-air battle mech for Claudia, Elora, a VTuber. And since it seems like we have some interesting folks coming in, let's actually throw down the subject of our art. There we go. So this is who we are designing a mech for, and we will be doing art shortly once we complete this. MechWarrior Online? No, the Battletech tabletop game, but we are utilizing, allow me to paste the link in there, Megamek. So Megamek is a community creation, a reproduction of the tabletop turn-based hexagon terrain board game that is Battletech. And there is the release for Mech HQ, which is a package which contains Megamek, which is the board game itself, Megamek Lab, which is what we are using to design mechs, and Mech HQ, which is a campaign simulator. All right, so let's see here. So the heavy large laser, especially the improved heavy large laser, is a very good choice, but it does lose range. So I do not know if we want to make sure that, and we will not be able to fit 2 of them on because of the heat. We will only have 1. And I feel like the Fangs aspect is interesting, although we likely will not be mounting these weapons in the form of Fangs at all, because the best mount points for a land-air mech would be the arms, simply due to the need to fire to the left and to the right, as the land-air mech sweeps around the battlefield. Without a turret, that is. So let's take a look here. If my mind wasn't so melted down, I'd browse through all of this info and have more data to work with. Oh, of course, no problem, Lancars, no problem. But please, keep a melted down mind. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, I forgot to throw the poll in. So the poll is a multiple choice submission where you can, oh my goodness, where you can vote and contribute a name for this mech. And if you click on Klau's Tumblr, Not Tumblr, my goodness. Twitter. They both start with a T. You should be able to see what some of her art looks like. And so far, there are quite a few good names, it seems. Let me see what the results are currently trending. Ooh, okay. Okay, I am liking that. All right. But yes, it's a multiple choice, so you can vote for the ones that you find excellent. Same difference. Well, I will argue that at least from the perspective of making multimedia posts, Tumblr had and still has an advantage in the sense of being able to have both text, audio, pictures, and proper formatting as opposed to 160 characters on Twitter. And I know Twitter has a different design philosophy, but considering how many people do multi-part posts, to me, Twitter has, in some sense, not been the best thing for that, and especially for art. It does some nasty things to certain kinds of images. So how far are we along with making a mech? What tonnage are we going for? What weapons are we utilizing? We are designing a land-air mech with mixed inner sphere technology, so we can use clan weapons, with clan double heat sinks, a movement speed of 585, so that the land-air mech can fly pretty quick. We have maxed out the armor, although we may actually drop it. I think we'll actually drop the armor, because Claudia, while she is, I think, a powerful entity, she is currently in a weakened state. So maybe 9 tons of armor. 9 tons of armor will suffice for us. That will give us a lot more room to play with. Yes, there we go. 9 tons of armor. And right now, the primary thing that we are trying to decide on is the weapons. We are clearly going for an energy build for this land-air mech, because ballistics are simply not viable. And missiles are also an incredible challenge to get working with this setup. Let's see here. Twitter is bad for media archiving. Indeed it is. It is rather difficult to peruse. But a mech in this, I'd be more limited to land and on carrier surfaces. Well, most mechs do not fly. This is an absolute outlier, but it just so happens to so perfectly fit what we're going for that we are going to run with a land-air mech. And apologies, I need some hydration there. All right, so let us... You know what? I don't think a heavy large laser fits. Let's go with biting weapons, and this will be the extended range medium laser of clan designation. So we can mount 2. No, actually, now that we have more tonnage, let's see what we can do with 2 large lasers, 2 ER clan larges. This will allow Claudia to stay off the field of battle for a little bit of time. So in one arm it goes, and in the other. There we go. So that way the lasers should be able to turn left and right as the mech sweeps around. Alright, let's see here. So I needed to check out what the issue with heat was when it comes to land-air mechs. Let's see here. I'm looking at the actual rules right now. Bombs and bomb bays, combat phase, stacking, landing, heat. Where is heat? 1 second, please, wingmates. Okay, excess heat and bomb bays. Pilot hit. I need to... Oh, okay. Jump jets for critical hits. I'm sorry that I sound like an absolute madman right now, but the Battletech rulebook is a little bit dense, and I'm simply muttering as I go through the sections. And to find the rule for how much heat is lost... Oh, here we go. Heat phase. Heat phase. Okay, in air mech mode, a LAM generates as much heat as a battle mech, and when using air mech MPs, 1 point of movement heat for every three air mech MPs expended is added. However, air mech mode also provides heatsink abilities with -3 heat, as with a land air wedge. PPCs are nice, but they are heavier. That is the main reason I'm not using them, because our tonnage is so limited on this mech. And I still want to have enough heat sinks. Because right now, we don't have enough heat sinks to fire both lasers simultaneously, and I think for a striker support, like this particular mech, having enough heat sinks to fire both weapons for an alpha strike is very important. And we do not want to overheat. One of the worst things for any kind of lander mech is to overheat, especially when in fighter mode. Let's see here. Which emote is that? The think. Yes, we are doing some thinking. How are you feeling about this particular design philosophy so far, Claudia? I apologize that it has taken so long, but as you can see, I go a little bit too far at times with the way I'm considering these things. Unfortunately, this is not as busy as most of the mechs that we've been working on, but I think that is the fate of all lander mechs, because they are so limited in their tonnage. So much of their weight goes to their engines, to their jump jets, which provide them with thrust, and also to their landing gear and the like. Essentially, you pay a lot for the privilege of being able to move very quickly across the battlefield. So, let's see if we can add other equipment. Let's see if we can add a targeting computer, because I think that would represent, as I said before, Claudia's focus. And that weighs 2 tons, and we are overweight again. I really want it. I really want that computer. I'd say a mix of medium and small lasers. Since this was supposed to be a bit of a support lamb, I did want to stick with more of a long reach design. However, what we can do is we can delete both one of the ER large lasers. Let me take a brief gander at some of my reference sheets. I'm not going to pull them up. So Claudia does have... Oh! I think I know. Okay, so Claudia's design has 3 hexagons on the front of her, not skirt, her apron. And those would be perfect firing ports for a pair of medium lasers and 1 single ER large laser. Okay, there we go. I think I feel it. Thank you for trusting my judgment, Claudia. Makes sense. Airplanes have to be built much more lightly than ground vehicles IRL due to weight limitations. Yes, indeed. And in this case, it's just we have so much of that airplane gear that we need to also cram into our battle mech's gear. ER larges go very hot, don't they? I'd say ER medium and simple large. The nice thing about the ER large, which is not available in any other form as a clan weapon, is it's lighter, and weight really counts here. Almost all of the practical lander mechs use clan weapons. And since this is, I suppose, built past the Dark Ages, we can just assume these are Inner Sphere produced weapons built to clan specifications. So let's grab 2 ER medium lasers for that range, because I want to stay out of reach. But yes, the ER large laser does go up to 12 heat, which is not as good as a PPC, but the weight very much counts, and there is no minimum range. Although ER PPCs don't have an issue with that. Oh, Alaric, you were lurking. I'm glad to see that you think it's going well enough. Okay. Oh, see, I am almost completely unfamiliar with the clanner stuff. I'm a pure ass boy. Oh, I see. But yes, as you can see, when we go to large laser, there is no clan variant except for the large chem laser, but we are not going to use a chemical laser because chemical lasers, while they generate less heat, they require ammunition, which is a problem. So I think with this hexagons on the dress approach, I'm actually going to gimp this mech a little bit and not put the lasers in the hands. And now we actually have proper tonnage, and we can mount a targeting computer. And our heat... Okay, so let's count our heat up. We have 12 for firing the large, and 5 and 5 for firing both mediums. So altogether, the weapons put out 22 heat. And when walking, the mech will put out 2 more, or running, the mech will put out 2 more heat. And that means that it will reach 24, which is exactly how much we can sink. So this is a perfectly heat balanced design. Let's balance that, put the heat sink that could not be fitted into the engine here. We can put the jump jets into the legs, because if the legs are gone, we have problems regardless. I don't like that. I'm going to balance them a little differently. I'm going to put 2 jump jets in the torso. Or, oh, no, no, no. Don't do this to me. Oh, no. I can't make them perfectly even. Oh, this hurts me. There are 5 jump jets, and one of them has to be off-center. No. Horrible, horrible. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. But the large laser has to be in the chest. It has to be, because I want the dress to be simulated properly with the hexagons. Remove a ton of armor for another jump jet. The issue with that is we will have to go from a 585 movement and up the engine. And the engine is already dastardly heavy. And we will simply be unable to mount this if we up our speed any further. And right now we have a air mech mode of 1523 cruise versus flank. And 23 is a very, very respectable speed already. In general, this will be a very maneuverable device. And this armament, I think, is also very respectable. So for every 3 MP... So it might get a little hot if we run it... like firing all the time. But hopefully this won't be too much of an issue. It does look wrong, but what can we do? All right, we have 1 more ton, wingmates. We are heat limited, so we need to think of either, is this going to be a weapon that we switch to and use our heat? Like, we can add another medium laser and essentially overheat if we would like. Or we could put... No. You know what? We were talking about support. So let's go to other equipment and look at the ECM. So clan electronic countermeasure equipment. And we will now add the ECM system so that Claudia is more capable of supporting her allies with interdiction of electronic signals. There we go. Perfect. Actually, 1 more ton. That's where that cup holder should go. One of the jokes with inner sphere technology is that, for example, the computers weigh an incredible amount, and the joke is that they are still using vacuum tube technology. And so everything is incredibly heavy and big. But of course, that is a bit of a tongue-in-cheek thing, but some of these numbers make no sense. And that would be a joke there. A cup holder would weigh 1 ton, and a clan cup holder would weigh half a ton. All right. So, Claudia, if you have some kind of extrasensory perception, do you think, or some kind of an aura about you? Basically, I'm trying to decide between 2 systems. Either the active probe, which is in essence a way of finding targets in environments where typical sensors would not be able to do so. It's essentially a advanced radar system, for lack of a better expression. Or you could have an electronic warfare suite, which is a jammer and a jam prevention system, which allows you within a certain radius of yourself to essentially prevent certain kinds of communications from occurring. That of the enemy, and also you may protect the communications of your allies. With your glasses, I almost feel like you do have a bit of a extrasensory-ness. Let's see. Oh, Lancars, you're heading out. I'm glad you were with the convoy for as long as you could be. I hope you rest well. The inner sphere cup holder is built heavier, so built better, duh. Yes, 07, Lancars. See you at the convoy at some other point, perhaps. Let's see here. I really hope I updated the feed information. I now think of that. Let's see here. 1 second, please, wingmates. All right, we are almost at the drawing and music phase. Oh, yes, I did correctly update the... All right. Sensory sounds good. Okay, here we go. Let's rip out the ECM suite and throw in an active probe. All right, now we have those senses, and look at this. Look at this. Now the amount of criticals in each torso is balanced. We are in perfection. And we have completely filled up our tonnage. Let's validate the unit. Validation passed. This is now the only screen we will see. That's it. Game over. I'm kidding. Okay, so let's take a look at the poll for the names. Let me throw the poll back down into the chat. Maybe someone has ideas that have come up into their thoughts. Okay, so for now we're just gonna call it Megamek. Actually, I'm just gonna, for my own sake, I will call it the Claudia. I'll call it the Elora. There we go. And I will strip out the model name so I can save it a little cheaply. Let's put it in the year 4000, simply so that all the weapons are available. Okay, I think this is a decent design. It is the lander mech, so it's very limited in the sense of what we can do with it, but now we get to do the art. So let's save this as VTuber Mechs, the Elora. Okay, we have saved it. And I will also export to PDF so that I can have a reference sheet for myself. So export to PDF current unit. Let's go here to VTuber Mechs, and we save. Let's see here. Yes, those are the designs that we did before. Don't ask about the beef bone. The beef bone is a beef bone. Actually, the beef bone is really cool. It's a battle mech for meat. And if anyone wants to link any of those VTubers featured in that list, actually, let me take a look here. Export to PDF, current unit. So yeah, beef bone is for meat. One of the many VTubers I've had the pleasure of meeting. We have egg with the Excelsior, which is a tripodal battle mech. We have Gale Strategos, and Gale mostly played RTS and strategy games. Melchior, who was in the chat earlier today, we made a mech for him. And actually, both of these are the same thing, it's just one of them came after the name was finally selected, which is the same thing that will happen for the Elora here. Okay, here we go. Beef bone. If we're making a mech-based game on me, I'd be a 95-ton Innersphere mech with 3 autocannon 20s. How do you fit 3 autocannon 20s onto a chassis, other than using composite and extra light engines and the like? Oh my goodness, that'd be a design. Can we just forget about the offset jump jet in the art? We will. We will center line the offset jump jet. Mad Bat. We gotta name it the Mad Bat. Oh, Mad Bat's a good one. Feel free to add it to the poll. And remember, your votes can be adjusted, so feel free to adjust votes as names come in. And it's a multiple choice. Oh yes, there is meat. And if anyone wants to throw in some of these other Twitters, so let's see here. Let's export to PDF again, find that folder. I'm sorry this is not exactly the prettiest way of doing it. But yes, if we could link meat, egg, Gale, and Mel, I think that would be most appreciated. Oh, Mad Bat is already on the poll. Miwa, poking your head in. All right, so we've saved that. I need to do a bit of a console command here in order to use Image Magic, which is a fantastic program to convert that PDF into a PNG. So let's see here, the Elora.pdf needs to become a Elora.png. Image Magic is very handy if you have a command line workflow or anything like this, and for doing some oddball things you can't do with visual editors. .png. Okay, quality 100, density 300. Conversion process is underway. Thank you very much for putting up those Twitter links. Much appreciated. Okay, I believe the PNG is made, so now let us switch over to Krita. Mech design is over. Here we go, turning off Megamek Lab. Let's get Krita online. Come on, wakey, and we do a cut. There we go. All right. Here we are back to Elora's design. Okay. The current top is sanguine, which is derived from the word sangu, which means blood in English or blood in Latin or is this an older English? Oh, are you using Windows 7? I am using Windows 7 indeed. I am simulating what it is like to be a, to use the expression, scuffed 21st century streamer. So Windows 7 is the kind of kuso that I require to complete the experience, the cherry on top, as some may express it. All right, let me get that PNG as a reference sheet on board here. Let's see here. The clow. There we go. Clow.png. Insert as ref. All right, let's zoom out here. Let's make the sheet a little bit tighter. We don't need it to be that big. All right, we're gonna have to move all of our reference work up top. So this is what a BattleTech sheet looks like for anyone new to this. In essence, you have fill in the bubbles, so it looks a bit like a tax form or a multiple choice test. And here you have all the weapons that you have available to you. Here you have the armor diagram. Here you have the internal structure, which is the bones of the battle mech, upon which all of the other equipment is mounted. And once your bones explode, you have a problem. What is this? Oh, this is SI, although that was utterly unnecessary. And here is the critical table, which is it gives you the exact layout of where all of your gear is. Not Vista, shaking my head. Vista's a little too bad even for me. But Mad Cat and Mad Dog are already mechas in the game. Mad Bat would be very cute. Yes, Mad Bat would be very cute indeed. Because there is a history. Oh, and the Marauder, which is shorthand, it is written MAD. Actually took a very long time to move on to 10. Understandable. You have my seal of approval. This VTuber may not actually be possible indeed. I almost want to test that, but this is too awful. Please don't try, Miwa. Please don't try. Ah, taxes. Once your bones explode, you have a problem. Ah, yes, I suppose that is a piece of wisdom you can take away from me. That once that happens, you're up a certain kind of a creek without a propulsive means. So we have our little chibi here, and these are layers that we have mutilated, as you can see here. All right, well, let's quickly go over the design conceits that we have engaged in. I've never seen paper this intimidating. Don't worry, Claudia. Once you get used to it, this is actually fairly trivial. You don't use all of this all the time. Most of what you use is this reference right here for the weapon ranges and this armor diagram. Basically, this little tippy-top sheet is important. The critical hits table, I think a good way of thinking about this isn't so much this isn't a war game the way that Warhammer 40k is, where a unit has statistics, but it could be written down on a 3x5 note card. This is more of a roleplay game that is also a war game primarily. So imagine this as your character rather than as a war unit. You know you have, yeah, I know you have problems when bones explode indeed. Put that on my my urn when I perish and my remains are cremated. If my remains are not recycled by some salvagers, though, that is. Okay, so let's do some more mad scribbles, and we can. So now we enter the phase where we lose our minds, and because we are about to lose our minds. Oh, hello, Skunk Fam. Welcome to the convoy. We only look at half the sheet when things start getting wacky. Yes, exactly. Rizvanik. They really are more like characters. The pilots much more as the vehicles. It takes a lot to bring one down usually. Indeed. I hope that you rest well, Miwa. Thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could. Hopefully, we will complete this art as quickly as we can. I will endeavor to do so. All right, wingmates, I'm going to fire up some SciTube so that I have the proper motivation. Scum! I forget some more quotes from that particular series. All right, let us move fast, baby. Let us not be slow. Okay, so here is the SciTube link. Allow me to punch that in, and the command is music. So if you forget the SciTube link, foolishness, Dante. There is the SciTube. So if you wish to listen along to some things that I enjoy, feel free to have at it. And I will need to. Oh, right, my audio input capture versus desktop audio. Okay, I need to disable that, I think, so that I don't play any naughty music on the stream. Okay. So my musical tastes are somewhat eclectic and perhaps nonsensical at times. So feel free to listen in. Feel free to not to. I will do what I do. All right, let's hope this is the correct playlist. Okay. Yes. Let me shuffle the music. There we go. Good enough. I think that will be acceptable. All right. Let me see if I am playing this over OBS. This would be unfortunate. Okay, good. I'm not playing it over OBS, I'm assuming. If somebody could confirm that, that would be much appreciated. Okay, perfect. So, I will need to turn it down on my end a little bit here. I do have to focus. Good. Thank you for confirming that there is no music on stream. If you wish to hear the music, it will be on SciTube. The link is right above your comment. Oh, I should put a little bit of a text here. Let's see here. Let me grab some text. Fantastic. Okay. Apologies, wingmates. 1 second, please. Okay, here we go. I'm trying to make sure that folks would be aware. No, that does not work. Okay, never mind. We'll simply, anyone who comes in can ask for the music. All right, so let's get down to sketching here. All right, so we have analyzed Klau's design here. Important thing, this will be a decal. Glasses should be incorporated into the design. The bow may play a role. This blouse here has an interesting pattern that should be on the chest. This corset here should also be maintained. We will need these crisscrosses. The bow here may have to be skipped, but we must have a wasp waist. Here we have the skirt with these particular indications, also with a more frail material to the end. Here we have 3 hexagons, which will be used for our laser ports. We have the wings, which will be mounted on gimbals in all likelihood. This will be a bit of an interesting design. We have the tail that we must make sure that we maintain, and it has a spade on it. We also have this particular striping in the skirt, which will make for a good color scheme. We have these braids, okay? We have a spot in the back, which is open. We have lace gloves with some frills. We have stockings, and we have pumps with platforms on them. All right, so this will definitely be pretty straightforward because the mech will be essentially on little platformettes. Let's see here. Okay, so I think those are primarily the elements I want. I will now, let's see here. I will now adjust the opacity of this layer so it's not quite as jarring. And I will add another layer. Here we go. Okay, so let's use a different color for some of our other developmental sketches here. Let's do a dark blue. Going back to brush. There we go. I think that's pressure sensitive. SciTube, my dude. Indeed. Okay, here we go. So. Oh, good. All right, so. One of the interesting things about lander mechs is they have 3 modes. Oh, TK, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could, and have a great one. Okay, so, one of the things about lander mechs is that we may have a humanoid mech, but we need to make sure we cram parts onto it that make it fly. So, I think that between a mech, a land air mech, or an air mech, should be the proper term, with some arms sticking out here, and a proper fighter with the legs tucked over in some way, or something akin to that. I think that perhaps the lander mech is the most unique, because we have designed quite a few of these, and to be frank, I am not very good at taking transformed parts. And I think that we will be able to place design aspects of the fighter and mix them with the limbs of the lander component and make sure that they work together. Also, long live the Federated Songs. Long live House Davian. Yes, TK, what a wonderful sentiment. Although I'm sure many fans of other factions have cursed your existence now. Okay, so. Oh. Let us feel the power. I'm not going to do that. I think we've done so many of these designs, and it's not that they're not fun. I think now that we have an opportunity, let's take full advantage of this, because we may actually end up doing a different aerospace VTuber now that I have stopped locking us into just battle mechs. Okay. Oh, sounds good. Good. Oh, and Claudia, if you need to go to bed, please do. I am so sorry for keeping you up this late. I will do my best to make sure this is as quick as possible, but you know how art goes. I'm sure you do. In fact, I'm aware you do. Okay, so we're gonna go with something like this. So the wings on Claudia have this bat shape to them. So these could be on a gimbal mount to the body. So we could do it a little bit unusually and having it stick around. I am in bed, lol. Oh, okay. Well, I hope that you will fall asleep with this to this. So I will perhaps talk less insanely. Unfortunately, the way my current audio input source is set up, I am not really able to reach in close and have a soothing voice. The main question is probably how a Gurwalk with a prominent head. Yes, I think we will need to do the head somehow. So we have wings. Oh, this is very much a challenge. Okay, what kind of flight mode? So let's pretend we're doing a Clow fighter. So I'm imagining the skirt is something like this right here during flight. So we have the skirt, we have the wasp waist, the best lullaby, dense battle tech streams. All right, so here we expand into the corset. And because this is a fighter, I think we can immediately close in and have sort of a cockpit zone. And I think this does not look like a bat, but... Let's see here. So we can actually have the legs sort of fold back here. All right, let's make that a little bit plumper. Ah, I can't get it round enough. Ah, this is causing me conniptions. Oh goodness, we have a double raid. Caskozuk and Guardian Zet. Oh my goodness, welcome raiders. The problem with transforming mechs is having to design every mode. Indeed, we're just gonna do Gurwalk though. Thank you, raiders. It is great to see you here. Beans, more beans. That is an excellent double raid. My goodness. Welcome everyone. We are not currently arming our defensive firepower, simply because this fleet is composed of quite so many different individuals at this point. We are currently designing a Claudia, Elora, land air mech, which is akin to a Valkyrie in Macross. How was your stream tonight, Guardian Zet? And and Kaskozuk. I'm so sorry if I mispronounce. It has been a rather long stream. But how have you been doing? I have not been able to keep up with everything that has been happening today. Okay, so let's see here. Now the braids could be something akin to a fuel line running from one end of the fighter to another. And then it has a bit of a braid tied to it. You played SCP Containment Breach single player and multiplayer mod. It was painful. Oh my goodness, that mod would definitely be difficult, to say the least. How was the netcode for that particular modification? I remember playing some rather scuffed multiplayer games with Alaric, the Long Drive. It was wonderful, but the netcode was having a lot of trouble. Wait, aren't most tanks or greater than mechs in most normal combat situations? Not by the conceits of the mech warrior and battletech setting. In that case, there are literal rules that make mechs better. All right, let's see. So the legs can kind of stick out, and I think I will actually want the legs to join in air mech mode, or in air mode. So here the legs are joined, and then we are definitely getting into scribble territory, but that's okay. Now for the arms. I think fold it up the arms would... Okay, should the arms point forward like this? Or should the arms be flat against the body like this? I think having them point forward might be interesting, but at the same time, them folded under might be more reasonable in terms of aerodynamics. And these wings absolutely must be thicker and bigger, so they must be something like this. There we go. A little bit bigger, a little bit bigger. Yeah, 6 hours of SCP just to get one ending. Oh, wow, that is insane. Was there a lot of death? It didn't lag too bad, but the items freaked out. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Sometimes netcode does not synchronize items very well. Oh my goodness. Perhaps the glasses would call for some kind of split bubble cockpit. Yes, I was thinking about that, Attenborough. So we have some kind of look like this. And we could chop it off to make it look like a bat, but it's not that Clow looks like a bat. Okay, so we're getting the fighter form. So the legs are like this, and there are definitely thrusters. Okay, so the legs are like that or so. Nice tail here. And then we have the actual tail that Claudia has. And that tail could be an antenna. And it sticks out like this, and it has a delta point on it. There we go. So wasp waist, keeping that critical feature. The legs will have their own features. The hands we don't have yet. Okay, so this is roughly what I think the fighter form would look like. So now we need to mutilate it and turn it into a land-air mech mode. I think that should be okay. Let's see here. The multiplayer mod works surprisingly well. You can't get softlock. You can get softlocked in losing items, though. Ooh, that is very unfortunate. How did you solve that? Did you quick save? Is there a loading system for that particular game? Let's see. Let's see here. We have a skirt made of iron. Do we care that much? We care a lot. Rizvanik, we must care. Folded arms make sense. Ooh, kind of like Gunbuster. Okay, now that I've said Gunbuster, I must put something in the list for SciTube very quickly here. Excellion March. There we go. Where are you? That actually might be further in the SciTube playlist, but I do not mind that much. I'll listen to it again. All right, let's cue that as next. There we go, perfect. Oh, and to any raiders, once again, welcome. And here is a poll for naming Claudia's battle mech. Allow me to paste it here. There we go, there we go. Let's see. Probably 100 deaths altogether. The multiplayer mod lets you save a respawn point. Oh, okay, so it isn't a load code, or it isn't loading style, it is respawn style. I see, I see. That is very interesting. I've never done the multiplayer for that game. I've only seen single player. Yes, it is akin to a Viking. It is very rare in BattleTech to have mechs that can transform that way. But we have chosen for Claudia to do that because she is a vampire, but she is also willingly letting her power wane for the sake of others. So to represent that she has many different states, and she is a little bit more frailly built, she is a lander mech, which is definitely a very frail sort of battle mech. How many mechs have we gone? I think we've done 4, and this is the 5th one now. So we are above a single lance. Is it time to aim for the top? Well, I actually enjoy the Excellion March the most out of the entire soundtrack for Gunbuster, oddly enough. Well, it's not Gundams, it's more like Gurwoks from Macross, but this is fully canonical. This did happen in BattleTech. But I can put the other Gunbuster tracks in. It's just this particular one absolutely gets me pumped. All right, let's see here. So we have the fighter done, so we can make that layer opaque. Excellion. Dun da da dun da 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 da. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so now let's begin sketching in a different color the actual final mode that we'll be doing. Let's do a vehement green. All right. Okay, so let's do a generalized body layout. So I'm gonna keep this torso hunched. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Clow, but I need to give this some kind of... All right, so if we are looking at it, let's do 3 view. Okay, so if you're looking at it sideways, we have the wasp waist. Okay, and I'm actually gonna, in this mode, keep the skirt up as an airfoil because we need control during flight. So half of the skirt will be up, and then the other half of the skirt will essentially... Oh, that is the thing. The skirt is short. Ah, perfect. The apron will actually be on the back. So the apron is on the back. We need to erase this here. Let me clear this up. Here we go. Yeah, Gundam had some transforming mechs, but the Gerwalk mode is a Macross thing. Indeed it is. Wait, with the bat theme, perhaps the fighter should be more wide than long. Oh yes, we could make it a little more wide. Yes, I think... Although, here's the thing. While bats do have a bit of width to them, and I think we will add a little bit more thickness, Claudia's design is fairly light. I mean, if we look at this core set, there's 2 definite triangles that form the wasp waist here, and that is an important visual aspect here. These hard lines. And I think losing that, although we could make we should make the rear part much wider because it is a fairly wide apron. Although the actual pencil skirt is this way. So I think, oddly enough, we may actually reverse the skirt. We will put the apron on top, and then we'll put the pencil elements on bottom. It's a little weird, but I think that might work out. So we will have the legs jut out from here. So let's go back to brush. A B2 might be an interesting way. One thing I will say is in Gerwalk mode, instead of the wings being like this, they will be probably more splayed out for slower speed flight. Yeah, the torso might reverse, or it may be just a design conceit that we'll have to live with. So the joints would have to reverse, in essence. So how do we do the hips properly? Am I running eraser? What layer am I on? Come on, what layer am I on? Give me the layers. Let's see. No. Did the pen have a moment? Wait, what is playing? Is this diesel power? Oh, I didn't select everything. There we go. Oh yes, diesel power. The a Serbian, I suppose, turbo folk pop hit. Okay, reminds me a bit of the VF-17S. Yes. I think no matter what, we will be inspired by that. All right, so let's do ball joint mode for now. I think because Claudia's legs are so, let's use the word shapely, we will use the ball and socket way of designing them. Oh goodness, this looks a little weird when it's not chicken, but there we go. So we have something like that. Then we will have the shoes. We will have the nozzles for the jump jets. We have 2 jump jets there technically, so we could actually have another one mounted in the leg. So we burn like this. There we go. The diesel power. Yes. All right. We need to make this bigger so it doesn't look hunched over. And the wings need to be around here and sweeping back. So again, we don't get this weird butt out effect. Let's see. Oh, we're going to get it anyways, though, unfortunately. So here the torso is expanding, and here it will contract again. Now the head needs to have moved around. Okay, so the head may actually be up now. Or maybe the head is still tucked in. I don't know. Let's see. So the head might be like this, with the cockpit like that. Oh, I'm so sorry, Claudia. You are going to look a little funky, and maybe not at all like you, but I will try to incorporate as many elements as I can. And here are the hair braids going back as hoses or as cables, part of the transformation sequence. Let's see here. I will have the emblem. So the chest will have those chest lasers, I think, sticking out horizontally. So we will want to do an interesting perspective on this. It's just Bat Claudia. And so the arms, which are formally tucked under here, can kind of stick out a little bit. And now that we are in Gerwalk or Air Mech mode, we can actually have them drop down and get ready for offensive action. And I think here we can have that bit of frilling. And we can also have, I think claws would look good because we are looking at a fairly aggressive design. Even though the claws aren't really part of the reference sheet. Okay, so that is vaguely what I'm looking at, but the booty out is a little bit concerning to me. I wish to be respectful, and we are actually going to have a thruster here. Now, there's going to be several sets of engines here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what have I done? I could rotate the upper body. Oh no, oh no. Will the legs down, would this look somewhat like a mad cat? We could reverse the joints to have it look like a mad cat. Does the Rakshasa have reverse knee joints? I don't remember. Okay. Oh, some Katie Gately is next up on the playlist. And for anyone joining in, here is the whatchamacallit, music. It's a side tube. Okay, here we go. I am so sorry for mutilating you like this, Claudia. Okay, let's consider an alternative to the booty out design. I thought it would look good, and I think it would look good from the front, but from the side it looks awfully silly. Although we could add a bit of a skirting element here in order to give it yeah, I think a skirt element might actually make it look fairly decent. But the face is the hardest because we do have these glasses, which I think demand a cockpit like this sort of bug-eye shape. The pointy nose, I'm not really sure about it. We could make it a little more closed off. And we could do a bit of a bat nose with sort of olfactory organs like that. Although I think that would be disgraceful to how cute Claudia is. And we cannot disgrace such a design. Oh, yes, and the tail would come out like an antenna. And we will actually reverse the dagger on it, because that makes a little more sense for a high-speed craft. But it would still maintain the fact that there's a triangle on a line in terms of visual effect. This might be the most abstract thing I've done in a while. Okay, and a lot of the corsetry would have to be somewhere incorporated into the chest zone here. Let's see here. Throtley, hello. Greetings, Throtley. Welcome to the convoy. Thank you for chiming in. Perhaps maybe some kind of arm wrist blade instead of claws. Seems like it would work something that reminds on speed and momentum. So one of the things is that we are designing this mech. We designed this mech using a limited amount of tonnage and space, and we have literally made out of pieces. So what we have in the arms is technically a hand actuator, which can be represented as claws, but we do not have a blade weapon. And blade weapons are a very distinct thing in Battletech. And it's not that I don't think that is a good idea, it's that we simply don't have enough mass to mount both all of these components we have already, along with the retractable blade. So actually, let's try a more upright design. So in the transformation, we will have the upright torso, we will have the ball joint leg, which will kind of splay out during flight for stability, because that will have the standard shoe here with the rocket in it. Brrr. We'll have the other booster here, and we'll have a booster on the back. And then we will have the wings back here, shifted forward so that the center of lift is somewhere near the COG, which would be right around this point, because the fusion reactor, which weighs 19 tons, would be an excellent balancing point here. Of course, no problem. Battletech is a very complicated system, and it takes a while to get used to the way that it works. But here, let me link this again. If you're ever interested in it, here is some resources. And of course, feel free to DM me or anyone else who knows Battletech, or contact them, or contact the Battletech community, and I will be more than glad. Oh, I put 2 exclamation marks there. That's a problem. There we go. That should activate Nightbot. Yes, there we go. And there's some very introductory rules if ever you wish to know. And there's also a wiki for this particular rule system. Okay, so now that we are here, now that we're probably going to do upright, we will still have We will still have the skirt be split, and we will have the apron on the back. I think the apron will still be on the back. Okay, now that it's upright, we can put the arms like this. We can put them like that and do something with them. And the head could be... Okay, so here is where we can drop the nose. We can drop the nose. We can leave a bit of an opening. And unfortunately, this won't look as pretty. But then we can have this sort of head here that has rotated into position. And unfortunately, all transforming mechs are a little bit funny. So it won't look as like this, alas. But we will do our best. And here we have the hoses running into the back to represent the hair braids. And we will have the lasers within hexagons on the chest. There we go. I think that is getting better. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Maybe a plasma sword royalty for your lightsaber, or is the power source too heavy? Professional marksman. Unfortunately, there are no plasma swords in Battletech. The closest thing we'll get is a vibroblade, which is a powered cutting melee weapon. Let's see here. Or lightning claws like the Imperial Knights. So there is a claw weapon, but unfortunately, those weigh several tons. And for a mech that relies on speed, like this, and hit and run, unfortunately won't fit. And the only reason I put claws is for style, but Claudia's MO is I do not think it is melee, unless Claudia would wish to correct me in terms of how she would have to engage in some sort of fisticuffs. Should I post the SciTube link for people joining the chat? Yes, Attenborough, you can use !music as a bot command, and it will post the relevant SciTube link in question. 1 sec, please. Let me see where the SciTube is right now. Oh, yes, this is a bit of a new one to me. That's why I didn't recognize it. Okay. Oh, and here is a poll for naming this mech. And it's a multiple choice, and you can add your own answers to it. Please be polite. There we go. There's the poll. All right, so wingmates. How will we do this? I think that the hunch over is incredibly different for an air mech. I think it might look a little silly from the beginning, but we may be able to pull it off. And I think the upright looks much more classic and would be much more in line with the reference sheet. But I do not know if we wish to... What do we want to do? Do we want to go more with the Battletech bit? Or do we want to go more with the reference sheet? Let me see what kind of face I could draw. So, glasses, separation. Let's see. So, Clow has a very, very small nose. Not that it's, that's not a bad thing. But hers is not very prominent in terms of her sketch here. It is essentially just a hint of a nose, which I think adds to the style. Let's see here. So I think we can definitely do some nose art of bat fangs. So here's the bridge of the glasses. We have a small bit of cockpit nose here. And I think we could go with some animalistic aspects. Maybe. Let's call it Megamek face. Maybe bend the knees a bit more. Or do a kneeling position. Not sure. Well, this one will actually be in flight as we draw it. Would double sensors on the front of the dish be a little bit too much? You know, that might not be a bit much. And we don't have to do this old school sensor dish thing. But that's certainly one way of doing the cockpit. And that will allow us to have a much more uniform shape. So I think both options are feasible. Let's see. So if we do a cockpit like that, we could then have the shoulder zone. Then we could have the wasp waist. And I think if we move some of the parts, we can actually make it look a little more dainty. So one of the things I would like to do is Claudia has the center of her mass here at her hip level. In fact, while it is triangular, with this little bit of hem here, you can see that there's almost a spherical presence to it. So I think the bottom torso needs to be fairly wide. So when we look at this design, while it has a wasp waist, it needs to have a bit of a wider rear, especially with that skirt. I need another layer. I'm sorry, wingmates. I am absolutely going bananas with my sketches here. This is a more challenging design than I'm used to. All right. Elegant. Simplicity can go a long way. Indeed, indeed. So maybe some simplicity is also a good idea. Okay, so let's do it from, instead of doing it as a, let's see. Oh, I am opaque and I'm on the wrong layer. There we go. Let's do black this time around. Always need more layers. More layers will never hurt. Actually, it will. It will hurt performance. Okay, so instead of doing the mech like this, with the perspective facing down, like this, let's do it upwards. So that we have a view, and we can even do something like a sun in the background if we had a background. And then we have the guts of the air mech hanging down. And I think this person... Oh, no. Oh, no, I just realized that's an upskirt. Ah! There is no good way to do this. Ah! No. Respect. Okay, well, that mech didn't have a skirt, so we can continue at least experimenting. But then the arms come out of here, and they hang out like that. Okay, we'll have a very tasteful skirt angle here. And then we can have the cockpit looking out, and I think it'll be alien, but by gosh, I think it might be a little bit interesting. Okay, how do we not upskirt our Claudia here? I do not wish to do that. Okay, so let's angle it a little bit down, so the triangle of aerospace would look a little bit more like this. Okay, that will hide the skirt. So here we have the belly. It sticks out a bit. Here we have the aft section, the legs. There we go. Legs stick out. They do have thrusters. The arms stick out here. There we go. Okay, the cockpit is here. So then we will actually have view to the chest lasers. And we will have no skirt showing. We can actually put a flap here and hide and prevent a skirt shot. And I think we will also be able to do the antenna justice by doing that. And we'll also have the wings sticking out. Okay, I think this angle is the one that we're going for. I can be this angle or your devil. But we'll go for this one. That immediate back down. Flying a mech with a skirt. I was thinking maybe a head-on shot might be nice. Ooh, let's try a head-on shot. So here we have the torso. Here we have the bigger skirt section. With the giant aerodynamic flap at the back representing the apron, which has been maneuvered. There we have the two dishes. Here we have the point. Here we'll have the batwing drawings on the decals. You see, drawing head first makes perspective very funny. I think even the Mad Cat looks a little weird when you do a head-on perspective. So I think due to my lack of skills at doing a head-on, kind of hard. Oh gosh, that looks a little silly. But yes, we'll definitely have to use those as dishes instead. Let's see, so the wings would extend something like this. See, Cold Rain has started playing. Oh, no. Most respectful and dynamic pose. See, I am having trouble with perspective. I am somewhat perspective challenged, and even this will be a workout for me. A bit more at an angle. Yeah, it could be flared. So let me wipe away this because it looks like a mosquito coming in to bite you. All right, let's delete that. Let's go back to the brush. Brushy, brush the bat. Okay, control all. Okay, here we go. We must be respectful of our vampire VTuber friend here. So let's do an angle. So let me do a construction triangle of a landing flare. Maybe too tall for a landing flare. Let's do that. Okay. So we have the nose. We have the cockpit section. We have the waist, or the upper torso. We have the wasp waist. It expands into a lower section. We have the legs coming out at the viewer, so we have perspective here. Or maybe they're sideways, so the perspective is this way, but it is expanding upwards or out here and downwards. Oh, this would be a pretty intense perspective battle for me. Oh my goodness, the camera is very close to this one. Very, very close. We are right by the hands. And this might look freakish if I don't do it right. Well, Attenborough, I think that you have some very good ideas. It's just I do not think that my current skill levels are up to snuff for providing a very good way of displaying this particular angle. I think the flared side profile might be the easiest for me to handle at the present time. So I think that's a great idea, and if I want my skills improve, I may do another mech or vehicle in such a way. But for the time being, my gosh, look at this. This is a madman's canvas. Oh my. That was a pre-sketch. Now we are going to begin the final sketch, which becomes the final, because I don't really edit things. I don't do... Line art is final for me, because I don't have time. Do you do own drawings? In the sense of draw myself? Because I did draw my own portrait here in the corner. But I also do art in general. Oh, hello, Airy Pie. Good to see you here. I hope that you have been getting good rest. You have been saying that you needed some energy in the time being. All right, let's do our triangle construction. All right, let's see here. Oh, Airy Pie, do you have the SciTube I am listening to? Here it is. Oh, I did that wrong. There we go. And to anyone joining us, here is also Claudia's media. Subject. Here we go. There you go. Big naps. Oh, you napped fantastically. Excellent, excellent. I am glad to see that you are refreshed. That is most wonderful to know. Okay. So here we go. I apologize for anyone who wishes for quiet, slow spacer speech, but currently the music and the pressure that I am feeling to make sure that this is as beautiful as possible is making me talk awfully fast, so apologies. I will attempt to slow down if I can muster this inner strength within myself to do so. But for the time being, I have this energy and I need to use it. Okay. This triangle is not helping me that much, but let's draw a construction line. Okay. Let's do a little bit of a sketch. So that is the neck. Let's make this flatter, actually, because it's aerodynamic, so let's make it a little bit flatter. Okay, so, what's this angle? What's this angle? Let's see here. I woke up 15 hours ago. Let's go! Very understandable, very understandable. I have been there. I've been there many a time. When you're piloting on a heavy burn, sometimes you simply cannot afford to go into a hibernation and shut off your connection with the vessel. All right, so let's see here. Let's add a bit of more to the chest. Let's keep doing the waist. Oh, some MIA. There we go. Let's do some of this. Spacer spitting technical design fire now, baby. Oh, thank you, thank you. Let's go! Okay, so there we go. We have the wasp waist. All right, so now we need to expand it into the two-part skirt. Okay, so... Okay, an arm would be attached, perhaps, lower or higher. I don't want the arms to hang off the front. So we'll attach them to the side here. There we go. Okay. Oh my god, this perspective is a little strange. So I would want to compare designs like this to more modern things. So old BattleTech has not more strictly minimalist looks. I am not exactly following BattleTech design conventions. I am trying to follow Claudia design conventions as best as I possibly could. And unfortunately, I'm currently having a bit of a hard time because this is a very weird mech layout. It's an air mech. And I'm also trying to not upskirt it simultaneously. So we will do the pencil skirt here, something like this. And we'll split it into two parts with that triangular gap. And the upper part will have run along here. And then we will have had a airfoil, which represents the apron. And that is a cutaway section of it. And we'll have to make sure that this line is present. Okay. And so the leg would jut out from under here in both directions, I think. So the leg juts. This is still going to be a sketch because this is such a difficult design. All right. And we'll have the knees a little bit more bent to give it a bit of a charging at the enemy appearance. Okay, there we go. That might be a little bit too sloppy, but I think the arms might clean it up because the arms will have an opposite angle to them. This arm will be like this. And this arm will be like that, and we will actually taper them down because Claudia's arms taper down. And we will actually make sure these legs have the correct taper to them when we finalize this. So this is a little bit sloppy, That's okay. Bottlenecks are allowed to be a little bit sloppy. So then we have a hand here. Well, a bigger claw. There we go. Okay. Now the face is a little bit small at the moment. So more looks think piece than actual in-universe sort of thing. Yes, yes. This is very much trying to keep with design, but also simultaneously adjusting it. For a very classic Battletech design, it's very jank. Oh, Hunchback would be a very good look. Thank you for linking that, Attenborough. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's add the cockpit right now. All right, let's add a bit of point here. So now we are losing the hair. So we need to make sure we... You know what? The hair can be 4 ways around. That way we can at least sort of just demonstrate it. Not necessarily bad per se, artistically. Yes, it definitely does have its place. So then we can have our sensor arrays here. This angle is wrong. It's too flared. We don't see any of the top. Unless we adjust the head to be angled. So let me rip the head off and replace it with a better head. All right, select all, back to brush. Let's try a different type of head. Let's try a head that is angled down. And that does not have that snout. All right, let's see here. So here's a head that is angled up. Okay, there we go. We can actually put a bit of a face on this, I think. A bit of a scary face, but it's a battle mech. All right, let's add the wings. So the wings are mounted here, and the wings would go out. So let's see, we would have a construction line. Which way? Which way would it be? So if that goes out this way, this would... Maybe like that. No, too steep, too steep. Okay. So the wings would be something like that. I don't know how I feel about that. I do not know how I feel about that. And we will have the feet like this. And the feet sort of like this. And to toughen up the lines so the design comes through. So see, this is the tail, and it would technically look something more without this set of... Oh, put it on eraser mode. There we go. That would look more like that, and let me clean up some of the lines just so I could get a general idea of what the heck is going on in this torso. Clean it up a little bit to say, okay, here we go. Back to brush. Set up the arm again. There we go. I don't know. I really don't know. This is a medium. It's 55 tons. Let's see here. Maybe the variable glaug would be something to reference, especially with the upwards pointing apron skirt. I'd adjust the angles on the wings a bit to align with the shoulders. Let's see. So the shoulders are here, and the wings are essentially coming out from behind the shoulders at the present time. Let's see here. So, yeah, the point, the perspective. I goofed the perspective because our cross line is this, but our other perspective line is this way. So the points should be pointed like this, at the very least. Oh, this perspective is brutal. Oh my goodness. Oh, no, that's still bad. Well, we'll figure it out when the time gets to it, I guess. Okay, let me look up the variable glaug. That would be a good reference. Let's see here. Variable glaug. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. So variable glaug. Oh, okay, that's how it's folding. I don't see the skirt all that much on the variable glaug. Attenborough, would you mind linking a one with a skirt? Okay, I think I'm going to go insane if I see any more of these sketches. So let's start fresh with a new sketch. All right, here we go. Let's do it. All right, so let's do our construction lines on this layer in red. So I think we'll do an angle like this and let the horizontal line be like that. So we are clearly looking up to it. Nope, that is the upskirt. I keep forgetting. This mech has a skirt, so we need to go a bit flatter on the roll pitch axis, and also a lot flatter on the No, this is pitch axis line, and this is roll axis line. Okay, and then we have our vertical axis line, which will be vertical. Okay, so that is roughly our coordinate system for this design. Ah, but the rear torso is elevated. Ah, yes. It's the Marauder elevated posterior. Okay, so let's do something like that. Okay, I need to label this as the face. Oh, no, wrong layer. Because I was getting lost already. And this will be our roll axis. This is pitch, and that's roll. Okay. And we can delete everything on that layer because it is not worth it. This mech has a skirt. Every time I hear it, I have to laugh a bit, sorry. Quite a few mech designs do have a skirt. Oh, no, of course, I understand. All right, so let's do the neck. And you know what? We have been making cylinders and other lazy shapes. Let's make the torso cross-section of Claudia an ovoid. And I think that would be much more appropriate to what her torso would actually look like from the top. Because she is humanoid, after all. As you can see, she is ovoid if we take a slice here. Not that I'm saying we should. Alright, let's see here. So, now we need a second section further back. So here we're traveling along, extend outward, and this is... No, the shoulders need to be closer. So the shoulders would be somewhere around here, I think. And the shoulders will be ovoid. Less so, because we will have a bulge at the bottom here, but at the top we will leave it a little bit flatter for reasons. Let's see here. That angle does not suit me. I'll have to keep adjusting it. Maybe an Atlas in a tux. Imagining a hunchback AC-20 in a ball gown. Well, that's, we're sort of drawing a bit of that. So now we have to go back down to the wasp waist. So let's do a more circular wasp waist. Here we go. Don't make cross-sections of people. Spacer haywire. Oh yes, Dugram has excellent skirts for its mechs. There is nothing wrong with using an armored skirt to protect vulnerable components. It is one of the simpler design decisions that you could make. Okay, so we have the wasp waist, and then we need to expand from the wasp waist back to the primary drive system. Let's see, so this will be fairly wide, actually. There we go. Fairly wide, but let's take a look at the skirt. So the skirt actually has a bit of roundness. So it goes from an ovoid ellipse here at the waist to what is probably a half hemisphere, thanks to it being that upper section. And we're actually going to make it a solid component. All right, there we go. All right, so there we go. So here we will have the hips. So let's start adding a ball joint. So we need to do the offset properly. So let me draw a construction line at the hips. Let me draw some more construction lines, actually. All right, here we go. All right, so let's see. This construction line is somewhere, but right here, where we are at the hip. Okay, so we'll draw a bit of a line for that. Okay, and then a little bit further down, we will have along this axis the hip. So the ball should start here, and the other ball should start here, because we are using this axis here, the horizontal axis. I'll call this one. I'll call this one X. I'll call this one Y. I'll call this one Z. Okay, so we have the two hip points marked by X, roughly separated. Perspective is so hard. This skirt is wrong now. All right, let's see. Let's move it out. So move back along the red line, and then we will move out to have the skirt. Move out about that much, staying level with the horizontal. There we go. So let's go back to layer 9 and go back to our black and erase this issue we made with the skirt. Okay, so if we're gonna have it like this, there we go. There we go. A nice big apron. And then we will connect it like that. And then the wasp waist will connect to the top. And then we have a connection to the bottom. Oh, this perspective is giving me issues here. Oh my, oh my, too many intersects, too many intersects. Let's get the eraser. Let's see, I do not need... Oh no, I'm having a moment. Okay, 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 so I am looking at it this way, so I don't want all of this stuff. Okay. There. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Ooh. So the hip is here, and the other hip is poking out right here. Okay, okay. So the legs will go out here somewhere. Now the head, we need to start thinking about it. So it goes out here somewhere, just a little bit like that. And then we will have our head. So, how can we do this better? Let's do a spherical head. I'm a little bit tired of... I've been doing that pointed point, and it clearly has been damaging the way we can perceive Claudia in this design. Although I am not sure how much favor we're doing for her by having her be in this strange hunched over air mech pose. So let me do some construction lines again. And from the hips, we can kind of point like this. There we go. And then the knees can bend a little bit more and bend a little this way and backwards. And then we can have the arms crunch in and stick out. No, that's a little bit too predatory, I think. All right. Yeah, we'll give them a more relaxed pose. I think that the relaxed pose will help. There we go. A little bit better. And let's see here. So there will be a skirt covering the back. And we will have the wings. Okay, so the wings will be a curved line that is along this axis, which is quite the challenge for me. So something like that. Okay, and then the curves are the absolute worst. So the points, let's do the points of the curve. So construction line, and construction line. And the wings should be bigger, actually. We'll have to draw them a bit later. So this one goes like this, and the wing goes like that, and our construction lines also go backwards. Okay, so that will be much easier to draw, and that we know where our points will be. Okay, wingmates. I don't know what I'm doing. What do you think? What do you think? If I cannot do this, I will give up and draw upright. But I'm doing my best to maintain the spirit of a land-air mech. And I think it's okay if it doesn't look exactly all that beautiful. I think that that is not necessarily the point of Battletech, as long as it looks imposing. And I think we can make it look imposing. Okay, well, if it's good enough, then why not continue? Let's do some risks here. So I need to move all of this reference material away because I need to expand the canvas, as the wings are fairly large. Let's see here. Let's expand the canvas, and we'll expand it downward a little bit too. Fantastic. Could select all. Go back to the reference tool picker. This kind of reminds me of Shinigami from Death Note, to be honest. That's okay. Looking good so far as I can see your vision there. Okay, okay. Well, let's see what we can do. If this is not to our quality standards, I simply will not publish it. Let's go with that. I will redraw Claudia if this does not look good enough. But I really do enjoy the mech itself. Okay, so let's see here. Let's start doing the legs. Okay, so if we look at the legs, they taper down from the hip joint, and then they taper out and back in. Classic human legs, of course, but this is a mech. However, we do want to demonstrate that this mech in particular is somewhat delicate. So I think sticking to the design itself would be a good idea. So let's go back to black here. Let's undo what we did there because this is the black layer. And then we will do a bit of a wide hip. There we go. And we will go down to a knee. And then we will use doll ball joints, I think. Oh, burial. There we go. I like this this track a lot. Of course, thank you for coming by to the convoy, Jay Harris. I appreciate your presence. At this point, it is now art time. I should also change the it's too late to change the, you know what, I'll change the properties of the stream to actually be art. Okay, let's see here. Change the category to art. Update information. There we go. Hopefully that has updated. All right, let's see here. Let's continue onward. All right, so this knee, I want it to angle a bit this way, have it expand a little bit, and then we contract again. Now this leg is not looking good. Let's try the other leg. So we will expand. We'll expand a little bit. Maybe the hips need to be tighter together. Maybe they do. Because this is a bipedal battle mech on its own. So let me grab the legs and move them. This is going to be quite ugly, unfortunately. But just for an experiment, I'm going to move them. Right, move them along the line. Oh, what happened with that layer? I thought we grabbed that point. Yeah, I think the legs need to be closer together. Or, so hips wide apart is definitely part of this design here. The hips are not small, but the actual joint sockets themselves are here. Well, so if we draw skelly bones on this, we would have the femur coming into here where the pelvis is. So the hips are fairly wide. Shoulder width going down. Oh, okay, so shoulder width, shoulder joint is right here. And going straight down, it is a little bit, okay. Yo, I'm glad you're enjoying the side tube. Please feel free to listen in. Let's see here. I'm sorry that I am currently muttering to myself about hip bones and such, but this is bugging me a little. Okay. Let's go back. Let's see here. Okay. Do I want to move the hips in? Or do I want to go for broke and go with a aerodynamic skirt that covers the hips? You know what? I might do that. So I'll have a cowling that gives the hips their width. And then I will also probably move the leg forward to give it a more, I suppose, predatory landing stance. I wish I was any good at strong structural designs. I'm sitting here thinking about what to do in earnest. Good old clan-wide stance. Well, this is inner sphere tech, but we may have to resort to a clan-wide stance. Because we do want... let's see here. There is a gap of some sort. We cannot see it, but I think that there is a fair amount of separation between the legs. So we may want to keep that. You know what? This looks like an absolute nightmare. I'm just going to wipe a big chunk of this and try again. Sometimes that is the best decision you could make. All of the oh, are we on the red layer? Oh no, we are on the red layer. Okay, here's what we do. We take the... Oh, is this elephant survival or elephant revival? I think it might be elephant survival. Don't worry about it, Kimmy Spice. This is a bit challenging for me. Okay, so we have selected that color and deleted it. Let's see, so there is no more black left on that layer. All of black is on layer 8. I should just title it line art. Line art. There we go. Okay. Okay, so layer nightmares begin anew. Alright, so back to the pen. Now, Wingmates, allow me to just say, it is not easy, at least for me, to make a vaguely realistic battle mech that is in air mech mode, hunched over as it normally should be in air mech mode, with a feminine body and also looking attractive. I'm sorry, there are so many parameters to this, and I'm doing everything I can. So please bear with me while I wrap my head around the concept of a feminine air mech. Because I as much as I'm trying to apply those principles to this design, there's, what is it about, you forgot without an upskirt. Yes, that too, Bunzel. Very important that we did not, we maintain femininity, but we did not also add any sort of ludity to this. This is a combat machine after all. Okay, all right, so I think the leg facing us is a little hard for me, so I'm going to start off with this leg. Oh, you know what? I will do a hip joint design, but then I will do the leg like this, give it a bit of a curve, and we will do the okay. So that is already looking a little bit better because there is a bit of curve to it. So now let's do the doll joint, and let's do the leg. It is perfectly acceptable to have a design with okay, I think the legs being together gives it some je ne sais quoi that is a little bit more powerful. The feminine probably kicks in during mech mode anyways. Yes, it does. Just add the bows back. Well, I suppose it is possible to indicate femininity in the way that in, for example, Nier Automata, you end up having this androgynous lump of metal, and then you add a bow to it, and suddenly it's passable for a female robot, even though they're all identical. So the only thing they do is they do stereotypical things for it. Like the male robots, they have the overalls. Like, what is that? No, just draw a tin can. There you go. Ah. Now the robot designs are cute, both the feminine ones and the male ones that they did, and whatever else in between that they had. All right, let's see here. Control all. Okay, let's go back to the brush. Let's see it. The legs help that pose a lot. Yeah. Okay. I think the power will be in the legs. All right. Let's make sure that these particular thighs will have to be vaguely humanoid. And you have a male robot with a female voice. Yes. That is definitely one way of doing it. All right. Let's see here. Okay. So the feet will definitely be more mechanical, but I think these legs being slightly more feminine. Okay, so this is actually not too bad. Now it's starting to look like a harpy almost, although this is more bat harpy than anything, as a harpy swinging down on its prey. And I think that is sort of the predatory look that I am looking for. And we can keep the tail feathers, as I will call them. And let's see, so that has a curve right there. And the tail feathers go back here. And we need to cover up the skirting here. Okay, there we go. Oh, feminine. Well, feminine, not female voice. I see. Oh, yes, they do have the tone adjustment in Nier Automata. I like this song. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so, Claudia has these little frills on her shoulders, so I think those would be great for covering up the ball joints that we're going to invariably end up doing. Or we could actually keep them like this, permanently mounted frill bits here. And I think, I'm so sorry, wingmates, but for the extra femininity, we're gonna have to add a bit of a position here for the lasers. We need to mount the lasers somewhere, anyways. Niwa. Oh, I'm glad you're getting some rest. I may have to finish this in another session, but I'm glad you were with us for as long as you could. Thank you. Okay, so we've added a little bit more of that anatomy to it, and I think respectfully saying Clau is not yes, she has that sort of adjustment there. It's a curved chassis, yes. Okay, so let's see here. But I think we need to add that aspect to it. If we are going for a harpy look, we need to have all of the classic, I suppose, call signs of a harpy. Well, harpy in the most respectful sense, not as in a derogatory term. Right, let's keep doing the arms. Let's do another paper doll here, or another doll arm joint. Because this is a lander mech, it is not meant for melee fighting. And I think that is perfect for this situation. Okay, so here we go, and we will do the hand last. And we may need to readjust that. So we are running into a perspective bonanza here. So we have the shoulder, We need to remove some of these construction lines. Let's go back to the eraser. All right. So that is the chest prominence. That is the waist. Okay, so we need to hide the waist somehow. We need to attach the legs to the waist. So there is the waist. And there is... So that leg is supposed to be hidden behind the torso. So now it's hidden, more or less. We'll clean that up a bit later. This is the socket for the next arm. And here... let's just do this very crudely and... Okay, so let's take a look at the skirts. So since we have flipped the skirt backwards, the pencil skirt is just a pencil skirt, so we're pretty free to use whatever we want. Let's see here. Let's add angled, so that it's still aerodynamic, but also protective. And, yes. Let's do a bit of a cut in it. Even though it's completely backwards, the cut, I think, will help. Okay. Oh, damn. Perspective. Squish the triangle in this axis. Extend. I will have to come back to that. There's just a giant block there. Oh, that. And then we can kind of do a little bit of a bit of a indicator that the legs join together. And we have this form here. This is a very complicated shape. All right, let's clean up the torso protuberance. There we go. And we'll put the hexagonal lasers here, actually, I think. Or maybe we'll do something different with the lasers. We may put them on a mount, slung under the chest. Okay, there we go. And now we can do the arm. So the arm, I think, will stick out a little bit. There we go. We have the arm. We are drawing over our line art, but this is how I do it. And this arm will be a little bit bigger because it is slightly closer to the viewer. Although not by much. I don't think this is a heavy warp perspective. All right, we have the ball joint. The distance between the two skirts should probably be a bit further, just to make it more plausible that the legs can hide there. Yes. Yeah, I think we need to move this upper skirt up. I think you're very right, Attenborough. Thank you for that tip. Oh, This Lonely Rose by Atmosphere. Yes, I enjoy this track. Okay. Yes, and we can extend the skirt after we clean it up. So yeah, there we go. Now the skirt is actually hanging over the thigh. Or over the gluteus maximus here. There we go. And we will need to extend the skirt, though, to make it proprietous. All right, back to the brush. So the skirt will actually extend lower now. There we go. And then we can extend it further. So we'll clean that up. But for now, yes, I think that's the general idea. Thank you. Because before it was looking something like a crow's tail. So, let's continue on with our arm. I think I will have it angled like this way, but not... So this one's going like this. This one I will angle slightly more down than the right arm. Okay. Here we go. And we will draw our ball and do the hand later. Now, let's clean up some of this absolute nightmare. There we go. Clean up the core. There we go. Clean up the skirt's innards. Or the apron. Apologies, apron. There we go. Clean up the inside of the head a little bit. Clean up some... the arm construction can wait. Clean up some of the innards. Oh, and this bit of the arm needs to be cleaned up. There we go. Let's clean that up. Perfect. Okay, so the hands should probably face palm out to have a bit of an aggressive stance. So align it like this, and there we go. Palms facing inward. Now the wings, I think, will help. So right now it's a bit hunched, and I think that's okay. We need to make sure that the face is pointing forward. So, okay, this is a challenging part. How do we make a clow face? Let's bring in a reference here. We're gonna need this. All right, here we go. Grab the reference. Come hither, please. All right, we're gonna bring it right close and proper. All right, back to the brush. Okay. So, I don't know what we can do about the lips or the nose, but I know that we need to figure out the eyes. So let's have this looking a little bit down, but not too far down. That would be... Alright, so let's do the glasses. Alright, there we go. Glasses. There we go. Okay. The hair will be hoses that come out the back and head towards the spine of the mech. So there we go, and it should already begin dipping behind the horizon. This will look a little pretty robotic, but again, okay. Can we add any facial features and get away with it? Could add a bit of a nose, although it's starting to look a little bit silly. And I don't think we can really add the lips because this looks like a like a sketch. Very weird. The mask simplistic look for mechs usually ends up looking more feminine. Yes, I think we're gonna not do any facial features. It was worth a try, but no. So here's the thing: we need to incorporate the feminine, the Vulpine eye. We need to incorporate that there is this almond-shaped eye and some of the softness of the female face. I am very challenged here. We could add a bit. Okay, we can add a bit of a mask to it. Oh, is this some System Shock? Yes, it is. Ooh. Okay, that's looking a little more feminine already. It looks less like the machines from Nier Automata. So I think what is often done in some kind of shonen shows is dividing a line is done on the mask. Now, how do I make the eyes more feminine? I could... No. Let's erase the dividing line. Let's try messing with the eyes a bit, because this is a real challenge to get femininity into the head of a mech. Okay, so we'll need to do the almond-shaped eyes, I think. So let's make sure that we can get a softness, the cockpit. Oh, this is giving me troubles. This is giving me troubles. Okay. We have a bit of a bulge here. No, that looks... What is it about this particular facial structure? Maybe do eye slits instead of rounded glasses. Oh, yes. I think that is a great idea. I'm sorry, there's a lot that gets running in my head, so let's try that. So, okay, how about we combine the two ideas for the moment? We could do the glasses, and they actually need to be more vertical because of perspective. Okay, there we go. The glasses need to be a little more squished this way. We could do eye slits. Or we could just do eye slits on their own. Yes. Okay. This is why I can see now why so many draw Mecha Musume with an entirely feminine face. Because it is really hard to make a mechanized female face. There is something about that this feature set that is just so hard to pin down. It is the hair. There's a je ne sais quoi that is bothering me. And I must get it. Maybe angle the slits. Okay, angle outward. No, that just looks like a drunk robot. Maybe angle inward. No, that's an angry robot. Okay, maybe the slits need to be curved. Okay, so if the slits are to be curved... the chin needs to be softer. Yes, the chin needs to be softer. Curve slits at the end, I think. Down a bit, then curve up as they move outward. Okay, let's try that. Oh! It's the Vulpine. There's the blasted secret. Brilliant. Thortley. Oh goodness, your name is a mouthful. I apologize if I mangle it. It's a decal. Okay, that right there just added so much. Add some cheek blush and we have a bloody... Oh. It is insanity how a small little curve here... Yes, lashes. Well, we're not going to do lashes, but we need to figure out how to make this more battle-techy. Okay, so... Oh my gosh, wingmates, thank you so much. Oh. Okay. So, round up the face, make it a little bit rounder, but we need to tighten up the face. It's too wide. Even though that is the back of it technically, we need to tighten it up. Now, how do we make... Now, the mouth. You know what? We could just add cute fangs. And these are decals. This is drawn on. And I think that's fine. I think that is fine. Give it a solid angle, but maybe the... Yes, I think we can do... Okay, so let's do a bit of surgery and extract Claudia's eyebrows for the time being, because we may simply need to return them to their rightful place. But for now, let's do some cosmetic surgery. And let's try some different variants here, because that works. It works, but it's not perfect. Okay, so we have a couple of cute fangs and laser eyes with feminine-looking shrouds for the lasers. These are decals, unfortunately, and we can't do laser eyes because the lasers are in the chest, and we actually have to figure out how we mount the chest lasers. And I think we'll figure it out. We'll get it. It's almost a sister design to Beefbone with that head. It is. It's... I am embarrassed that I cannot make a feminine design with a boxy head. But there we go. We have made a feminine design with a boxy head. There we go. And we'll add a bow to that. I am not ready to go to that level of conceit. I am not ready for it, wingmates. I am setting myself up. But Bunzel, there are 3 chest lasers, and they will be arrayed in a hexagonal pattern, the way that that Claudia's skirts are arrayed. So we'll have one for the large laser and 2 for the small lasers. So it will not look the way that you are insinuating, if I understand correctly. Although they will have circular emitters, unfortunately. No, we did not have 2. That would have been... I would have mounted them in the arms if that was the case. Okay. Feminine Robots 101. So I still want to do the glasses a bit. So I think I need to look up some Homestuck because the glasses for the female characters in that particular comic were done surprisingly well. And this will now look like Jade. There we go. It's Jade. We're just doing Jade now. I'm kidding. Okay, so now let's pretend that this bit of cockpit runs into the sphere that it is mounted on. I suggest a solid angle to the chin as well. Perhaps taper it to a sharper point. Yes, then it wouldn't look like Jade indeed. Let's try that. Thank you. Let's see. So sharp point. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, Claudia does have a... So on this one, she has a bit of a sharper chin than her more detailed facial expressions. As you can see, her chin has about the same curve as her mouth. Although let's take a look at the fan art. The fan art does give her a fairly tight chin there. Okay, and the caricature, of course, the chibi, does not give her a very sharp chin. Okay, so, well, let's not make it too sharp, but let's make it more rounded. And let's give this mech a jaw and have it come off of a neck. There we go. That gives it that tightness we need. Okay, so, can we draw feminine components in these windows? Feminine eyebrows. I never thought I would be doing this, trying to figure out how it is to draw this, but I am very excited that we are here and doing this. Alright, so we need to make sure that we have an angularity up, an angularity down, and another angularity up. Let's see how that translates to this side. And can we... So that's the eyebrows. Or the eyelashes. And maybe we can add a little bit of cockpit glass here. I don't know how that looks, but it's something. And it'll have to be purple. Well, I'm glad that they are not. Thank you, thank you. So we can basically... We need to make this a little bit tighter. But we can pretend that these elements are cockpit glass. There we go. A bit rounder. So we have a pane that goes up, a pane that goes down, and a pane that goes up again, giving that Vulpine appearance, or Vulpine. And then we have 2 trapezoidal ones that come to an angular point. And then we need to clean up the same thing for the other side. Maybe have them bubbles that pop outwards around the eye slits. Bubbles that pop outwards around the eye slits. Well, see, what I don't really know what I'm doing is... I don't know if these are eye slits, because a slit like this does very little for vision. There still needs to be a cockpit, and I'm trying to kind of make the cockpit have in its... essentially, imagine if you drew a cockpit like this. These components are these braces, girders in essence, and I'm trying to kind of emulate that. Well, I don't know. The bubble is interesting. I just don't necessarily see it in my head at this moment. I would like to try it though. Let's see here. Let me try this one more time. Okay, well, let's get rid of the fangs briefly. Okay, you know what? That has a vaguely feminine feeling to it. I think literally the entire key to making something feminine, at least in terms of robots, is this angle right here. This obtuse thing has been the bane of my existence. Amazing, amazing. Now, how can we give make some of the hair? Okay, let's do this. Let's have a plate here that goes like this and gives a bit of a hairline. And then out of it, the braids come. The braid hoses. So I think this will be okay without a mouth, actually. As long as we clean this up correctly. And we need to do the coloring right. Maybe a little decorative helmet. Yeah, I think we can make this a little bit bigger to give some volume to the hair. And maybe have it extend like this. There we go. And while that is not perfect, and we can actually do this line here to give the little bangs that Claudia has. Now, I think I will do that, or something like that, in order to give this little swoop-de-doop that Claudia has. Okay. That looks like a football helmet, but we'll clean it up. But at the very least, we have the basic idea. This is one of the most challenging mechs I've designed, wingmates. Let's go on to something a little bit easier. At this point, I can say that hands are easier. Alright, so. Let's see here. Back to the brush. So, the hair will immediately disappear behind the back. We need to make sure that one is visible somewhat. There we go. Okay, so. Let's see. Here we have the shoulders. The neck pops out of it, and we won't see the rest of it. Here we have the other join. Okay, so now we can sort of begin adding the way the shoulders are mounted on there. Okay. Oh, is this the Together to the Stars from... not Stellaris. Is it Stellaris? Oh my goodness. I need to double check. Okay, let me double check this. What is happening? What is happening? Endless Space. Why do I always think Stellaris when I think Endless Space? My goodness. My goodness me. Okay, so. Let's go back to the construction lines because I need to construct the wings with lines because this is one of the most challenging perspective aspects of this particular mech. Okay, so the wing will come from the shoulder. We'll have our bump here. And the wing, let's take a look at Claudia's wings. So as we can see, it actually has this interesting dip in it. So we cannot necessarily do this in a straight line. However, let's take a look at this. What does it look like when it's straight lined? So we have a point here. We have a curve. We have an inner curve. We have a convex curve. All right. Then we have another convex curve. Forward swept. I do not know if forward swept would necessarily work as well, but we can sort of play around with that, I think. Let me give it an experiment. Let's see here. So we have a point. We have a point here. And then we have how many points? So we have a point at a junction, and then 1, 2, 3 points in the middle, and then a tip point. So 1, 2, and 3, in addition to this junction here. That is not looking good, but we are trying to get the basics of this particular design. Okay, so and looking at it, okay. So if we draw a straight construction line, it would look something like that. And then we have a straight construction like that. And then we have 4 points in this manner. And this one is curved, but we can still draw a construction line. Then we have the final tip. So all in all, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 lines in a box that we can do using construction. Okay, let's try that. So at the very least, we need that. So let's move up in the body and draw our construction line here, parallel with our horizon line, and simply extend the horizon line this way. And same on this side. We are eyeballing it, but it's still good enough, I think. Oh, well, that's not good enough, but whatever. Oh, wait, you know what? I can just use the line tool. Why not? We have that available in our arsenal. There. Okay, so let's go back to the brush. Let's see here. I think connection is here. So if the connection is here, we have a sweep out. So we actually need a second construction line that would be the forward of the wing. So let's do a construction line above. There we go. Maybe have them higher, a bit tighter in the torso instead of flared outward. Although I'm not sure that would represent flight. Perspective might be rough as well. I think the reason I'm having them be straight out is because it is a little bit more simple to draw at the moment. Because these would at least have some kind of 90-degree nature to them. And at the moment, I do not think I can handle doing anything more complicated. I apologize. But I do think that swept back would give it a more predatory appearance. How big do we want the wings? Probably not too big, so this should suffice. Okay, so now we need to do some construction lines. So here we go from the wing. Actually, we'll do this in a different color. We'll do this in blue. So here is the line crossing back and forth. And let's get the angle correct. All right, there we go. And we have one somewhere here behind the mech. So this is where the other wing joins. Let's make sure it's in line with our x-axis. Oh, this needs a lot of construction. A lot of construction. Okay. So we have constructed our start points for the wings, and I think we're holding perspective for now. All right, let's take a look at this map here. So we have our first initial point. Oh my goodness. Let's not make it too tight. Let's make it a little bit wider. So parallel line. All right. Roughly parallel. Okay. Then we have the flare out. Let's tighten it up a little bit. We've gone too far. All right, here we go. All right, let's see. And now we have 3 points. And I think we may have to make this this sketch a little bit wider again. As silly as that. Oh, no, not that. We need the crop tool. All right, let's crop it up. There we go. Oh, the Tankist song. This is another one of my favorites. Возле танка. Грохотали. Солдаты шли в последний бой, а молодого командира несли с пробитой головой. Okay, so we are continuing to add our construction lines. And we are making our way, so I'm going to have to start numbering these. 1, 2, 1, 2, and then we'll do a third. Keep pushing ahead. Is it weird that the only reason I know that song is through War Thunder videos? Oh, not weird at all. That is a very appropriate context within which it would appear. Okay, there we go. And we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3 more construction lines. Let's see here. There we go. I'm glad you're getting some rest, Alaric. Thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could. We may have to finish this later on, but I will keep going for as long as I can here. Thank you for stopping by. All right. Let's go back to the line art and go back to our black ink. So we've messed up some of our construction lines, but that's okay. So let's see here. We have that arc. Oh, nope. We should not be using the line tool. We should be using the pencil tool. All right, here we go. So here we have the extension of the wing. And the second line. Wait, I'm going to have to drop tip out. So here we have... we have a point here and a point here at least. And so let's see here. That's at least 5 and 6. And then 3 and 2. So maybe these are 3 and 2. Okay. And then 6 is wing tip. So that would be around here somewhere. There we go. And we're going to have to do something freestyle here, I think. Let's see. So then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1 was very close here. We're just going to have to make this look a little bit different. But we'll put it there. But wing will be a bit thicker. All right. Let's see what we can do here. And... oh, this is so skewed. Oh, this perspective is incredibly throwing me off. Let's see. And the peak of the arc would have been here somewhere. So we need to do the arc like this. Oh... wingmates, any of you who do art, is perspective always this much of a absolute nightmare? Because I am currently dying with this. Oh. Especially Bezier curves. I really should have used the tool for this, but we're doing this the old-fashioned way. Yee. Yes, it's a huge hurdle. Okay, so we need to have a dip. So we'll do the dip here. And the rest of it is a curve. So we'll dip down here. Ah, this is the Chronoplan track. These wings are awfully weird, but I think I'm hitting the limits of my abilities. Oh. Wow. That was a battle. Wingmates, look away. I do not want you to witness this. I do not want you to witness this, wingmates. I do not want you to see this. You can be pretty hellish. Not when you're dealing with square objects, but anything else, yes, yeah. And this is not a square object, unfortunately, even though we can sort of map it to one. Can't even sell your soul for improvement there. They won't accept the challenge. I showed you my transformable designs earlier. Those wings were too hard to get right. Oh, yes, yes. I think I will have to fiddle with it. Let me fiddle with this some more before I copy-paste it and move it to the other side. Because we are still not ready here. Okay, so. What do I not like about this? I don't like a lot about this. I need the wing to be thicker. So I'm going to erase a big chunk of this. This looks dismal. We're going to make it stick out a little bit more. We're going to go past the construction lines. So we're going to take our brush again. And we are going to have it go in. No, this looks wrong. Okay, so if I was to do it flat mapped, I would have an extension here, an extension here, and this square would look like this. And I was to flat map it, it would probably pinnacle around here, so I want it punching out a little bit more. Okay, and then I dip it down, and then I want it to really punch out. So if my flat map with this axis, let's have it go out to here, but in the flat map I want it to peak around this central rib, so the actual line is this. So I will have it go bump up here, and this looks like really strange something. You know what? We'll live with it. We'll live with it. We'll live with it, wingmates. I guess we did up making it more wide. We did. Are you using any specific wing reference? Kimmy Spice, I am not using any wing reference right now. Well, I'm using this wing reference. But this swing here is sort of flattish here. And it is also very oddly shaped. Like this is not a natural wing. It is very unnatural. Oh yes, before I forget the tail. And the tail will actually not be easy to see. We'll make the tail stick out vertically like this, and then we'll have a little antenna. Or a little cylinder here. Or cone, a little cone. You know what, I am vaguely satisfied this will keep tweaking it on the fly, but I really need to see what it looks like. On the other side, come with us through the gates of hell. That's a Pendulum song. Okay, let's see here. Let's try this. Oh, wait, no, okay, let's copy, let's paste. Let's use the move tool. And let's do a mirror. Oh, at least I have a place to mount it on the back here. There we go. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. This canvas is a disaster. Welcome to Disaster Piece Theater, wingmates. We are currently engaged in trying to do wings. They're a little bit better. Okay. I'll leave that on a second layer while I clean up the rest of this. Using your own art tools to your own artistic advantage? For shame! I know, Kimmy Spice. I am absolutely distraught at what I have done here. I am absolutely ashamed. Did I call it line rat and not line art? Oh my goodness. Oh, no wonder wait, why am I not erasing? What is happening here? Give me the line rat. So the line rat is that. Oh, no wonder, my selection. It's always selection that gets you. There we go. All right, let's start cleaning this this mess up here. Let's clean some of these construction lines. And let's actually hide all of this construction mumbo jumbo. It is really making it difficult to deal with everything. Looks pretty good, honestly. It could have been worse. You could have had 50 layers of minor changes. Yes, this is why, because this is so malleable, I am not even bothering to do any sort of layering yet. Colors I pretty much always will layer on, but when you go besides colors, I'm sorry, Fembot, we no longer require your services. All right, let's see here. I'm just going to use a cleaner here. Get rid of all of this. There we go. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. What's this? Don't need that anymore. And we can probably delete this wing. Yeah, we probably can. I don't think I'm going back. Okay. I should just move it to another layer because we have infinite layers. That's fine. Oh, you just had a horrible thought. What was the horrible thought, Attenborough? I would love to hear it. Horrible thoughts are what make things fun sometimes. Okay, let's see here. We've got our wing. All right, we need to make this a little bit sharper. There we go. That looks a lot better. And let's move our little chibi friend over because she has done her job. There you go. You can rest well. It kind of looks like that one Mothra pic that everyone's freaked out about. Is the Mothra pic a little bit... could you link that Mothra pic if it's not against terms of service? Or is it a little bit of an issue? So I'm gonna go on this layer and erase all of this garbage here. This is the layer that we copy pasted from the other wing. So let's clean up some of that garbage. We don't need it. Okay, this absolutely has been one of the most challenging mechs I have had to design. Bar none. Okay. Let's see here. I think we need to make it angrier. It's too... Oh, I know. We're going to make it angry by having this cockpit bit extend like that. There we go. and now it is mildly upset. I'll DM it to you. Oh, is this some sort of meme parody? Let me see here. I wish to know, what have I done? What kind of issues have I caused to society by creating another Mothra? Okay, here we go. Ooh. So, Mech, you are my greatest challenge. 1 second, please. Oh my. I see. There are certain words that would not be appropriate. Oh my. Okay. Thank you for the morale boost. I needed that. Oh my. All right. The time has come to do what must be done. And that is this. The locomotive component. All right, here we go. Oh, don't worry about it. I got a very good laugh out of that. Thank you. Okay, so let's see here. Hello, you kiss. Welcome to the convoy. We are currently engaged in doing Claudia as a battle mech. She is a land-air mech, and she is currently in air mech mode. Maybe you could have the legs pointing forwards. Like, maybe you could have the legs pointing forwards, like it's braking. Let's try that. Let's try a braking maneuver. The way the wings look, it definitely does appear that she is braking. They need to be thinner. I think that is the big issue. Although there's nothing wrong with wide wings either. Okay, let's see here. Let's use the tool. Oh. I did not clearly select that. What layer? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. No wonder. Oh, I see I will need to merge. Okay. So, let's see here. Let's learn to fly. Okay, there we go. Where is the rotate? Please give me the rotate. Okay, that's move. There it is. Okay. You know, the legs are already so hunched over that I think I'm gonna have some problems no matter what I do. I would have to move the full leg even further forward, but then it would look a little bit folded, I think. I think that is my main concern, is that it's going to look a little bit folded if we do that. Because we already have so many sharp angles going forward with the arms and such, if we have another set of legs sticking forward. So I think this gives it a bit of a balance at the very least. Okay, let's see here. Alright. So I just had a thought. We are going to make sure that when we put the jump jet that is on the left torso, we are going to make sure we don't put it anywhere here. We're going to put it up here, and then we're going to draw the trail of smoke from it, trailing out the back above the tail. Because, no, we are not going to do that. We are not going to do that. Okay, so let's make sure that we can get the locomotion components of this mech complete. So please bear with me, wingmates. Okay, so here we have pumps, and they have a bit of a rounded shape to them. And they are on platforms, and they have this bit of lace, which can be a decal detail later. And on the back, it's also a very similar rounded shape. All right, so let's go ahead with that. Okay, so drawing that. So this is the first part. We want rounded. We want rounded because the original design has a bit of rounding to it. All right, we have a bit of round. That's hanging in there. Okay, let's see how it does if we add Let's see, what does the foot pad look like? Okay, so the foot pad looks like that, so I need to do... Alright. We're gonna make this exaggerated. And this needs to be exaggerated too, I think. We'll put all of the jump jets in the legs, I think. All right, so this one is facing us. So let's see, it's a little bit wider at the bottom, expand, bit rounded. They need to be bigger, maybe. I'm very bad with sizing feet. Let's see here. Let's make them a little pointier. That is not an easy design to get right. Let's see here. Yeah, the little bump out there. Okay. Let's see. So we will at the very least need a little bit of a bump. Okay, that's starting to look a little better, and we need to tuck it in right here because we are going for a more humanoid design despite having this hunched over harpy look. One of the heel and one of the thigh in terms of jump jets. Yeah, I was thinking something like that, but we definitely don't want to get too close to this territory. I think many of you know what this territory is called, although we do have a full set of stockings. But I just want to stay out of here because it feels weird having anything placed there. And I think we can... Ooh, I don't like this perspective. I need to rotate a little so that we can see the heel. Yes, there we go. So the heel, and we need to adjust this. Yes, we do. Maybe the pumps serve as jump jets, if that wasn't the idea already. Yes, I think at least one of the jump jets will be in the pump. So I need to adjust the way I'm doing my shading here because the actual, it should be coming down like that. There we go, much better. So the pump goes out here with a bulge. As you can see, I do have very poor experience with drawing this sort of aspect. Okay, need to widen that up a bit, and there we go. We'll need the eraser now. Okay, there we go, here we go. Perfect. Calf thrusters. Zetai Ryuki. Zetai Ryuiki. I can never pronounce that I in the middle. However, we are being respectful, and we will add the color of the stockings there. And I think we actually need to figure out what we're doing with the skirts. Because Claudia has her thigh more or less covered. With this skirt, yes, she does. So we want to be respectful of that. So this bit right here must go. So we need to make sure we put plating on that. Maybe thin out the tips of the feet, give a more feminine impression. Well, I guess that's the issue from this perspective. The pumps have a bit of a rounded toe to them. And I think in general that is one of the features of a pump, or at least that particular style. So let's play around with it though a bit. I think we should extend the foot either way. And we need to angle it. Okay, so if a foot flat down looks sort of like that, if we angle it, it will start looking like that. Okay, so we want a bit more of that, and we want a bit more flat here. Okay, there we go. Yes, I was missing the flat. Okay, there we go. Yeah, maybe the front skirt plate could just be bigger and swing out to cover the thighs. Yes, I think so. So let's get rid of these guides, but this one helps me. Let's see, so I had this, and the toes, if there were any, would be here. I'm so sorry, wingmates. You're just gonna have to swallow the bitter pill that sometimes an artist must draw. Hello, Bone Miser. Welcome to the convoy. We are currently engaged in embarrassing activities, trying to make some pumps for Elora's land-air battle mech. No, we have to go further out. Oh my. How's the proportion? Too big. I think we've gotten too big there. This one is a challenge. So see, I'm constructing the lines. I have the heel. I will draw the heel first. Okay, so there's the sole. And I want it to be like that. No. And so it begins. It's okay, Cloud will like it. Anatomy is killer, even for robots, yes. Especially ones that are rather humanoid. You see, Melchior, we simply slapped some big boots on him. But the need for a bit of a feminine shape to this has really forced our hand in terms of making it look like a harpy, which is a proto-mech. But I think that it will be worth it in the end. Okay, we need to make sure that antenna is correct. Let's see here. We have that. We have a ball joint, and we have another... This wing is going to have to move. That wing is going to have to move, absolutely. Okay. Oh, Rob Osk. I'm so sorry that your wonderful chibi is sharing space with this mangled foot of mine. Okay, we're gonna have to erase all of this. This needs some love. Okay. All right. Okay, let's draw where we want the soul to be. So we're looking down on it, and it's slightly away. So we're drawing the soul, roughly. Let's see. There's a certain something about pumps that I'm having a very difficult time getting. Very difficult time indeed. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, so now I can do the connection operation. So I can run this line down, and here it begins to curve. Here we add that three-dimensional factor to it. And, oh my god, no, we need to straighten that. Okay, so now we can do the thruster, vaguely, and that is sort of like that. Okay, you know what? For now, I'm going to leave it. I need to move on to a different section. Spider might be a good point of reference if you already haven't looked. Oh, the spiders. The spider, yes. It's a pretty good mech for that kind of lithe pose. Okay. Now we move on from one horror to another. Let's do the hands. I'm just going to do little robotic hands here. This mech is not meant for melee, so let's see. Let me look at my own thumb within my simulation. Okay, so a thumb looks like sort of like that. This one is extended outwards. We got the pointy bit. Okay, so now let me curl my hands as if I am pointing inward. So roughly like that. No, we should splay them out a little bit. Give it a relaxed sort of feeling. Okay, there we go. Point in a little bit. Okay, curve this one inward because the finger is still moving in. I actually had to ask myself if a fingertip is a separate part, and it is. Okay, that's already looking a little wonky, but that's fine, that's fine. We'll just keep going and we'll straighten it out later. We'll lengthen the fingers using a different tool if we have to. And, okay, let's see, so the finger... We're gonna make it a claw because it's simply easier to do that. There we go. There we go, it's a claw. Okay, here we go. Let's keep doing that. Stretch it out, stretch it out. Handser. You know what? I'll take handser over the previous statement. All right, here we go. Give it sharp tip fingers. Yes, I think because this has this sort of harpy-like look to it, sharp tip fingers are a must. And the hand is too narrow to fit all of our fingers, so we'll cram one in here. This is a very delicate manipulator hand, and we'll give it the, ooh, okay, I like this here. There we go. All right, okay. There we go. So one hand is vaguely done. This finger is too thick, but that's fine. All right, let's do the other one, and this perspective is absolutely going to consume me and my soul. So let's do the ball again. Let's get rid of this, get rid of that, get rid of that. And get rid of the insides, get rid of some of that, and angle this down a lot more. Angle, down, down, down. Yeah, pumps are hard, but I think we're starting to get it. And then we'll keep the ball socket joint there. Okay, oh, to anyone joining us, I'm actually currently listening to SciTube, and here is the music. There we go. Wingmates, if you will give me 1 second, I would like to get some hydration, and my current localized reserve has reached its limits. So allow me 1 moment, please.
All right, wingmates, I'm back. Oh, and this track is nice. Okay, so here we go. Let's continue onward with our operation. Whew, okay. So, we are working on the hands, and this one, let me do some cheese wedges for it. Let's see here. So hand. Which way do I want it? I want the knuckles to be like that. No, I need the knuckles to be like that. Because the hand doesn't bend that way. Okay, I think... No. Let's keep bending. Let's keep bending the hand. Which way do I want to bend it now? I've had too many construction lines. Although, if you can call this mess of spaghetti construction lines, you win a prize. Alright, here we go, here we go. Alright, so let's try that again. So let's get our cheese wedge going here. And we want it angled this way. Yes. Okay, so we'll splay it out a little bit more. And, okay, so now we have to do fingers again. Let's do the thumb. And the thumb, from that angle, looks like it goes usually directly outward and then a bit like that. And then we have that nail tip. There we go. All right, so now let's get this knuckle curved inward. Curved in and up. Let's do in and up. There we go. Curve that in. No, that's a little too steep of a knuckle, or too steep of a finger. We want a bit of an open palm. Okay, here we go. All right, that's acceptable. Let's check the length. A little bit too long, but it is closer to us, and we can assume the camera is doing an interesting skew. Okay, so it's going away from us. There we go. Pushing out, and now that finger tip there. Okay, that looks dismal. All right, let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. All right. And the finger goes down here. And the tip is here. All right, well, you know what? We're doing our best. Oh, Attenborough, I'm glad that you're hitting the hay. Thank you for being with me as long as you could. Enjoy your rest. Enjoy your hibernation. Thank you. All right. Oh, no, we are closing the fingers way too much. Oh, here we go. Okay, we need to splay them a little more. There we go. Okay, splay, but then keep the splay while also angling them down. And get the tip angled inward. This pinky needs to be a little bit smaller. Angle, but splay. All right, this is one of those three-dimensional challenges that is difficult to do at times, I think. All right, so we have done our hand as best we could. Not perfect, but we will have to live with it. Let me get rid of this suggestive. Oh, that was the wrong brush. That looks a little bit weird now that I think about it, even though it's indicating exactly what we shouldn't have. Okay, so I think that this skirt component should actually extend all the way down. So it'll have a rounded component and a flat component to it. And that way we hide some of the thigh. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. All right, let's see here. So we are definitely changing the way the dress is made. So we will need a pencil skirt sort of thing here. And for that we will use plates, I think, because we want to hide this inner thigh. As you can see, in this particular design, no matter which way the legs would be extended, there wouldn't be any upper thigh near the hip joint. So what we want to do is make sure that we also cover that, or else this is a little bit, I suppose, off the mark. Okay, let's take a look here. Oh my goodness, how long have I been streaming for? Oh my. Okay, so I think at the very least I will finish line art. I am not sure that I can color tonight. So how do we do the pencil skirt? We're simply going to do some plates. So let's see, I'm going to do a plate here that runs here. And there will be another plate that is right here. Yes, it's been a while. All right. So this is where it gets a little bit weird. I do not know the best way to do the plates.
So let's see. It means I should also indicate that there are plates here under the armor. This may end up being one of those the eye fixes some of the problems sorts of things. It'll end up being a pleat. Oh, you know what? You know what I've been forgetting? We could add an element of this angled spiky design, as you can see with this curve. So we do have something to play with. So let's make it angular. Let's try it a little bit differently. But we definitely want to put a skirt on our bot. Okay, so we can have that angled. And again, perspective is making this very tricky. Okay, so we have one angle, and that can be a plate hanging off of the wasp waist. And then we could have plate 2 being... okay, so that one... So this leg is up. And how will we cover it with the... Okay, so we'll have another plate here somewhere, I think. Let's see, let's do that pointed bit. Let's have a plate. We could just cover this part with its own separate plate. So that way we have... We'll break it up. So we'll have a separate hanging plate off of the wasp waist. And I need more angle to that. But at the same time, each leg will almost have a pant around it. Because I am having a really hard time justifying having this. Again, and I think this actually gives it sort of a shorts look. And while it is off-model, to say, I think it is a good enough compromise. And let's clean up this arm just a bit. Okay, let's do that. And we can make the indication that we also have another point here. Okay, we are getting close to our terminus here. At least with all of these major parts. Right, let's see here. There we go. Finish that shoe. All right. That a little bit of oomph. Okay. Let's move the Batwing into position. So we're going to need to use our movement tool. And unfortunately, that layer has the balls of our feet also. But what happened with this? Why is it like it? Interesting. Okay, so let's make sure that we have it attached to the ball joint correctly, and I think that would be that. We're going to have to clean up the eyeball. We are very much going to have to clean up the eyeball. You know what? I'm actually going to delete this layer. I don't think it's very good. I'm going to try another Batwing flip. So, let's do that. Let's carefully this time grab... Oh, nope, that didn't work. We'll use Alt. No, Shift. Shift, I think it was, to add. Yes, it is Shift to add. And I will do this in chunks. So, Krita has very interesting selection tools for using a lasso. And there's a bunch of ways that you can modify the selection. So, that is very worthwhile to read in the manual. Interlocking plates, maybe. Another layer building off the first. That might work. We could actually add more plates here. Although I am starting to run into the issue that I am not understanding where the plates are going. So let me control paste this layer. Oh, what was that? Why did it do that? Okay, so I'm going to copy selection to new layer. And let's see what our new selection looks like. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. What is it picking up? Those lines shouldn't even exist there. What is going on here? Oh, I see. I skipped out on that section right there. Okay, so let me flip this using the sizing tool. There we go. Okay, so the wing goes like that, roughly. Okay, perfect. So let's go back to the pen. And let's actually merge these layers together. I'm gonna get them together, so merge with layer below. What is this layer? Oh, this layer has garbage. Well, that's fine. Let's just merge everything. Merge with layer below. Okay, so now we have our design slowly coming together. Let's go back to the brush. Let's fix this wing up here. Okay, cool. Oh, this is a challenge. I think color will make it appear much more like Clow. Okay, so the jump jets should also be in the ankles. Let's see, so they're going to be burning this way, and there will also be one on the back. So I want the jump jets to kind of stick out here. So I will do a blob mount for them. All right, and there's the blob mount, and there is the nozzle. There we go. And here we have another blob mount, and then we barely can see the nozzle behind the leg. Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, let's do the shoulders. I've long since neglected them. Okay, here we go. All right, let's take a look at the shoulders again. They have these frills, so we can actually add that bit of detail to them. We can add some little waves and make them a little bit puffier and more joined up with the torso itself. Okay. So here we go. We can add a bit of that. We can add a bit of that, but it's curved, and we'll add that. There we go. And we need to clean this section right here that we had the horrible morass of things happening. Basically, at this point, we now need to finalize details and make sure we clean up, because this is really dirty. This is just an absolutely filthy sketch, or filthy line art. All right, let's clear out some of these inner lines. Okay, there we go. Getting some of the scruff. Let's redo that, because that was no good. And I think this we can actually make rounded. Yeah, we'll make this completely rounded. I think it would look better than having a separated plate. There we go. Okay, we are very much and very properly covering up the thighs. So, oh no, that's a little too far up the leg for that particular bit there. And I think since they won't have any kind of flesh color, this will be more than acceptable. Okay, there we go. All right. This section is a mess. Let's clean it up. In general, we need to clean up this zone right here. Okay, so we're getting rid of some of these sketchy lines, but I don't think we'll ever get rid of all of them truly. Oh, that was the wrong brush. All right, here we go. Clean, clean, clean. Okay. We'll need to make this front part of the leg a little bit better. That too. All right, so. Oh, this is the Kunoichi theme. Or the Kunoichi opening. Very much gets much more exciting later down the line. Okay, get rid of that because it's been adding a weird feeling to all of this. Make sure that the lines are clean. Okay, let's see, let's actually add the ball that was in that other layer that is now missing. Okay, here we go. Adding the ball joint. All right, here we go. And that reflects the pumps, so we cannot have a perfectly pointy tip there. All right, cleaning up nicely. Get that cleaned up. There we are. All right, let's see here. And clean that section up too. I don't know what that was. Oh no, that was the let's not use the blender. I do not know what that was actually. All right, so that doesn't look too. We need to put the ball joint back in. But the ball joint is actually cut off, so let's cut it off. Because you don't see the full ball joint, you just see the hinge. So we need to do that there too. So we'll add our dull joint. And there we go. Okay. Now we can add some of this thigh again. Go. All right. Here we go. Apologies, wingmates. This is officially the toughest mech design I have done to date. This is something else. Those wings alone. What a time. What a time. Okay, let's clean that up. Let's clean that up. Go, cleaning that up. Get this gunk out of the wing. Right, here we go. All right, cleaning that up. Oh, is this, this is... Oh, the Bondrude song. Yes, yes. The Rumble of Scientific Triumph. If anyone is listening to the SciTube right now. Let's see here. Let's clear that up, clear that up. Okay. Oh, nope. We're still on erase mode. We need to make it... You know what's wrong with this? This swing is totally wrong. The points need to be the... No wonder it looks horrible. Alright, we're chopping that wing off. We have to construct our wing ourselves. Ugh. Unless, no, there's no way to do the inversion. It's a perspective-based issue. Oh boy. Okay, so, let's just play around with it, though. Let's see what we can do. So if this is a perspective-based issue, this is the flat wing. Actually, let me adjust the perspective tool here. Slide her around. Okay. Now let's see what happens when we... Ah, that is horrible. Ah, no, we're gonna have to draw it. All right, back to the construction lines we go. All right, all right. Here we go. Okay. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay. Which way was the wing? So we have the first line. All right, we're gonna have to... So let's see, how many lines do we have here? So this wing began 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So our points were at the bottoms. Yes, I think yeah, that wing, I may pull it down. Let's see, so last point does not have a line, so 1, 2, and 3, and number 4 is hidden behind the chest. So now the lines have their curve here. Okay, so let's see, let's do that. And here somewhere, we will have, seems to be more out. Right here. Okay, so that is where the wing will end. And now the stretching is going... Oh no, oh no. Okay, so the stretching will go like this. Ah! Oh, this is painful perspective. Oof. Very painful perspective. Well, at least that is actually looking sort of more like it should. Okay. So, now we need to make sure that we get this top right. So, at this point, from the shoulder, we have an intersect. And that comes from the shoulder. Then we have a hump, which is skewed this way. And, my brain's melting. Would you want to make them shorter than make it shorter than the other? I think with the perspective taken into account. I'm doing a flat perspective, so there's not nearly as much foreshortening, and everything I say about foreshortening might be an issue. Yeah, I think though. So the way I had my axes set up is like this. I had my z-axis. I have my x-axis pointing sort of the way this particular bit is flying. And then I have the whatever this axis I called. And that is sort of my grid that I've been using. Although most of these construction lines are garbage. So I'm just gonna... Okay, so if I'm warping this way, I will also need to warp this way. So that's a little funny, but we're just gonna round it off till it looks acceptable. So if this skewed this way, then a skew this way would look longer. Would it? Yeah, it might. It might. It might. So let's actually make this a little bit tighter here and skew that out. Okay, we need to clean up the wings. So we have our loop. No, we have our dip here. We go up. Okay. Ooh. All right, apologies, wingmates. This one is a doozy. All right. Perspective wings. All right, let's get this cleaned up. Get some smoother lines going here, and it almost doesn't matter that it doesn't look super pretty. I think there is an acceptance that we have limitations here. At the very least, the points are going the right way. That is really the big issue I was having. All right. All right, let's zoom in and work on this. So clean that up. There we go. And we will do... Let's see here. Okay, so what I'm literally going to do is take a piece of scratch paper in my simulated workspace. I am going to draw, using a writing utensil, a shape of this wing. And I'm going to actually maneuver it and see how it skews in my vision. I know I could use a three-dimensional model for this. Let's do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, so I'm taking my flat piece, and I am angling it this way. And so that makes... Which way does it make it move? Let's see here. Oh, okay. So this needs to be a little bit flatter. I might have drawn it wrong. Okay. That is off. So this is being compressed while this is being extended. If I draw it compressed, what will happen? Let's see here. So I need to actually pick a size here. There we go. So, one, I need to make sure that my curves are better here. So, let's see. Give it a little bit less curve. Pull it back. Would it be tighter? Would it be tighter? Ah, my goodness. Perspective is always a problem. You know what? Let's move back to fixing the things that we were fixing before. We'll do the wings last. Simply for motivation's sake. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right. Let's finish off the skirt here. This wing we can actually begin cleaning up, though. It is in a sufficient condition that I think we can use it as is. So let's make sure we get rid of these nasty construction lines. Get rid of all of that. Get rid of some of the sketchiness, too. There we go. Get rid of the tips because we need to redraw them. And this needs some line work in order to make it look good. Okay. So let's add... Let me move this in a way that's easier for me to draw. I'll flip the canvas. Right, let's do that. All right, perfect. A little bit tighter, there we go. Okay. And there we go. All right, let me erase some more of this here. Perfect. I'm very glad to have this music playing in order to keep myself going with this. All right. Wingmates, how are you hanging in there? If any of you need to go to bed, please do so. I will probably be at this for a little bit longer. Let's see, we have the ball joint. And we have the chest here. We need to drop the size of our eraser here. Oh no, you're slowly passing away. Passing out or passing away? Because a lot of us are, unfortunately, slowly passing away due to mortality being the thing that it is. Alright, so let's do the little hair helmet. There we go. Oh no! Oh my goodness. Wingmates, get yourself some sleep. I will be finishing this, but please don't make yourself suffer on my account. I signed up for this, and I will see it through to the maximum end that I can. which I think I will not be able to color it today. Simply a little bit too much happening. All right, here we go. There we go. Let's do that. Okay, cool. Let's get that little hair helmet and give it sleep is for the weak and the sane, I guess. Last time I went to sleep, I got called weak. Never again. Well, I will say this. I will not call you weak for going to bed. Which, unfortunately, is most of chat. Sleep is for mortals. Oh, Mythodox. Oh. Alright. Let's keep at it then. Let's keep at it. You'd be the first. You'd be the first. Oh, no. No. No, Rob. You're not weak. Sleep is very important. I'm disregarding it because hibernation can wait. I told somebody that I would make some art of them. And thus, now that I have committed to it, I will see it through. At least to the line art stage. Let's see here. I need to move this back. Okay, this red stuff is starting to bother me. Okay, so we need to make sure Clau has her hair on properly. And this bit here looks bald, so we need to extend the helmet. There we go. Okay, excellent. Let's see, how are the braids doing? Okay, we need to clean up the chest a bit. Alright, here we go. Clean up the chest cavity. There we are. Here we go. Clean up that inside. I like the sketchiness of these hands. I think I'll leave it as is. Okay, get that ball joint back. Go. Go. We have our little shoulder bits. Get the chest reconnected. Fix that. That is the wasp waist. We want to make sure it is straight. So let's erase that bit. Thin it out. There we go. We have the mid-chest ridge. We need to clear up this ball joint here. Or whatever we're calling that little lump on the back. Oh, is this the Planescape Torment soundtrack? How you hold it in there, Rob? How you holding in there? That emote looks awfully sad. Alright, here we go. I cannot be tired to the Planescape theme. I cannot. It's that too much of that Mark Morgan Dark Tribal feeling. I really do love Mark Morgan's work. Alright, here we go. Okay. That is coming along. I really do think it needs details and color. That's really what it needs. And then it will look good. Okay. So the glasses are coming up. You know what? The glasses need a thing between them. She has a ridge here, and I will add a ridge also. There we go. I think that really helps tie it together, literally. So we have the little hair piece. How can we make it more like hers? We'd have to make it asymmetrical. All right, we need to clean up these eyeballs. So we know the basic pattern. We just need to make sure it's thinner. I think the thinness is what really counts, especially in this level of detail. There we go. Clean that up. Scratch a bit of that away. Perfect. Maybe add the accessory, maybe. I don't know if that should be a decal or if that should be in the hair. Actually, it could be right on the front. Yeah, I think the front might be okay. This needs to be a little bit sharper though. I think we're trying to project sharpness of hair, not just that lumpy little helmet here. Okay, let's make sure we do that. Let's go with a bit of a sharper hair. Okay, that's a lot more my speed. And how are her... She has a curved bang there, but I think I want to make this more angular, maybe? I definitely want the bang happening, so I'm gonna wipe that out. It's already pretty thick. There we go, and we'll add the bang, and then like that. And then we can also add another bang type of helmet here. Yeah, it's really hard to do anything without actually resorting to patterns you would find on a human being. Let's thin out this chin section so that the lines are a little bit more clean. What am I listening to right now? Why not both? Yeah, why not both? What am I listening to? Oh, this is a Warhammer 40k-esque chant. That's what it is. All right, let's see here. Let's add back the eyes. So we need to do the Vulpine. This looks like broken glass. I'm gonna get rid of that. Thin it out a little bit more. Get rid of some more of those pixels. There we go. Okay, so let's do this. Very thin, very light pressure. Very light pressure. And we go back up. Very light pressure. Very light pressure. We go. Good old Gregorian chants. Indeed. The only thing to listen to when you are alone in the dark. Okay, so we have a bit of that vulpineness to it. And let's gently do the eyes. There we go. And then we will add a bit of displeasure. There we go. Okay, you know what? Even without a mouth, that isn't too bad. Although we could draw a decal here of a mouth. I don't know. I don't know if the decal helps. It really makes it a little almost too human. And this is not Mecha Musume. This is just Mecha. So, I'm going to leave that off for now, I think. All right, a couple more construction lines. Her chest lasers. Okay. Those would be right here. Oh, goodness. Let's see here. Let me get rid of this knee jank. Clean up the knee. Maybe make the glasses hexagonal, like the chest model. That may actually work quite a bit. Let me do a second layer over it all, and then I can take a look and see what the results are. So here's our ball joint in the middle here. Although I'm gonna have to tighten this joint up here now because of that. All right, tighten up the joint and tighten up this joint. Ooh, okay. Let's see here. So let me add another layer, and we'll do red for this. So we can do pointy, 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 like that. And here we can do it like that. Let's see here. And we can do this at an angle. Well, with the way I did it, it looks a little sloppy. It doesn't have the sharpness of the points. What do you think? Maybe it's very similar at the end of the day. Let's see here. I think color will be the thing that saves this design, because right now it's really hard to tell what's what. And a lot of Claudia's design is vibrant color contrast. Doesn't make much of a difference at a distance. Yeah, unfortunate. Well, we can very quickly remove that because we didn't erase anything. Right, so here we have the chest bits. Let's do the outline. Oh, no, not in red. Oh, some jazz. Or some lounge, at least. All right, so let's do that. Round down. Round down. Okay. And this will be the frill zone. There we go. There we go. And these frills will be vertical. And I should be curving them, but I'm having a moment with perspective right now. So something like that, and then we have the lines themselves going down across the blouse. There we go. And, yeah, I need to fix that. That angled off too hard. Let's make sure we clear it up. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's not optimal by far. Okay. And we'll do one more here. Come on, come on. Behave, behave. All right. So, now that we have that component, we know that that section will be white. Can we do a bow? We can probably do a bow as a decal. So, the back will be purple. Now, this design will also be purple. I think we'll have to do line art once we get the colors in, because right now I'm not able to really figure out where everything's supposed to go. Almost fill it in with block colors, and then work our way from there. Yes, I think that would be the case. I'm gonna destroy this directional compass here. I don't need it anymore. All right, Control All, back to the brush. All right, let's see here. Okay. What about Claudia's hair makes it her? So she has these side locks. She has this sweep here, which is... Okay, we can be asymmetrical. We'll be asymmetrical because it actually makes the design... We've already gone this far with the bangs. I think we have to. It is really hard when you're missing certain features of someone to actually replicate how they look, because those features are simply important. All right, so we'll do a bit of hair here. Go in like that. Hair there. And a bit of hair there. No, that's getting better, but I see the sweep is here, so we need to cut off and loop around. So let's cut this off and make sure we loop pretty tightly. So this is an asymmetrical helm, and we need to make sure that this right here joins properly. I want that to be a little more angular. Clear that up. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, okay. So, we have our disappointed expression, or a bit of an angry expression, and now I think that it's starting to look a lot more like Claudia. Now, these braids need something that makes them at least look something like a braid, so I will need to give them this spiral pattern. There we go, and we'll have a cross spiral pattern. What does this represent? I don't know, but we need to make sure that we have a recognizable design. And unfortunately, we can't really pretend that this other braid pops up for a minute behind the head. And we'll even have a line just crossing over. So there's a little bit of a pop-up from that perspective. Okay, you know what? That is... We did have to resort to a humanoid head, but I think the design is significantly more recognizable, and it's not as abstract as previously. Oh my goodness, what a trip, what a trip. All right, let me get rid of all this gunk here. I think it's time to finalize this wing, or at least get it cleaned up. Come home, get yourself cleaned up. We were gonna have dinner half an hour ago, but you were outside playing. Maybe extend them out a bit more, some space between the cord and the torso for the distance. Let's see here. I could extend these hairs. I think that'd actually be a good idea. I made them way too tight, but that was before I was going full humanoid head. So I think we'll give them a bit more of an angle, and that would actually be all right. Yeah, let's do that. So erase all of that. Here we go. All right. So now we are going to And they go further back, so there they go curving behind. And then we even might have a little bit of white space here. Yes, we do. And then this side will also rise, and then it will curve back. Oh, that's way too high. That's way too high. What am I doing? We need to drop that lower. Okay, so we go here, and then we'll have this bit of hair peeking out and swirling back. And here we can do this sort of pattern. It swirls around, and then we have another bit of pattern. And then this one swirls around like that. Here we have another swirl. That swirls too close. Go. And then this one swirls around this way. Oh, what happened there? I'm gonna have to step back and take a look at it. Kind of messed that up a little bit. But my condition, I think, explains it. So I think I will finish the line art and give it a rest. And I will have to complete the color work on my own, perhaps, or on another continuation stream. I think I might do that, because the coloring in shouldn't be too bad. I can do something else alongside that particular stream day. So I think tomorrow at around 9 Pacific Daylight Time, I may come back to this and finish the coloring. All right, let's see here. I think that would be just fine. This is going to have to be a 2-day mech, unfortunately. And of course, having some hibernation will allow me to be much more sober when it comes to some of these detail decisions that we will have to make, because we have quite a bit of detail ahead of us. I need to make it more obvious that these are connected, so I think I will actually have them start here. There we go. A little bit of an overlap with the hair will mean that it appears that they start a lot. And then that way you know that they are connected. There we go. Whew. Okay. I think I am about wrapping up. Whew. Let me save the document. Whew. All right, wingmates. Do you at least vaguely think that looks like Claudia right now? I think the color will definitely help. But the wings, oh boy, the wings were the hardest part that I've had to work on in quite some time. Definitely a much more aggressive Claudia, and the devil's in the details. We'll need to mount the lasers properly and do some of the coloring. All right. Well, I think this is acceptable. All right. Whew. My goodness. My life support reads that I am quite exhausted. All right, so let me save this again. And I think tomorrow I will do this, and also, yeah, the braids I'm gonna have to work on. There's something off about them. So we'll need to do, I think, the chest better. Make sure that the coloring is representative. Do some of the details here. Make sure the chest lasers are mounted. And yeah, once the color is in, I think this will actually be pretty decent as far as a mech can go. All right. I think I will now stop the SciTube. All right, there we go. And let me clear the list here. Ooh. Come on, come on. All right. I think that SciTube is finished for the time being. All right, why don't we move back to the station? Whew, wingmates, that was quite the marathon, I would say. I apologize for how long that has been taking, but you know how it goes with art.
I did not expect Claudia's design to be so difficult, but I think it's a very different perspective for me. The whole chest forward hunched over with wings. So it's surprisingly non-trivial. I also will need to add details to the wings in order to make them look functional, I think. The wings are by far the most concerning piece for me. Let's see here. But yeah, I think tomorrow, whatever stream I do, I will do some of that stream, and then I will go back to art. So I'll probably do about an hour and maybe an hour and a half of Brigador tomorrow, and then I will go back to finishing this piece. Oh yes, sorry, Yukis, there was a SciTube. I apologize. I should have put a text in the feed that would have described it to ask a link. I do apologize, Yukis. I think after I am 5.5 hours. Yes, I think there's a little bit of difficulty with my comprehension. But I will next time I continue this art, I will have that SciTube up again. So you will certainly have a chance to catch it there again. Ooh. So this coming Saturday, there is going to be a Yuri's Day celebration. I haven't completed the Yuri's Night. And Yuri's Night is in essence I suppose, global attempt to celebrate the first human presence in space. And here it is. And I will hopefully be getting some planning done tomorrow and have a schedule of sorts. So my general ideas are a bit of a historical lecture about the events that took place during the first launch into the cosmos, or I suppose low Earth orbit really, but it was still low Earth orbit. Yes, we are getting ready to wrap up. We are wrapping up now, in fact. And there will be I will likely do a karaoke, or at least attempt a couple of karaoke songs, in the spirit of music and entertainment that occur during Yuri's Night. And let's see here. Yes, I'm not sure which ones. I think I will do some Filk. And I think I will do some old Soviet songs also. And nothing too heavily copyrighted. But I will separate the streams out, I think. Simply so that the VODs don't all intermingle. And I do intend to read some fanfiction from the Far Suns Coalition about, I suppose, some of the perils of space exploration, but I think that would be fitting. I really don't know if it will be considered as singing, but I will do my best to at least attempt to hold a tune. I know that there is a high reputation for Mr. Trimble out there, but I do not know if I will be able to improve my capabilities in time. Without the dangers, it wouldn't be as exciting. Indeed, it would not. That is really one of the parts of space exploration that will never go away, but it keeps you on the seat of your pants, as always. And I think I may have some guest appearances or some actions that I will do with guests, and I hopefully will be able to announce those sooner than later. And I think towards the end of Yuri's Night, I will do a free space stream in all likelihood, so that we can have at least some kind of spaceflight game. Or maybe I'll do Kerbal. I'm not sure which. Or maybe I'll do all of them. But it will be I'll be doing my best to present. Of course, the best laid plans of mice and spacemen do not always go according to plan, so please allow for any of these things to potentially not happen. But I definitely would like to do the karaoke at the very least, at least a couple of songs. Anyways, thank you for your patience, Wingmates, and I hope that some of that art was entertaining to you, at least the thought process behind a lot of it. I know that that was a difficult one. So, let's see if there's anyone that we can raid. Who is in my IFF transponder list? Let's see here. Egg is still awake? What is Egg doing? All right, 1 second, wingmates. Allow me to get unblocked by advertisements because I want to know. Egg started earlier than I did, and he's still going. Oh my. Well, I have said I will stop, so I will stop because I require some hibernation. I must de-link from the wishful thinking and allow my mind some rest. Let's see here. Okay, what is Egg doing? Egg is still drawing. Oh, he's drawing Miwa right now. Okay, well, let's raid Egg. Let's raid Egg. Because I think Egg needs some energy right now. But of course, if you are currently in need of some sleep, please get it. You don't have to go on the raid. Art is always enjoyable, even if I'm unable to chat all the time. Of course, of course. I always ask questions into the void, but you know how it goes. Good night forever. No, Rob. Rob, please do come back. Well, the reserve batteries are running low. I gotta restore my mental energy. See ya. All right, everybody. Get some good rest if you're heading to bed, and anyone joining us for the raid, well, let's get ready. So let me start the raid for Egg, and let me go to the end credits before I do that. Gotta credit the background producer of the background music. Oh, thank you, wingmates. Greatly appreciated. All right, so raid Egg channel. There we go. And I'll get you the raid message very shortly. Here it is coming up now. There we go. All right. Fantastic, wingmates. Fantastic. And thank you for coming by. It is greatly appreciated. Well, wingmates, keep your propellant tanks topped off. Make sure your jump calculations are accurate. Ensure that all of your cargo is stowed properly. And as always, fly safe. Let's be polite and good raiders. And let's give Egg some of that energy that I think he needs to complete his Easter eggs. And yes, till we meet again. Here we go. Raid now.